Overnight, humanity fell to the bottom of the food chain. The entire world became a monster world. 800 years later, a young man named Lam Hong declared that every monster in this world would become his summoned beast if he wished it. Originally an ordinary young man, Lam Hong had been chosen by a golden finger system and transported into this world. This was a world of beast tamers. You might be weak yourself, but with a powerful pet, you could rule over everyone. How would Lam Hong, with the help of this system, become an exceptional beast-taming hunter? Let's find out. A question appeared on his phone screen. Would you like to continue? Lam Hong was rather annoyed. He had been playing this lottery game for half a year, but his luck had been terrible. He had never won anything. Since he was already unlucky anyway, he decided to confirm. The game said, "Congratulations, you have been selected. Your ID is 142857. You will now draw your golden finger." Lam Hong was furious. Even at a time like this, it still wanted him to play a lottery game. He swore he would never play another lottery game again. But his hand still pressed the screen to confirm the draw. The game began shuffling the cards, and Lam Hong stared intently at the screen. The phone screen suddenly changed interfaces. Was this game messing with him again? Then, a beam of light shot from the phone directly into his face, dazzling him. The game announced that his golden finger had been activated. The world the player would be transported to was the monster world. His phone fell to the ground as the game wished Lam Hong a pleasant journey. Lam Hong had truly been transported into the game. In this world, he was hanging by a thread, relying on a lottery-based golden finger to survive. He wanted to cry, but no tears came. He had been here for a week, yet his golden finger had not activated, and he had even been forced to do odd jobs. There was not even a beginner's guide. Still, he had graduated first in his academy class as a hunter trainee and often earned top marks. Unfortunately, his life force was deficient and his life had shattered. Standing outside Lam Hin's room, he called for her to come downstairs to eat. When Lam Hong opened the door, he found Lam Hin changing clothes. She was his younger sister in this world. She immediately threw a book at his head. During dinner, Lam Hin sulked because Lam Hong had entered her room without knocking. Suddenly, his core ring vibrated. The core ring looked like an ordinary ring, but in this world, it served as an ID card. It contained all of a person's information, had storage functions, and was the only thing connected to the system. Lam Hin's core ring worked the same way. When she checked it, she saw a report that a monster had appeared in Sector 7D101. Lam Hin was filled with worry. Wasn't that their residential district? Lam Hong immediately reassured her. He knew the town's protective barrier was as flimsy as paper. The town had fewer than 100,000 residents, so it was not safe at all. If a powerful monster appeared, they could be wiped out. After eating, Lam Hin asked to return to her room. Lam Hong focused on gathering information. Recently, a group of platinum hunters had been pursuing a monster. Killing monsters earned life shard crystals, which could extend one's lifespan if swallowed. Unfortunately, he had not yet reached the black iron rank. He decided to find a weaker monster to kill. He could not just sit around waiting for help forever. As he thought, he suddenly heard Lam Hin scream. Knowing something was wrong, Lam Hong rushed upstairs and kicked open Lam Hin's door. A monster had appeared in the room. He immediately grabbed a bag and stood in front of Lam Hin. He knew they were in trouble. It was a bloodthirsty species. He picked Lam Hin up. Even the weakest of these creatures was a powerful black iron monster. There was no way he could defeat it. He told Lam Hin to hide in the wardrobe. Since the creature loved drinking the blood of young girls, he would try to lure it away. Lam Hong was determined to protect Lam Hin. In this world, she was all he had left. The monster lunged at him, and Lam Hong drew it away. The monster immediately chased after him. Lam Hong could tell that it was far too strong as it slowly crawled toward him. Lam Hin hid in the wardrobe, terrified. Lam Hong drew his gun and fired repeatedly at the monster. The monster suddenly transformed. Lam Hong knew it was using blood energy manifestation, a special skill of its species. Once activated, it automatically rose by 1 rank and changed form. The creature was no longer merely black iron. It had reached bronze. This time, he was surely doomed. Lam Hong jumped out of the window. He had to lure the monster away from the house. The creature rushed at him, but Lam Hong sensed something strange. Although it was using blood energy manifestation, the strength it displayed was still only at the black iron level. He noticed the wound on its chest. Right, it was injured. He drew his gun and fired at it again and again. Now he had some confidence. It seemed that the monster had just escaped from the hunters outside town. He kept firing to buy time. At this rate, the monster would not live much longer. The creature reached out to attack him. Lam Hong tilted his head and dodged its hand, though he did not know whether he could hold out until it died. Then the monster sent him flying with a blow. It leaped down from above. Lam Hong raised his gun. He absolutely could not die as a loser. Desperately, he fired repeatedly at the monster, and one bullet pierced through its heart. It fell down, then struggled to sit back up, blood spilling from its mouth. The severely injured monster clutched the wound in its chest. Lam Hong saw that it had become prey. The monster collapsed. Lam Hong gave it one final shot and sent it to its death. The system congratulated him on completing his first kill and activating his golden finger. A system panel appeared. His first kill rewards were a monster card, an upgrade card, and one card draw. Suddenly, a dog appeared behind him and said that besides the reward cards, he could also receive an attribute card. Lam Hong was startled by the dog. It told him not to be rude, declaring that it was his golden finger. It told him to examine the attribute card and monster card. Lam Hong looked at them. The information on both cards was truly pathetic. He asked the dog how cards were ranked. The dog replied, "White is common, green is rare, blue is epic, purple is legendary, and orange is mythical." In other words, the cards he had received were bottom tier. Lam Hong suddenly remembered that he still had one draw left. He asked the dog what the drop rate was. The dog did not know. It was entirely based on luck. Lam Hong ni li grai. He was infamous for having atrocious luck, so there was no hope for this draw. Suddenly, the dog sensed someone approaching and hid. A beautiful young woman approached Lam Hong and asked whether he had killed a monster. She introduced herself as Lil Lang. She had heard a distress call about someone being attacked by a monster and had come to investigate. Lam Hong guessed that his younger sister must have called for help. He pointed at the bloodthirsty species that had just attacked him. He was rather surprised that Lil Lang, a Silver Team hunter, was a woman. Lil Lang asked again whether he had really killed the monster. Lam Hong scratched his head and said it had already been injured, so he had merely gotten lucky. Lil Lang was suspicious. Lam Hong had not even reached black iron, and his life force was close to running out. The life glow radiating from him was alarmingly intense. She moved closer and asked how he had killed it. She did not believe he could have killed the monster alone through sheer luck. Lam Hong suddenly remembered his sister and hurried home, leaving Lil Lang behind. Lam Hin stood in front of the ruined house, unable to shed tears. They still had 32 years left on the mortgage. Lam Hong ran over and called to her. Seeing that he was unharmed, Lam Hin joyfully threw her arms around him. Lil Lang walked over and said that Lam Hong was fine and had even killed the monster. Lam Hin's eyes lit up upon hearing that. She proudly told Lil Lang that her brother had graduated first among the hunter trainees at the academy. Then she turned and asked who Lil Lang was and why she had come. Lil Lang introduced herself once more. She began scanning the house with a detection device. Lam Hin could not believe she had encountered the genius hunter Lil Lang here. Lam Hong wondered about Lil Lang's equipment. Could it be gold-grade equipment? Lil Lang calmly confirmed that it was. Although it was only a detection device, it was extremely rare. It could record the surrounding scene and replay it in three-dimensional form. Once it recorded the damage, the Hunter Association would provide compensation. Lam Hin's eyes shone. A 10-year life shard crystal cost 100,000 to exchange for, and she had not expected Lil Lang to be so wealthy. Lam Hong was doubtful. Even ordinary black iron equipment required life shard crystals to purchase. So could this white gold-grade device be heavenly-grade equipment? Pleased by Lam Hin's praise, Lil Lang puffed up with pride and gave her quite a demonstration. Since Lam Hin had called her big sister, Lil Lang gave her a 3-year life shard crystal as a gift in return. Lam Hong realized that his sister was far more clever than she appeared. Lil Lang turned to Lam Hong and said there was nothing suspicious about his account of killing the monster. Lam Hong asked what exactly she was investigating. Lil Lang said that even she would struggle to deal with a 3-star bronze monster alone, let alone someone like him, whose life force was damaged and who had not even reached black iron. Did he perhaps possess gold-grade equipment or something better? She was willing to buy it at a high price. Lam Hong awkwardly replied that, given his family's circumstances, how could he afford gold-grade equipment? Gold equipment was so rare that even money could not necessarily buy it. Lil Lang patted him on the shoulder. She said she had misjudged him, but his life force was not beyond repair. If a solution could be found, he would certainly become someone extraordinary. Turning away, she said the damage report had been sent to the Hunter Association, and they would come the next day to provide free temporary lodging. She turned back and told Lam Hong not to die so easily, saying she hoped to see him again soon. Lam Hong and Lam Hin entered a residence to rest. Lam Hin fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Xiao Hai Su De Li Apo, Staling Lam Huang. Xiao Hei said that Lam Huang's sister was adorable, while her brother was useless. It explained that no one besides Lam Hong could see it. Lam Hong was startled again. A golden finger, such as Xiao Hei appearing in this world, violated its rules, so it was best not to let anyone else know. He wanted to protect his sister, but he was too weak. That was why he wanted to draw a card. Xiao Hei asked whether he wished to confirm the draw. Lam Huang confirmed. 12 cards appeared before him. He could choose one card, and whatever he drew would be his reward. Lam Hong refused to believe that he would still have bad luck after coming to this world, so he selected a card. Lam Hong received a mission card. It required him to become a hunter trainee within 1 month. The reward was a flawless card, but if he failed, his golden finger would be permanently erased. Lam Hong was shocked. He needed to reach Black Iron just to take part in the selection exam. How could he possibly do that? Xiao Hei told him to check the detailed mission information on the back. Lam Hong clutched his head, nearly in tears. His luck was truly terrible. He did not care what the flawless card was. No matter what, he had to complete this mission. He could not lose Xiao Hei, because he would have no other chance. Lam Hin said goodbye to Lam Hong as she left for school. Lam Hong saw that she was about to be late again. He entered the house, closed the door, and sighed. He needed to deal with the important matter first. As soon as he came inside, he noticed Xiao Hei acting strangely. He grabbed it with both hands. Xiao Hei said it was grooming itself. Lam Hong asked how he was supposed to complete the mission card. Xiao Hei looked somewhat downcast. Leaving aside whether he could pass the hunter selection exam, he needed to be at least Black Iron rank just to register. It seemed that their time together had come to an end. Lam Hong flew into a rage and grabbed Xiao Hei, saying he would stew it for lunch. Terrified, Xiao Hei said there was a way. He needed to find another way to register. Lam Hong thought it over. Reaching Black Iron in such a short period was harder than climbing to heaven, but registering was not entirely impossible. He sat down and said he could summon the bloodthirsty species and have it participate in the selection exam as his tame beast. Xiao Hei calmly replied that he could then register through an exceptional entry application. Lam Hong continued, saying that a 3-star Black Iron bloodthirsty species was strong enough to enter the competition, but its weakness was obvious. If someone used a blood-corroding weapon, the bloodthirsty species would be at a disadvantage during battle. Xiao Hei was startled, understanding that Lam Hong intended to use the upgrade card. Lam Hong knew it was wasteful to use an upgrade card on a monster, but completing the mission was more important. He asked Xiao Hei how to summon the bloodthirsty species. Xiao Hei said that he only needed to picture the summoning card, then crush it to summon the monster. The monster card appeared before Lam Hong. Lam Hong immediately crushed it, and the bloodthirsty species appeared at once. Lam Hong was surprised by the bloodthirsty species' appearance. Its disguise made it look incredibly human. He wanted to upgrade it right away. Xiao Hei held up the upgrade card and remarked that using it on the bloodthirsty species was truly a waste. The monster upgrade was complete. Lam Hong was stunned by the bloodthirsty species' new appearance. It was unbelievably cool. He thought silver-haired characters were always powerful, so he decided to name it Bach. Bach returned to card form. Lam Hong wondered why Bach had 2 different combat rank indicators. Xiao Hei casually explained that after the upgrade, the bloodthirsty species had become a 3-star bronze monster. However, because its master was still Lam Hong, it was being held back, so its displayed rank remained 3-star Black Iron. Xiao Hei's tone was mocking as it said that Master's realm dragging down his monster was truly a rare sight. Lam Hong was infuriated and raised his middle finger at it. Just then, someone knocked at the door. Lam Hong opened it to find 2 large men standing outside. One of them asked whether he was Lam Hong. Lam Hong felt nervous, wondering whether they were gang members, assassins, or here to avenge the bloodthirsty species. The man cheerfully shook Lam Hong's hand and said he had received a repair notice from the government alliance and had come to repair the house. Another man brought over a gold card and said that any requests Lam Hong had regarding the repairs would be fulfilled. The work would be finished in 5 days, and they would provide free lodging during that period. Lam Hong accepted the card. It was for a temporary residence, which he had heard was an upscale place. The government alliance's compensation for monster-related destruction was astonishingly generous. Lam Hin saw that it was not far from her school and could not believe they would get to stay there. Lam Hong thought that, in any case, it was one of the most luxurious places in the high-class district. The siblings arrived at a hotel, and he asked an employee where the dining area was. Lam Hin entered the dining area. Seeing how luxurious the restaurant was, she almost forgot she was hungry. Lam Hong took a huge pile of food and said that the meals were included in the room fee, which meant they were effectively free. Lam Hin was surprised that he could eat so much. Lam Hin stopped being reserved and began eating heartily as well. Then Lam Hong sensed an abrupt silence in the room. It seemed everyone was frightened. A man with the aura of an assassin had entered the dining room. Lam Hin told Lam Hong to look at the man. Alarmed, Lam Hong told her not to stare and to focus on eating. He felt that the man was looking in his direction. Once Lam Hin had finished eating, Lam Hong took her hand and returned to their room. He truly felt that there was something wrong with the man. When he glanced behind him, he saw that the man had stood up as well. Lam Hong was puzzled. The hotel was so large. Why did that man seem to be following them? Standing outside their room, Lam Hong thought that no matter what happened, he had to protect his sister. He stepped in front of the man and asked why he was following them. The man answered sternly that his room was opposite theirs. Lam Hin pulled Lam Hong into the room. She was astonished by how luxurious and high class it was. Sitting on a chair, she casually said that the place was crowded, so even if that man were bad, he would not dare do anything. Lam Hong sighed. Perhaps he had simply been too tense. He told Lam Hin to take a shower, finish her homework, and then get some rest. Late that night, Lam Hong opened the door to check whether Lam Hin had fallen asleep. He rewatched highlight videos of contestants from the hunter selection exams of previous years. If he could gain more experience from them, that would be ideal. Lam Hong watched Lil Lang's battle from that year. As expected of a silver-level genius hunter, he suddenly heard an unusual sound coming from the room opposite his. Looking out the window, he saw the scar-faced man going outside. He had no idea what the man intended to do. The man swung his blade a few times. It turned out he was practicing his swordsmanship. Lam Hong watched intently and saw that the older man's blade techniques were exceptionally decisive, exactly what Lam Hong lacked the most. The man's technique had 18 moves. If Lam Hong watched it a few more times, he would probably memorize them all. Staying at this hotel was truly worth every penny. A courier beast arrived to deliver Lam Hong's order. It was a low-level monster domesticated by humans for transportation. Hearing that Lam Hong had bought something, Lam Hin ran out to take a look, even though she was still brushing her teeth. Startled, Lam Hong told her to hurry up and get changed, or she would be late for school. Lam Hin wondered why he had suddenly felt like shopping. Lam Hong pushed her away, telling her not to look. These were all things he had prepared for the selection exam. After sending Lam Hin away, he looked over the items. They had consumed nearly all of his savings, so he could only hope they were worth it. He picked up a box of explosive armor-piercing bullets. There were only 10 of them, but in a critical moment, they could save his life. Next came the main item. He picked up a blade. It was a standard black iron combat blade, the most expensive weapon he had ever bought. Lam Hong recalled the 18 blade forms he had learned: Imperial Blossom Horizontal Cleave, Demon Piercing Force, and Dividing Strike Thrust. The system congratulated him on obtaining a Great Wilderness Blade Scripture skill card fragment. He asked Xiao Hei what a skill fragment was. Xiao Hei explained that it was a basic item. Gather enough fragments to obtain a skill card, and then he would acquire the corresponding skill. Lam Huang's eyes lit up. That sounded easy enough. He just needed to practice a few more times to collect all the skill fragments. Xiaohei immediately poured cold water over his enthusiasm. Practice only counted as effective when it exceeded 80% proficiency, and fragments were awarded only the first time. In other words, he would only receive a fragment once he achieved 100% effectiveness. Lam Hong was stunned. Did that mean he had to perform the moves exactly like that man in order to get the fragments? Xiaohei replied calmly. Did you think obtaining a skill would be so easy? Lam Huang's fighting spirit surged. Then he would train hard and gather them all no matter what. 9 hours later, he was so exhausted from training that he lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. He had trained as if his life depended on it, yet he had only managed to collect 20% of the required skill fragments. When Lam Hin returned from school, she introduced the hotel owner, Mr. Yu, who had come to greet him. She also wondered why Lam Hong was lying on the floor asleep. Lam Hong sat down to speak with Mr. Yu. Seeing how exhausted he looked, Mr. Yu poured him a cup of calming tea. Lam Hong thanked him, saying that not only was the hotel luxurious, but its service was excellent as well. Mr. Yu smiled awkwardly. As long as his guests were satisfied, it was an honor for him. Not wanting to disturb Lam Huang's rest any longer, he took his leave. Lam Hin remarked that although Mr. Yu owned the hotel, he was surprisingly approachable and friendly. That was truly rare. Lam Hin pulled a suitcase in front of him and said that it was the reward delivered by the Hunter Association. Lam Hong was curious. Since he had killed a bronze bloodthirsty species, he wondered what good item he had received. The case opened with his fingerprint. Lam Huang's eyes brightened at the sight of the reward. It was a black iron firearm, the newest weapon produced by the Desert Eagle Company, capable of switching between pistol and sniper rifle modes. It could be called the best firearm on the market. It might even be worth more than bronze equipment. Lam Hong suddenly became discouraged. This gun operated on life energy. He could only use it after reaching the black iron rank. It seemed he had to obtain the Great Wilderness Blade scripture skill as quickly as possible. Lam Hin became worried when she heard that Lam Hong wanted to join the Hunter Association. Lam Hong rubbed her head. No matter what happened, he would never abandon her. What he said he would do. Setting down his blade, Lam Hong realized that Mr. Yu's calming tea had remarkable restorative effects. After resting for only a short while, he already felt full of energy again. Lam Hong continued practicing the 18 blade forms, and a number of skill card fragments he received kept increasing. He felt that both his concentration and proficiency were improving, as though he could not stop. When morning came, Lam Hin was shocked to see that Lam Hong had not slept all night. Lam Hong felt that his chances of gaining fragments were getting higher and higher. He had to keep going just a little more. Seeing how diligently he trained, Lam Hin could only smile bitterly before saying goodbye and leaving for school. The system congratulated him on collecting all 300 Great Wilderness Blade scripture skill fragments and asked whether he wished to confirm the fusion. Lam Hong looked proudly at the system interface. All his hard work had finally paid off. Looking at the skill card fragments, he saw that they could be fused into the upper volume of the Great Wilderness Blade scripture. He had not expected skills to have different volumes. He immediately ordered the system to fuse them. The skill card formed in his hand. As he read the information on the upper volume of the Great Wilderness Blade scripture, he felt somewhat puzzled. Xiaohei replied indifferently that the Great Wilderness Blade scripture had both an upper volume and a lower volume. Combining them successfully would produce an epic grade skill, but unfortunately, the lower volume had been lost long ago. Lam Hong thought of the Scar-Faced Man. Perhaps the man knew Lam Hong had secretly learned from him. Even if he had not said anything, he must have noticed. Lam Hong decided to thank him and ask where the lower volume was. Lam Hong rang the doorbell of the Scar-Faced Man's room. The man opened the door and asked what he wanted. Lam Hong bowed and thanked him for teaching him blade techniques over the past few days. The Scar-Faced Man remained expressionless. He had not taught Lam Hong anything. Lam Hong had stolen the knowledge himself. How much he learned depended entirely on his own ability. With that, the man slammed the door shut. Lam Hong figured that this was not the right time to talk. After completing the selection exam, he would return and ask where the lower volume was. When Lam Hin returned from school, she learned that their house had been repaired. She felt a little sad when she found out they would be leaving the hotel district the next day. Lam Hong rubbed her head and told her not to worry. One day, he would give her a life 100 times better than the one they had here. The siblings looked out through the glass window. Lam Hong told her to sleep, since they would be busy moving all day tomorrow. Bone One could not understand why Mr. Yu thought so highly of Lam Hong. Lam Hong had only killed a bloodthirsty species through luck. His rank was too low, and his life will was close to shattering. At best, he had only 2 months left to live. Mr. Yu leisurely asked him, "Have I ever misjudged someone?" Bone One answered that he had not. He knew Mr. Yu's identity was extraordinary and that he normally stayed detached from worldly affairs. So why had he sent Bone One to guide Lam Hong in blade techniques? Mr. Yu had his own plans. He asked what Bone One thought of Lam Hong. Bone One said Lam Hong had good character, but he was no genius, far inferior to Lo Lang. Mr. Yu smiled and asked how long it had taken Bone One to learn the upper volume of the Great Wilderness Blade Scripture. Bone One replied that he had trained for more than 18 hours every day, taking a total of 103 days before he dared claim he had mastered it. Mr. Yu continued, asking how long Lam Hong would need. Bone One believed Lam Hong would probably need 2 or 3 years of training. Mr. Yu raised 3 fingers. He meant that Lam Hong had needed only 3 days to learn it. Bone One did not believe it at all. Mr. Yu turned around and asked, "Why would that be impossible? In 2 days, they will finish moving out. We should leave as well." Lam Hin and Lam Hong stood dumbfounded before their new home. Their new house was extraordinarily grand. It looked like a villa, making them wonder whether they had come to the wrong place. A man standing at the entrance welcomed Lam Hong home. He handed Lam Hong the house keys and asked whether he was satisfied. Lam Hong was doubtful. Had they really only repaired the parts damaged by the monsters? The young man laughed and said that Lam Hong was the eldest young lady's good friend, so naturally they had put their whole hearts into the work. Lam Hong and Lam Hin were surprised. They understood that the young man was referring to Lu Lang. Lam Hong wondered what background Lu Lang had. The young man moved closer and whispered that Lu Lang's father was one of the 3 vice presidents of the Hunter Association in District 7, while her mother was a council member of the Alliance government in District 7. After saying that, the young man bid the Lam siblings farewell. Lam Hong thought that, no matter what, the 2 of them were indeed fortunate. Now that the matter of their house was settled, Lam Hong could focus on what truly mattered. The Hunter Selection exam would begin in 3 days. Lam Hong let out a nervous shout. He was riding a winged beast toward the examination site. Before him stood Stronghold 7C87. Lam Hong found the winged beast's speed astonishing. They had arrived in less than 2 hours. A large stronghold truly was different. There were people everywhere. He did not even know where to register for the selection exam. Lam Hong thought about how he had left all his savings with Lam Hin. She should be fine at home until he returned. At that moment, someone about Lam Huang's age called out to him. Seeing that Lam Hong was also there for the Hunter Selection exam, the young man suggested that they go together. The young man draped an arm around Lam Huang's shoulder and introduced himself as Not Hang. Seeing that Lam Hong had not even reached Black Iron yet, but still dared to take the selection exam, he said Lam Hong was truly brave. Lam Hong was a little confused. What was with this person, and when had they become so close? A beautiful girl wearing a cat-themed outfit saw Lam Hong and Not Hang there for the selection exam and told them to follow her. The 2 entered the hall, where the number of applicants was immense. Lam Hong and Not Hang sat down. Lam Hong asked what the introductory session was. Not Hang explained that before the selection began, the association would send someone to explain the examination content and rules. Just then, a woman shouted for everyone to be quiet. She introduced herself as Dengu, the chief examiner for this election. Lam Hong was alarmed. He had not expected to run into that witch again. Dengu gripped the whip in her hand and announced that she would now explain the rules of the examination. Lam Hong and Not Hang were startled upon hearing the location. This examination would take place in the Crimson Gold Desert Wilderness, 330 kilometers from Stronghold 7C87. Everyone had to reach the Crimson Gold Desert and enter through Entrance A. Within 15 days, they had to cross 1,500 kilometers of desert and arrive at Stronghold 7D-121. They were absolutely forbidden from bringing food or water. Those supplies would have to be found in the desert. Not Hang wondered why Lam Hong was marking monster locations instead of water sources. Lam Hong said he was afraid of dying, so he marked the monsters in order to stay far away from them. Dengu continued explaining the rules. The safe route marked on the map passed through a snow mountain named Goddess Mountain. They had to climb it with their bare hands. Anyone who failed to reach Stronghold 7D-121 within 15 days would be considered eliminated. Lam Hong and Not Hang were surprised that the gate was actually a treasure, a high-grade piece of equipment considered a gold treasure. Only by killing extremely high-level monsters would one have a chance to obtain such an item. Dengu was certainly no ordinary person. Next, Dengu told everyone to come forward for an inspection of their storage equipment. When it was Lam Huang's turn, she told him to wait a moment. She looked at him with a smirk. Lam Hong had no idea what she meant. Was she mocking him? Then Dengu told Lam Hong to go ahead. Judging from Dengu's expression, Lam Hong guessed that this time he would once again face a near-death ordeal. Before him stood an incredibly wondrous system. Not Hang said this was the power of a spatial treasure, something even rarer than other treasures. Dengu instructed all applicants to connect their core rings to the association network. All navigation and positioning functions would be disabled, leaving only the item pickup function. Everyone was devastated when they heard that. This time, the number of people who passed would probably be pitifully low. Dengu declared that the examination had begun, and the applicants immediately ran for their lives into the desert. Not Hang said he would go ahead to scout the route and told Lam Hong to take care. Lam Hong said he would get there slowly. He wanted to go faster too, but he simply did not have the strength. Before long, Lam Hong had been left far behind. Dengu observed that, at Lam Huang's speed, he could cover at most 40 kilometers a day. Even after 15 days, he would not have completed half the journey. The man beside her said that Lam Hong had not even reached Black Iron, but still came to take the exam. He had thought there was something special about him, but it seemed his abilities were below standard. Dengu clicked her tongue and bet that Lam Hong would not last even 3 days. As Lam Hong walked through the desert, Xiao He noted that at his current speed, he would not finish the 1,500 kilometers even in a year. Lam Hong pressed a hand to his forehead. If he could run like the other Black Iron candidates, he would be done in less than half a day. He opened his notebook. He could not rely on himself alone. Xiao He could not help him either, because the system only had supporting functions. Lam Hong told Xiao He to retrieve information about the Santua tribe in the Crimson Gold Desert. Xiao He wondered why he wanted information on that tribe when he was already on the safe route. Lam Hong wanted to gather enough fragments to create a summoning card. Group-dwelling monsters were the most suitable targets, and monsters from this area would make excellent mounts. Xiao He thought he had gone mad. How could he deal with an entire tribe by himself? Lam Hong wore a meaningful expression. Who said I'm alone? At the Santua tribe, a two-headed Santua monster was dozing off. A stone suddenly flew over and struck it on the head. The monster looked outside and saw Lam Huang's silhouette. It immediately grabbed its club and headed toward Lam Hong. The monster swung the club down, and Lam Hong leapt aside to evade the strike. He immediately ran toward a sand dune, with the monster racing after him. From behind, it raised its club, preparing to smash him. Before it could strike, something sliced across its throat. It was Bach. Lam Hong praised Bach, knowing he would get the job done. Xiao He replied blandly that Bach was a Black Iron rank 3 bloodthirsty species whose combat strength was nearly equivalent to bronze. Killing a Black Iron rank 1 monster was as easy as cutting vegetables. Lam Hong placed a hand on Bach's shoulder. With this level of strength, Bach did not need to lure enemies anymore. They could simply charge in and kill them. The system notified him that he had obtained life light, and Lam Huang's life will suddenly lit up. Xiao He added that the life wheel of a summoned monster was linked to its master's. When a summoned monster killed another monster, it gained life light, 50% of which was shared with its master's life wheel. Bach's life wheel was already full, so all the life light he gained would be transferred to Lam Hong. Lam Huang's eyes lit up. His life wheel had originally contained only 3 lit slots, but now it had jumped all the way to 28. That meant he was no longer doomed to die, and he even had hope of reaching Black Iron. Hoisting his blade, he told Bach to go hunting. The Santuan monsters noticed a disturbance. Suddenly, a stream of energy bound one of them in place. Lam Hong and Bach burst out and killed 2 monsters. The Santuan monsters realized that they had enemies. Lam Hong and Bach worked together to deal with the monsters. The number of Santuan monster fragments he obtained continued to grow. Xiaohei reminded him that after 152 life will slots had been lit, he could use Life Light to activate the purple slots. Activating them all would allow him to advance in rank. Lam Hong immediately began activating them. He thought to himself that activating one purple slot required 10 years' worth of Life Light. He had never imagined such a thing. But now, the opportunity to advance was right in front of him. He ordered Bak to kill all the monsters quickly. A deafening roar came from the San Tuom monster stronghold. Xiaohei said that Lam Hong was in for trouble now. A group of people sitting around a campfire heard the roar. One person recognized it as the cry of a San Tuom monster. It seemed to have gone mad. If that was the case, it was probably a bronze monster. Not Hang was worried. Anyone daring to attack the San Tuom stronghold at night could only be a pack of giant wolves. Tonight promised to bring a bloody battle in the desert. He hoped Lam Hong was far away from that place. A monstrous hand emerged from beneath the ground. Lam Hong was horrified. Was this some kind of joke? It was 10 meters tall. Xiaohei told Lam Hong to pray. The monster before him was a bronze San Tuom chieftain. It charged at him with terrifying speed. Bak joined Lam Hong in attacking the San Tuom chieftain. Even Lam Hong was shocked. The creature's hide was far too thick. The San Tuom chieftain swung its fist and slammed it into the ground. Lam Hong immediately fired at it. This monster had high attack power and tremendous vitality. If it kept going, they would be finished. He aimed at its weak points, hoping to end the fight as quickly as possible. The San Tuom chieftain swung a fist at him, but Lam Hong leaned aside and dodged. He fired at the monster and ordered Bak to attack the San Tuom chieftain from behind. The San Tuom chieftain raised a hand to block Lam Hong's bullet. Bak appeared behind it, and the San Tuom chieftain immediately turned its attack toward Bak. Lam Hong ordered Bak to take it down quickly. The San Tuom chieftain suddenly changed targets and lunged at Lam Hong. Lam Hong had not expected it to launch a sneak attack. The San Tuom chieftain charged straight at him. Lam Hong's my. He immediately fired at it. The one that had fallen into the trap was the monster. The San Tuom chieftain was hit by black iron-grade explosive rounds. It was finally brought down. Xiaohei remarked that it had been truly impressive. Lam Hong reproached Xiaohei, saying it was the fastest one to run away. Xiaohei calmly replied that it could not help him and could only retreat at full speed. A system notification screen appeared. Lam Hong looked at it in surprise. Killing the San Tuom chieftain had directly yielded a complete card. Lam Hong obtained the San Tuom monster card. Reading its details, he learned that Bak had been unable to kill it because its rarity was the same as Bak's. Though it had no active combat skills, its passive enhancement skills were terrifyingly powerful. He told Xiaohei that he had already extracted Bak's blood energy skill, and this time he wanted the strengthened skill. Xiaohei nodded. With high attack power, it needed high vitality as well. Otherwise, the creature would be useless. Lam Hong thought about how, after wiping out the San Tuom tribe, he had also gathered enough ordinary San Tuom fragments. All told, he now had 3 monsters. Xiaohei reminded him that no matter how many monster cards he possessed, he could currently only summon 1 monster at a time. They could discuss more once he became stronger. Lam Hong recalled Bak, then summoned the San Tuom monster. Seeing how mighty and imposing it looked, he decided to name it Tyrant. Xiaohei guessed that Lam Hong intended to use Tyrant as a mount, just as before. Lam Hong felt it was rather wasteful to use a rare monster as a mount, so he had another idea. He recalled Tyrant and summoned an ordinary San Tuom to use as a mount. Xiaohei elegantly explained that when cards of the same type appeared, the card with higher rarity could devour the lower rarity one and randomly upgrade one of its skills. Lam Hong was in no rush. He would keep this ordinary San Tuom for night watches and hunting, then feed it to Tyrant after finishing the mission. The ordinary San Tuom moved across the desert at an astonishing speed, even leaving Lam Hong stunned. Suddenly, it caught on a chain buried beneath the ground and fell over. Lam Hong asked who had played such a prank on him. A voice came from nearby, asking whether he was not afraid of dying, making him shudder involuntarily. 3 young men about Lam Hong's age walked up to him. The blonde-haired youth was surprised that Lam Hong was a monster tamer. He had not even reached Black Iron rank, yet he dared to take part in the hunter selection exam. Lam Hong was displeased. So they were people. He had thought they were some strange beasts. The blonde youth immediately gritted his teeth in anger. The blue-haired youth apologized for trapping Lam Hong. He introduced himself as Zhua Qiukong and said the blonde youth was his cousin, Shi Jie. Lam Hong had no desire to waste time with them. He guessed that Qiukong was the leader of the group. The man was indeed smooth-tongued and honey-mouthed. Qiukong said that this selection exam was quite difficult. Although summoned monsters controlled by monster tamers were powerful, a person traveling alone was vulnerable. Moreover, this Santaw could not climb snowy mountains. He proposed that Lam Hong join their team, promising to help him climb the snowy mountain when they got there. Lam Hong immediately refused. He thought to himself that their sudden kindness surely could not be genuine. Shi Jie made his attitude clear. He told Lam Hong not to put on airs. They merely needed the Santaw to climb the snowy mountain. So what if he was a monster tamer? The Zhuoqiu family was not a place where he could act arrogantly. Lam Hong, thou win. These people really intended to make trouble for him. Shi Jie stepped forward with a knife in hand. Qiukong said they had no intention of making things difficult for him, but with Lam Huang's contemptuous attitude, he would inevitably suffer for it someday. Shi Jie stood before Lam Hong, intending to give him a beating as a lesson. Immediately, Shi Jie and one of his lackeys charged forward, but Lam Hong suddenly vanished before their eyes. When Shi Jie spotted Lam Hong behind him, he immediately lunged toward him. Lam Huang instantly summoned by catching CZB supri. Bach immediately slashed Shi Jie several times. The lackeys rushed over at once. Lam Huang Vikan, but he summoned Tyrant instead. The group was shocked to see that Lam Hong had 3 summon monsters. Tyrant sent them flying with a single blow. Shi Jie struggled to get back to his feet. Qiukong could not believe that a monster tamer who had not reached Black Iron rank could summon 3 monsters. Lam Huang's face was filled with killing intent. Had they not wanted to teach him a lesson? Why were they already done? Qiukong immediately raised a shield to block Tyrant's attack and told Lam Hong that they could talk things over. Qiukong gritted his teeth. His black iron-gray defensive equipment was about to break. He knew that this Sand Tuaw possessed strength comparable to bronze rank. Lam Hong told Tyrant to stop. He wanted to hear what this noble young master actually wanted. Qiukong cupped his hands and apologized to Lam Hong for causing him trouble. Shi Jie objected, saying Qiukong did not need to fear him. If Lam Hong killed someone, he would be disqualified from the exam and blacklisted by the Hunter Association, never allowed to participate in a selection exam again. Moreover, Shi Jie was a noble of the Alliance, and killing a noble was considered a grave crime. Qiukong turned and glared at Shi Jie, telling him to shut up. He said he would compensate Lam Hong for the harm his people had caused and invited him to choose one piece of equipment from his belongings. Lam Hong did not want anything from Qiukong. He wanted everything in Shi Jie's storage space as compensation for the emotional distress Shi Jie had caused him. Shi Jie flew into a rage and threw several darts at him. Tyrant raised its hand and blocked the darts. Lam Hong drew his gun and fired several shots. One bullet struck Shi Jie in the shoulder. Shi Jie begged Qiukong to save him, but Qiukong turned his face away. Lam Hong walked up to Shi Jie, his face full of killing intent, and told him to leave his last words. Shi Jie glared at him, unable to believe that Lam Hong actually dared to kill him. Lam Huang's expression was ice cold. He said he did not care if killing someone got him eliminated from the exam. Monster tamers below Black Iron rank could summon very few monsters, but he had 3. Even if he did not become a hunter, he would still be highly sought after by powerful figures. Shi Jie clenched his teeth. The killing intent radiating from Lam Hong grew ever stronger. How could the Hunter Association simply drive someone like him away, let alone killing someone? Even if he killed a young noble, it would merely be treated as voluntary withdrawal. Shi Jie became so terrified that he could barely speak. Lam Hong did not want to waste any more words. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Qiukong begged him to spare Shi Jie's life, saying Lam Hong could ask for anything he wanted. Shi Jie fell to his knees. He said he had 4 pieces of black iron-grade equipment, all of which he could give Lam Hong, along with everything in his storage space. Lam Hong could take whatever he wanted as long as he spared him. Lam Hong put away his gun. After all, he had to give him some face. He truly did not want to deal with these nobles. These nobles made people want to deal with them, yet made it awkward to actually do so. He He had frightened them in the hope that they would not bother him again in the future. Just then, someone approached. Lam Hong glanced behind him and saw a familiar figure. It was Not Hang. Not Hang had not expected Lam Hong to be a monster tamer. If he had not run into him, he feared he would have been buried in the desert. Lam Hong wondered why Not Hang, who had clearly been traveling with the others, was now alone. The delicious aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and Not Hang did not want to bring up the matter. He explained that his group had just set up camp when San Tuan monsters suddenly appeared. Everyone scattered in panic, and the group broke apart. Not Hang cut off a piece of meat and thanked Lam Hong for saving his life, declaring that from now on they would be sworn brothers. Beaming, he offered the meat to Lam Hong and said it was snow-armored boar that he had hunted earlier that day. His eyes gleamed as he said that his goal was to become a gourmet hunter. He wanted to travel from north to south in search of ingredients for extraordinary dishes. That was what life was all about. Not Hang went on and on about food. Lam Huang Sai. Not Hang was a good person and knew how to cook, so he would be useful to keep around, but he talked far too much. Not Hang awkwardly asked Lam Hong if he could sleep in his tent, since his own tent was gone. Lam Hong refused, saying he was used to sleeping alone and could not sleep with others around. Not Hang understood and swallowed his tears, then slept outside in the open. Lam Hong looked at Tyrant. Tonight, he had it stand watch outside. While Not Hang and Lam Hong slept soundly, a strange clattering sound suddenly came from outside. Lam Hong opened his eyes and saw Tyrant standing in front of the tent, so he immediately went outside. Tyrant looked somewhat frightened. Lam Hong knew they were in trouble this time. He grabbed Not Hang and woke him, telling him to run quickly. Still half asleep, Not Hang asked why they had to run. Was not Lam Huang's summoned monster very powerful? Lam Hong told him to look. A flock of black crows was flying toward them. They were truly finished now. Lam Hong and Not Hang climbed onto Tyrant's shoulders and fled. Lam Hong wondered what the hell those things were. Black crows? He looked back, and Not Hang said they were nether crows, a type of incorporeal undead that could pass through all obstacles. There was nowhere to hide and no way to outrun them. Lam Hong had also read reports of hunters being slaughtered by flocks of ghost crows. Their bodies bore no wounds, yet in the blink of an eye, they would be drained dry and turned into mummies. Not Hang said that was right. Even gold-ranked hunters did not have the ability to fight them. Not Hang suddenly slipped off Tyrant's shoulder. Tyrant immediately caught him. Then it carried Lam Hong and Not Hang as it fled for its life. Lam Hong saw that they were about to be caught. There was only one option left, send a distress signal. But if he did that, it meant giving up the exam. Withdrawing would mean all the effort he had put in over the past month to complete the mission would be wasted, and he would lose Xiao He. But if he did not give up, he would lose his life. What was he supposed to do? At Stronghold 7D-121, Dengu held a glass of wine, looking somewhat troubled. Less than a day had passed, and more than 10 people had already withdrawn. This year's candidates were far too weak. If she could not find an outstanding candidate, she would become a laughingstock. A positioning map appeared before her, and she was startled to see that the person who had sent the signal was moving at an incredibly fast speed. She summoned a portal. Even a bronze-rank person could not move that quickly through the desert. She stepped through the portal and entered the desert. Her face was filled with confusion. Had the person been eaten by a carnivorous monster, with the monster now carrying the signal as it ran? Tyrant ran up to Dengu. Lam Hong called out for her to get him out of there, then immediately leaped down toward her. Lam Hong looked at Tyrant and saw that its head was stuck in the portal. In his haste, he had forgotten to recall it. Lam Hong smiled and apologized to Dengu. She told him to move aside. He was currently standing on her foot. Sitting in a chair, she questioned Lam Hong. Before she arrived, the two of them had been chased by the nether crows for half an hour. Lam Hong admitted it. If there had been a way to escape, he would not have sent a distress signal. Dengu's expression grew serious. An ordinary black iron 3-star Santua could not possibly attain the speed Tyrant had shown earlier. She feared that this Santua had mutated. Lam Huang Hestita. Tyrant had never used an upgrade card. It had already been a rare green card when it came into his possession. He had not expected her to see through it, so he could no longer hide it. Dengu stood up. She said she understood the situation with the flock of nether crows and would report it to her superiors. They would be able to resolve it after dawn. Lam Huang Fao Gloomy. Now he could only find another stronghold, seek another selection exam, and start over, doing everything possible to complete the mission. Dengu said that once the flock of nether crows had been been dealt with, she would return the two of them to their original location so they could continue the exam. Lam Hong brightened at her words. Did she mean they could continue the selection exam? Dangu replied casually, asking whether he wanted his examination eligibility revoked. Hearing that, Lam Hong immediately dragged Not Hang outside, saying they would not disturb her rest any longer. As soon as Lam Hong left, Dengu revealed a delighted smile. This time, she had found a monster tamer with a mutated summoned beast. Who would dare say now that she only picked weak candidates? Lam Hong was surprised that an entire flock of ghost crows had been wiped out in just 1 minute. Dengu confidently explained that the people sent by the association were all exceptionally powerful hunters. It was simply beyond his imagination. Dengu returned and said that if he sent another distress signal, he would have to pay all the compensation for the hotel property damage. Not Hang put an arm around Lam Hong's shoulder and asked what the two of them had done at the hotel for it to sound so intense. Lam Hong lowered his voice and warned Not Hang that if he kept talking nonsense, he could deal with the consequences himself. They were now more than 60 kilometers north of the camp. Lam Hong held a notebook in his hand. They had wasted an entire night and needed to get moving quickly. They climbed onto Tyrant's shoulders. Not Hang felt as though the sun was about to roast him alive. Lam Hong recalled that there should be a supply station ahead. Tyrant carried them to a house. Not Hang was delighted that they had finally arrived. Lam Hong told him to be careful. Someone might already have come there. Their enemies now were not only monsters, but also competing candidates. Not Hang and Lam Hong entered the house. It was indeed a supply station. Lam Hong saw no sign of anyone else, so it seemed safe. Not Hang went to a crate of food. It was filled with food he liked. Lam Hong glanced around and noticed items left behind by people who had come before them. Not Hang thought it was normal. This was the only supply station within 100 miles, so naturally someone could have arrived first. But Lam Hong felt something was wrong. Although these items were not precious, they were all daily necessities and would not be casually abandoned. There was only one possibility. Those people must have encountered something and been forced to leave. Outside, Tyrant roared a warning. Not Hang and Lam Hong immediately realized something was wrong and hurried to leave. They climbed onto Tyrant's shoulders and fled, while something beneath the ground pursued them. Lam Hong knew he had been right. Something really was there. The thing continued chasing them relentlessly. Tyrant turned around and slammed its fist heavily into the ground. A terrifying worm-like monster emerged from below. Not Hang and Lam Hong were horrified at the sight of it. This monster was a death worm, a crimson gold desert demonized species. Even Tyrant was no match for it. Lam Hong drew his gun and fired several shots at the monster, but they appeared to have no effect. The death worm closed in on them. Lam Hong saw that it was far too fast. They could not escape. He suddenly realized something and told Tyrant to stop moving. Not Hang panicked, saying that staying still would only get them killed faster. Lam Hong observed that the monster had neither eyes nor hearing. He asked Not Hang if it hunted using vibrations. Not Hang did not know. He had not read the monster descriptions from the beginning. Sure enough, once they stood still, the monster no longer knew how to attack them. But they could not escape if they remained motionless. Lam Hong took a piece of jerky from his pocket, intending to use it to lure away the monster so they could flee. Not Hang ran after the jerky. Lam Hong was alarmed and told him to stand still. The death worm immediately turned toward Not Hang, who slipped and fell to the ground. Lam Hong told Tyrant to save him quickly. Tyrant kicked the death worm away, and Lam Hong told Not Hang to run. The death worm confronted Tyrant while Not Hang screamed in terror. Lam Hong stood atop Tyrant's shoulder to lure the death worm away. Not Hang wiped away his tears and told him not to die, saying he could never repay such a debt. Tyrant carried Lam Hong away. Lam Hong told Tyrant to run to that sand dune and throw him off. Tyrant immediately threw him onto the sand dune. Lam Hong watched Tyrant being pursued by the death worm. He sincerely apologized. For now, he could only use it as bait. There was no other way. The death worm burst from beneath the ground with its mouth open and swallowed Tyrant. But as a proper monster tamer, Lam Hong could not let his treasured monster sacrifice itself. He immediately recalled Tyrant, then summoned it again. Now it was time to pick up Not Hang. Lam Hong went looking for Not Hang, but could not find him. He scratched his head. Perhaps they would meet again farther ahead. He decided to continue on first. On the way to Goddess Mountain, he encountered quite a few attacks. There should not have been so many monsters along the route arranged by the Hunter Association. From the beginning, he had suspected that things would not be so simple. After much hardship, he finally reached Goddess Mountain. Lam Hong ordered Bok to help him climb the mountain. Tyrant was too large and unsuitable for climbing a snowy mountain. Bok climbed up first, tied a rope around himself, and fastened the other end to Lam Hong to help him up. Lam Hong was starting to feel exhausted. If he had not upgraded his endurance skill earlier, he would have been done for by now. He suddenly slipped and fell. Seeing that he was in danger, Bok grabbed hold of the rope. Lam Hong let out a sigh of relief. That had scared him to death. Blushing, he told Bok to put him down. He did not need Bok to carry him. He could climb by himself. Lam Hong thought that, no matter what, he had to preserve a man's dignity. When night fell, he set up a tent to rest for the night. He cooked a pot of soup, and there was still plenty of Not Hang's dried meat left, though he had no idea where the boy had run off to. Lam Hong picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth when something suddenly leaped toward him. Bok brought a small beast before Lam Hong. Lam Hong recognized it as a snowball beast. He had heard that they were harmless and very adorable, but extremely rare. On the market, one could fetch a price comparable to a bronze-grade piece of equipment. Seeing it run up to him like this, he guessed that it was hungry. He picked it up and fed it a piece of meat. Lam Hong was delighted. Snowball beasts really were adorable. No wonder girls liked them so much. He told Bok not to be so tense. It would not attack them, though it might eat up his entire dinner. Once Lam Hong saw that the snowball beast had eaten and drunk its fill, he told it to go home. He had run out of food as well, but the little creature refused to leave. It suddenly bit onto his pant leg, and Lam Hong realized it wanted to lead him somewhere. The snowball beast understood his words and nodded. Since he had nothing better to do, Lam Hong told Bok to go take a look with him. The snowball beast jumped into an ice wall and disappeared. Lam Hong was somewhat surprised. Upon examining it again, he discovered that the ice wall was an illusion. It seemed there was something else behind it. Lam Hong told Bok to go inside and have a look. As he stepped through the wall, he felt as though he had plunged into icy water. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck his face. Lam Hong had no idea where he was, and when he turned around, Bok was nowhere to be seen. The snowball beast spoke, telling him that only people it knew could enter this place. No monsters could enter. Lam Hong had not expected the snowball beast to be able to speak. Its voice was rather deep and forceful, which surprised him even more. The snowball beast grew larger, revealing its true form. Lam Hong had not expected to encounter a giant snowman. Giant snowmen were ice element monsters, a species born with great strength. From the moment they were born, they were already stronger than ordinary beings. This one was already fully grown. If it harbored any hostility, it could kill him in an instant. The giant snowman told him not to be nervous. It had brought him here with no ill intentions. It merely wanted his help with something. Lam Hong was puzzled. A giant snowman wanted his help? He asked what it needed him to do. The giant snowman stretched out its hand, and a gust of wind swept Lam Hong onto its palm. It wanted to tell him a story. Long ago, when it was still young, it had once had a master. She had been the warmest presence in the world. All of its sweetest memories were with her. Lam Hong had not expected the giant snowman to have once been someone's pet. The giant snowman said she was not human. It only learned that after it evolved. She loved humans and enjoyed living among them, so she concealed her true identity and lived alongside them. That was why she left it behind on the snowy mountain. Though it felt deeply wronged, it was willing to endure it as long as she was happy. Later, she fell in love with a mortal man and abandoned everything to follow him. But then, one day, she suddenly returned. The giant snowman was overjoyed and hurried toward her, only to find that she was badly injured and on the verge of death. The young man had discovered that she was not human, so he called hunters to kill her. During that battle, he too was grievously wounded and nearly died. To save the man she loved, she tore out her own heart. The man lived on, but she was left with only death. Lam Hong felt that stories like this never had a happy ending. Following her final wishes, the giant snowman buried her beneath an ice pit. From then on, this valley remained frozen, without the cycle of 4 seasons. Lam Hong wondered why the giant snowman had sought him out if its master was already dead. The giant snowman looked toward the snowy mountain. She had once said that one day, a person of destiny would come and change this frozen lake. When that happened, she would be revived, and this valley would be reborn as well. The giant snowman held out its hand. Before Lam Hong, There had been 3 others, but all had failed. Lam Hong thought the giant snowman was clearly casting a wide net, bringing anyone who came to the snowy mountain here to try. The giant snowman calmly said that it also judged their character. Including Lam Hong, there had only been 4 candidates. Lam Hong asked what he had to do. The giant snowman said he only needed to drip a drop of blood into the lake. Whether he succeeded or failed, it would send him safely out. However, if he failed, it would erase the memory of their meeting. Lam Hong bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the lake. He thought the girl was truly pitiful, and if possible, he wanted to help her. Lam Hong's blood fell into the lake. The 2 waited patiently, but even after an entire hour, there was no reaction. Lam Hong apologized to the giant snowman. It seemed he could not help after all. The giant snowman suddenly stood up and declared that it had succeeded. The frozen lake gradually began to thaw. Not only did the ice melt, but the plants also came back to life. Lam Hong had not expected his blood to be so nourishing. The giant snowman teared up when it saw its master emerge from beneath the frozen lake. The girl opened her eyes, and even Lam Hong blushed at her beauty. The girl walked over to the giant snowman and asked whether it had been well while she was gone. The giant snowman immediately bowed and knelt before her. She placed her hand on its nose, thanking it for always protecting her. She introduced herself as Shuel Luo and thanked Lam Hong for saving her. Lam Hong awkwardly said it was nothing, then boldly asked whether Shuel Luo was a monster as well. Shuel Luo said that she was one of the Godkin. Lam Hong was surprised. 800 years ago, 3,000 void gates had opened. Were those people her kin? Shuel Luo replied calmly that those who called themselves Godkin were not weak, but they were not acknowledged as true Godkin. At most, they were servants of the gods who had been granted a trace of divine bloodline. Lam Hong was somewhat disappointed, seeing that he did not believe her. Shuel Luo demonstrated the power of the Godkin for him. Lam Hong suddenly felt something strange. His shattered life had now been restored. Shuel Luo said that his life had a problem, so she had repaired it for him. Lam Hong found it hard to believe. Was this the power of the Godkin? Shuel Luo raised her hand. She had more to offer than that. She was also giving him a second chance. She had a great gift for him. A pillar of light descended upon him. The system notified him that divine manifestation mode had been activated and the system would now operate automatically. The system congratulated him on obtaining the complete Great Wilderness Blade Scripture. Lam Hong had not expected to receive such an enormous gift. Shuel Luo smiled faintly. Though he appeared to be an ordinary person, she could sense several things about him that were far from ordinary. Lam Hong thought that the Godkin truly had sharp senses. No wonder Xiao He was hiding and did not dare come out. The giant snowman lifted him onto its hand. Shuel Luo said she would take him out of there, warning him to be cautious on the road ahead. She would repay the debt of saving her life in the future. Lam Hong said there was no need. The great gift she had given him was already more than enough. Shuel Luo and the giant snowman escorted him outside. She told him that after he left, she too would depart and return to her own world. Lam Hong felt somewhat regretful. They might never have a chance to meet again. Shuel Luo told him to take care, warning that if he remained on the snowy mountain, he would encounter many attacking monsters. Lam Hong thought that the hunter selection exam had actually prepared safe route, yet he had encountered nothing but high-level monsters. Shuel Luo calmly explained that there was an extraordinary monster beneath the desert with the ability to instill terror in the mind. It was frightening most of the monsters there into a frenzy so that it could feed on them. This place was no longer safe. Lam Hong finally understood. He bade the 2 of them farewell, hoping they would meet again someday. Once outside, he was surprised to find Bach waiting there all night. Rolling up his sleeves, he found himself brimming with energy. He was neither sleepy nor in need of rest. He told Bach that they should continue onward. The 2 resumed climbing the mountain. With his life restored, Lam Hong's body had improved as well. He wanted to see what it would be like to advance to the Black Iron rank. Lam Hong climbed to the summit. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, and the exam was just ending. Suddenly, he and Bach heard honking. A flock of geese was heading toward them. Lam Hong told Bach not to be nervous. They looked fierce, but they tasted delicious. Yet he soon noticed that there was something very unusual about them. The geese revealed their true forms as monsters, so he and Bok hurriedly fled. Bok ran toward a cave entrance. From behind, Lam Hong repeatedly fired his gun at the monstrous geese. There were simply too many of them. He told Bok to quickly find a place to hide. Seeing a cave ahead, Bok used his strength to pull him inside. Lam Hong said they would hide there and wait for the geese to leave. Suddenly, the flock fell into chaos, as if frightened by something. A gigantic bird swooped down and attacked the geese. Lam Hoang Tun Po. That bird was a black raven hawk, and one that large had likely reached the bronze rank. He turned to Bok. Just moments ago, they had been worried that the geese would trap them here, but now that the black raven hawk had come, it seemed they had been saved. The black raven hawk arrived at the cave entrance and glared inside. Lam Hong realized they were finished this time. The black raven hawk flew up and violently smashed at the cave entrance. Bok was about to go out and fight it, but Lam Hong stopped him because Bok was no match for it. Lam Hong immediately drew his gun and fired at the black raven hawk. The bullet was deflected the moment it struck the creature. Lam Hong gritted his teeth. Even bullets could not penetrate it. The black raven hawk screeched. Lam Hong and Bok looked at each other. Was this really the end? The black raven hawk kept battering the cave entrance. Lam Hong said he had a way to deal with it. He told Bok to follow his instructions. When the black raven hawk shoved its head into the cave, Lam Hong told Bok to act quickly. Bok immediately made his move. Lam Hong rushed in front of the black raven hawk and raised his gun. Though the monster had skin like iron and bones like steel, it still had a weakness. The black raven hawk opened its eyes wide. Lam Hong fired several shots into them. The black raven hawk fell. Lam Hong smiled. He had given it all 3 of his remaining critical hit bullets. The system congratulated him on obtaining a Black Ravenhawk monster card. Having completed a challenge kill above his rank, he would receive double cards. He wondered why killing a higher-level monster this time had not earned him a draw card. Xiao He appeared and explained that draw cards were issued randomly. During the previous 2 battles, only the level-up cards had been random rewards. Lam Hong asked Xiao He how many level-up cards he would need. He wanted to upgrade Bok and Tyrant to Mythic rank. Xiao He calmly explained that the actual power of summon cards was limited by the user. If the user was weak, then no matter how rare the card was, its strength would still be restricted. Lam Hong had also received a double card. If he used it within an hour, all reward from subsequent kills would be doubled. Xiao He reminded him to use it whenever he encountered suitable monsters, so he could quickly gather enough summon cards. Xiao He's voice carried a trace of mockery. He had not expected Lam Huang's luck to be so terrible. Lam Hong was dispirited and told Xiao He to go back inside. He was not in the mood to deal with it. Lam Hong saw that he had already wasted half a day. If he did not reach the summit soon, he would run out of time. Lam Hong and Bok climbed to the peak. He had not expected the snowy mountain to be so tall. It had taken so long to reach the top. By the time they descended, would the exam not already be over? At that moment, a voice spoke from the shadows, saying that those without the qualifications should have given up from the beginning. Lam Hong asked who it was. Neither he nor Bok had sensed the person's presence. A young man stepped forward and said that he was also a candidate. He asked Lam Hong whether he had killed the Black Ravenhawk earlier. Lam Hong was puzzled. Since the man was also a monster tamer, why was he attacking? The young man calmly said that he had merely released it to hunt for food. He summoned a Crimson Hawk. This grudge had to be repaid. Lam Hong had not expected to encounter a bronze-ranked Blood Crimson Hawk. He was no match for this man. Standing atop the Blood Crimson Hawk's head, the young man said he would avenge the Black Raven Hawk, but not now. He sneered that Lam Hong had raised his bloodthirsty breed quite well, but Lam Hong himself was too weak to be worthy of his attention. He rode the Blood Crimson Hawk away, not forgetting to taunt Lam Hong by asking whether he had the ability to escape this place. Lam Hong was furious. That man was truly looking down on him too much. Looking at the Blood Crimson Hawk, an idea suddenly came to him. He tied a chain around himself and fastened 2 chains to Bok's wings. He had always wanted to try something like this. He had not expected his dream to come true in this other world. The sensation of flying was truly wonderful. The 2 of them soon arrived at Stronghold 7D-121. Dengu was already waiting there. She had not expected Lam Hong to be the first person back. Dengu congratulated him on passing the selection. Once the exam was over, he could register to become a reserve hunter. Lam Hong was very surprised to hear that he was the first to return. Killing intent radiated from Dengu when Lam Hong dared question her words. Lam Hong was embarrassed. He had just seen a young man who seemed to be in a great hurry, looking as though he owed someone money and riding a blood-crimson hawk. Dengu told him that the young man was Bai Yin. He did not count. Lam Hong wondered whether Bai Yin was not a candidate. Dengu explained that Bai Yin was a guest and did not need to take this exam. He had joined voluntarily. Once this exam ended, he would directly become a bronze hunter. Lam Hong was somewhat puzzled. A bronze hunter? Lam Hong looked at his account balance in astonishment. Earlier, he had buried a life fragment on Xue Jie's body, and it had unexpectedly exchanged for more than 3 million credits. He recalled Dengu's words. Official registration would only begin after the selection ended, so he should remain at this stronghold for a few days. Lam Hong decided to use this time to replenish his equipment, hunt monsters, and practice his blade techniques. Lam Hong went to a weapons shop to buy critical hit bullets for his Grey Eagle 17, but the shop owner said he did not have any. He told Lam Hong to try Old Zhang's shop in the west side of town. If Old Zhang did not have them, no one within 100 miles would. Lam Hong sighed. Stronghold 7D-121 was larger than the area where he lived, yet did not have rare equipment. It seemed he would have to visit this Old Zhang. Lam Hong finally reached Old Zhang's shop after searching for half a day. He had not expected it to be hidden in an alley. This Old Zhang was certainly an interesting man. Lam Hong pushed open the door and entered. Old Zhang told him to take whatever he wanted and settle the payment afterward. Lam Hong looked around. The shop had everything from black iron equipment to gold equipment, and they were all expensive limited editions. Old Zhang was clearly no ordinary man. Lam Hong said he wanted specialized ammunition for the Grey Eagle 17, as well as armor-piercing critical hit bullets. Old Zhang asked how many he needed. Lam Hong smiled and said he wanted 3,000 rounds of specialized Grey Eagle ammunition and 3,000 armor-piercing critical hit bullets. Old Zhang immediately carried out a crate of ammunition. The total was 165,000 credits, to be paid in full with no installments. Lam Hong was somewhat surprised and asked whether he would have more stock in the future, since he would still need to purchase ammunition later on. Old Zhang looked at him and said that quantity was not a problem. As long as Lam Hong had money, he had any treasure Lam Hong needed. Lam Hong thought that was excellent. He had not expected such a hidden powerhouse to be here. Just then, an alarm bell sounded. Old Zhang saw that the Hunter Association had issued an alarm and feared that something had happened. Lam Hong hurriedly said goodbye to Old Zhang, promising that he would return. Lam Hong pushed his way into the crowd. Dengu announced that a high-level monster had awakened in the Crimson Gold Desert. It possessed the ability to disrupt the mind and had lured other monsters into a frenzy. Many candidates were surely trapped already. Resources were limited, so they could not respond to every distress signal. Therefore, she ordered everyone to remain inside the stronghold and not leave. The restriction would be lifted once the situation had been resolved. Lam Hong remembered the monster Xue Luo had mentioned. Something really had happened. A young man looked terrified and asked whether they were supposed to sit there and wait for death. The rampaging monsters were dangerous whether they were in the sky or on the ground. She was only trying to save their lives. Rather than let them run outside and become monster bait, she might as well beat them to death herself. Everyone trembled beneath Dengu's killing intent. Dengu told them not to worry. The Hunter Association had already dispatched an advanced hunter to deal with the situation. Bai Yin stepped forward. He could see that things were not so simple. If the advanced hunter failed, there would not be enough time for another advanced hunter to arrive. By then, the surrounding area would be facing a brutal battle. He did not want to die foolishly and pointlessly. Dengu told everyone to disperse and not act on their own unless necessary. Once the matter was resolved tomorrow, the emergency plan would be activated, and registration would begin. Although Lam Hong did not like Bai Yin, he had a point. He stopped Dengu. He had heard that a candidate was trapped and wondered whether it was Yi Hang. Dengu replied indifferently that before he had reached the finish line, the boy had already sent out a distress signal and withdrawn early. Dengu turned around and told Lam Hong to return to his room at once and not wander around. Outside, a violent explosion erupted. Lam Hong watched as a transcendent hunter battled a transcendent monster. The scene was truly spectacular. He thought to himself that everyone's hope of survival rested on that lone hunter. Would everything really be all right? Early the next morning, Lam Hong dozed off by the window. He jolted awake with a bad feeling. When he opened his door, he saw a group of people rushing about in panic. Lam Hong asked the young man what had happened. The young man said something terrible had occurred and told him to hurry to the assembly hall. The transcendent hunter had died. Everyone in the hall fell into panic. The transcendent hunter was dead, yet the monster remained. The situation was out of control. Dengu's expression turned grim. The transcendent monster had been injured, and to recover, it would surely mobilize even more monsters to attack the human stronghold. As hunters, their mission was to protect the more than 100,000 people there. The people in the hall went pale. Strictly speaking, they were not hunters yet. They were merely ordinary civilians who needed protection. Lam Huang's face darkened as he called them cowards. Calmly, he said that he had encountered a flock of nether crows in the Crimson Gold Desert, been ambushed by death worms, and nearly been eaten by geese on the snowy mountain. Those had all been transcendent monsters. Did they really think they could survive just by running away? He asked Nga how long she could hold out. She was now a gold hunter, the highest-ranked hunter at this stronghold. Dengu believed that the monsters from the desert and the snowy mountain were likely gathering. At most, she could only hold out until tomorrow evening. Lam Hong said that he himself would probably last only 3 hours. He climbed onto the platform. If even a gold hunter could not escape, then leaving alone would simply be seeking death. Pointing at the people below, he said that if they ran away, then when the monsters came, the ones they would be abandoning would be their families, their friends, and the people they love. The people in the hall fell silent. Lam Hong continued, saying that life was precious, but should not be wasted on fleeing. They should join the Hunter Association and become a force that fought monsters to protect the stronghold. Everyone enthusiastically responded to Lam Huang's words. Bai Yin left, thinking that they were truly a bunch of fools. Lam Huang watet bai zan sha di ba ding fai ge. Dengu put an arm around Lam Huang's shoulder and told everyone to defend the stronghold alongside the Hunter Association. As long as they remained united, they would surely win. Everyone left to register for battle. Lam Hong also wanted to sign up, but Dengu immediately told him to wait. She said that her teleportation treasure could carry no more than 50 people a day. While there was still time, she would take him and the hunters under 20 years old away from there. Lam Hong was somewhat surprised. Dengu said that what she had said earlier was only meant to calm everyone down temporarily. Her treasure had limitations, and the transcendent hunters would need at least another 48 hours to arrive. The monsters were gathering faster and faster. They would attack the stronghold in less than 10 hours. The Hunter Association at Stronghold 7D-121 had limited strength. Even with Lam Huang's help, they could not protect all 100,000 residents. She would live and die here to protect the association's potential. But he had to leave because he had talent and could become a hunter. Lam Hong refused to go. He also had people he needed to protect. If only transcendent hunters could kill the monster, then they could only find a way to hold the monster horde back. Dangu Jizagrid. With their current strength, they could not defend the stronghold. Lam Hong pointed behind the stronghold. He knew there was a snowy mountain there. While he still had time, they could evacuate the residents there. Based on the terrain, they could hold out for 2 days and wait for the transcendent hunters to arrive. Dengu remembered that she knew of a valley large enough to accommodate many people. As long as they blocked the cave entrance with stones, they could hold out. Lam Hong placed a hand on her shoulder and said he would stay to help her. He told her not to worry, they would survive. Dengu turned around and told him to focus on evacuating the residents. Dangu's Milit. Could they truly survive this disaster because of Lam Hong? Lam Hong led a group onward, watching the road ahead. Vong Lam worried that guarding the rear would be too dangerous. Chunak told her not to be afraid. There were hunters at the front, so the rear was actually safer. Lam Hong turned back and said Chunak was right. As long as they stayed alert and vigilant, they could reach the mountain pass by tonight. Chunak had scouting skills and knew how to set traps. Du Quang could perform long-range teleportation, and Vong Lam could enhance their strength. Their group would surely make it there safely. Chunak thought Lam Hong spoke well, while Vong Lam blushed and said she would do her best. The 4 of them continued onward. Monster corpses littered the road. Lam Hong told the other 3 to be careful. Dengu had said that transcendent monsters possess speed that was not inferior to the speed of light. Evacuating so many people would very likely draw their attention. He suddenly sensed danger approaching and immediately pulled Vong Lam down. Chunak and Du Quang turned pale. An axe stood before them. Lam Hong told everyone to stay alert. A monster picked up the axe. They had been ambushed by monsters. A legion of black iron minotaurs surrounded them. Chu Nak, Du Quang, and Vong Lam were terrified by the monsters' overwhelming numbers, and there was even a boss among them. Lam Hong told them not to panic. They needed to eliminate the boss first. The Minotaur commander ordered the other Minotaurs to charge. Lam Hong told Du Quang to cover him quickly. Du Quang immediately fired a crossbow bolt into one Minotaur's face. Lam Hong then moved in and killed it. He ordered Vong Lam to protect him and told Chu Nak to set traps quickly. Vong Lam immediately raised her staff and unleashed an ability that blinded the Minotaurs. Chu Nak quickly began setting traps as well. Lam Hong also wanted to test the power of the Great Wilderness Blade scripture against these monsters. He swung his blade at a Minotaur. Lam Hong looked at his sword. As expected, an epic sword technique was completely different from an ordinary one. 18 moves had become 36, and its power was immense. Suddenly, a Minotaur lifted a pillar, intending to attack Lam Hong from behind. Lam Hong glanced at the monster, then swiftly slashed it across the chest. The system congratulated him on obtaining a Minotaur demon card fragment. The Minotaurs also stepped into the traps Chu Nak had set. Lam Hong struck the boss with a slash. The system congratulated him again for obtaining a Minotaur demon card. For completing a cross-rank kill, he received a temporary transformation card. Lam Hong knew this was a black iron Minotaur. But what was a transformation card? He checked its details. After using it, the player could freely transform into any summoned monster. However, they would not gain all of the monster's abilities. The transformation lasted only 24 hours, and each card could be used only once. A Minotaur appeared behind him. Lam Hong glanced back and realized he did not have time to dodge. Blood sprayed from the monster as it collapsed. Bak had saved him. Bak gave him a cold glance, and Lam Hong understood its meaning. It was dangerous to be distracted in battle. He and Bak joined forces to deal with the Minotaurs. Junyak, Du Quang, and Vung Lam fell à Samet. They had thought Lam Hong was weak because he had not yet reached Black Iron, but they had not expected him to be so powerful. Once the Minotaurs had all been dealt with, the three of them repeatedly cheered and praised him. Lam Hong recalled Bak and told them to hurry toward the mountain. His emperor's heart ring suddenly vibrated. Dengu was calling him. She asked how far he had gotten. Lam Hong said they had just dealt with some trouble and were leaving right away. They could reach the mountain pass in about 2 hours. Dengu told them to return within 1 hour. The monster tide had begun its attack. If they were any later, they would die. The monsters surged in like a flood as Dengu and the others fought together. A monster suddenly bit a young man to death. Dengu found it utterly hateful. A young man told Dengu that casualties were already severe. If this continued, they would not be able to hold the cave entrance. Dengu told him to gather the injured and the weak and slowly retreat, then find a way to seal the cave entrance. Those willing to stay would fight to the end alongside her. Dengu's eyes suddenly widened. A blood-striped dire hound had appeared. The young men turned pale with fear at the sight of it. As long as they killed the blood-striped dire hound, the wind demon dire hounds would retreat on their own. The purple-haired young man frowned. Even Dengu could not face an entire pack of dire hounds alone. He grabbed her tightly to stop her from taking such a risk. The dire hounds suddenly turned to look behind them. Dengu's expression brightened as Lam Hong charged straight toward the blood-striped dire hound. The blood-striped dire hound clamped down on his sword. Lam Hong told Du Quang and Vong Lam to help the injured retreat, leaving this place to him and Chunak. Chunak meditan zuset upto support Lam Hong. Lam Hong pulled his sword from the blood-striped dire hound's mouth. The blood-striped dire hound retreated, blood flowing from its mouth. Lam Hong sternly told it to come at him. Either it would die or he would live. A horn suddenly grew from the blood-striped dire hound's forehead as it charged at him madly. Lam Hong had not expected the hound to rise 3 levels at once. The blood-striped dire hound pinned him down with its paw and opened its jaws, intending to swallow him whole. As Chunak turned to look at him, a dire hound lunged forward. Dengu lashed out with her whip and killed the dire hound. Chunak and Dengu stood back to back, agreeing to clear out these worthless monsters before going to save Lam Hong. Lam Hong told them not to worry and summoned Santa. Santua immediately shoved the blood-striped dire hound off Lam Hong. As a monster tamer, how could he let a dog bite him? The blood-striped dire hound retreated, and Lam Hong immediately summoned Bok. Bok launched an attack on the blood-striped dire hound. Lam Hong seized the opportunity and slashed the blood-striped dire hound. The system congratulated him on obtaining a blood-striped dire hound card fragment. For killing above his rank, he received a skill card. Dengu and Chunak praised him. Dengu walked over, surprised that a monster tamer like Lam Hong was so proficient in blade techniques. Lam Hong told her not to praise him yet. While the dire hounds were retreating, they needed to quickly finish arranging the cave defenses. Chunak breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lam Hong had arrived in time. Otherwise, they would all have been finished. Dengu ordered everyone to retreat into the cave at once and strengthen their defenses. Lam Hong senset someting haputing. A swarm of giant spiders was advancing toward them. Dengu could hardly believe it. Another wave of beasts had arrived. The venomous spiders moved closer, and people fled in terror. Dengu told them not to run. The cave entrance had not been completed yet, and running back would only lead to death. Lam Hong gritted his teeth. At this speed, the giant spider swarm would arrive in about 10 minutes. Chunak said there was no longer enough time to block the gaps, but there were still plenty of monster corpses, which could be used to seal them. Dengu immediately ordered Chunak's group to act. She would stay behind to hold off the giant spiders. Lam Hong told Dengu to lead Du Quang back inside to defend. He and the others could hold this position. The defenses had to be completed. Du Quang refused to leave, saying that his long-range teleportation ability would be useful for coordinating with Lam Hong in battle. Dengu's expression hardened. As a senior hunter, she could not let a rookie like Lam Hong bear this burden. Lam Hong told her not to forget that she was the only commander at the stronghold. Lam Hong led Du Quang and a group of people forward. Dengu shut her eyes tightly, then carried the corpse of a dire hound and told Chunak to hurry. They had to finish the defensive perimeter. At that moment, Dengu only hoped that Lam Hong would not die. Lam Hong fought the giant spiders. He summoned Xiao He. When Xiao He appeared, Lam Hong said he had just killed a blood-striped dire hound and obtained a skill card, and he wanted to use it now. Xiao He took out the skill card. It was a random rare skill card. With the situation hanging by a thread, he could only gamble with his life. Xiao He immediately infused the skill card into Lam Hong. The system congratulated him on obtaining the movement technique, snow treading without a trace. Lam Hong opened his eyes. He charged forward at once. He had obtained an excellent card, and it was not restricted by rank. What could be better? Lam Hong attacked, sending the giant spiders flying with his blade. Chunak and the purple-haired young man were astonished by Lam Hong's ever-increasing speed. He gracefully and nimbly dodged the spider's attacks. Lam Hong told Xiao He to temporarily cut off the lifelike connection between him and Bok. Xiao He was puzzled. Lam Hong's life was nearly full, and he was about to reach Black Iron. Lam Hong knew that after reaching Black Iron, he would gain his first life seed, allowing him to greatly enhance one aspect of his abilities. Xiao He opened the information panel and asked which of the 5 types of life seed, elemental, enhancement, spiritual, special, or fusion, he wished to choose. Lam Hong drove his blade into a spider's head. Naturally, he chose a blade enhancement life seed so that he could attack Black Iron monsters. Xiao He understood. In that case, it would stop transmitting life light to his summoned monsters. Now, he had to do everything he could to survive this calamity. By the following morning, Lam Hong and the others had killed every giant spider. Dengu told Lam Hong that the defenses were complete and to lead everyone back quickly. Chunak said Lam Hong was incredible. Without him and his summoned monsters, they would never have held out until morning. Lam Hong was exhausted. He only wanted to return and rest, but he did not know when the next monster wave would arrive. He smiled. Protecting one stronghold meant one more measure of hope. He absolutely had to protect Lam Shin. Everyone's emperor's heart rings vibrated. The system announced that monsters had attacked 3 small strongholds in District 7D-123, with casualties reaching 670,000. Transcendent powerhouses were being dispatched. Everyone became anxious, and Dengu realized that this time they were truly in trouble. The transcendent beasts had been seriously injured. Their current goal was to kill in revenge, and they were now the only survivors in the surrounding region. This place would be the monster's next target. Dire hound corpses were piled up to form a wall. Dengu was certain that more attacks would come, and casualties would continue to rise. She worried about how long they could endure. She was not afraid of death. From the day she became a hunter, she had never cared about her own life or death. Lam Hong placed his hand over hers. As a senior hunter, how could she die so easily? He had heard the saying, when soldiers come, generals stop them. When floodwaters rise, build embankments. Even at the moment of life and death, there was no need to think too much. Just fight to the bitter end. Dengu blushed at Lam Huang's words. She turned away shyly as the purple-haired young man noticed an ambush. Lam Hong did not know what was approaching. In the distance, a herd of armored war elephants came thundering toward them. Dengu slammed both hands down. That transcendent monster was extremely ferocious. It would destroy all the fortifications everyone had worked so hard to build. She gritted her teeth. An armored war elephant was born with half its body made of metal. Its defense was terrifying, and anything in its path would simply be swept away. She drew out her whip. Even if it meant dying, she had to defend this stronghold. Lam Hong told her to look over there. Dengu followed the direction he pointed and saw a figure in the sky. A platinum-haired young man was flying toward them. He swung his sword at an armored war elephant's eye. Lam Hong saw that the young man was a gold hunter. Dengu said that he was more than just a gold hunter. He was also the 11th ranked genius in the world, only one step away from becoming a transcendent hunter. One armored war elephant glared at the young man before collapsing. The young man swooped down and gave it another slash. Dengu cried out happily, calling him her brother. This was her older brother, Yizheng. Yizheng finished off the armored war elephant before him. Yizheng landed in front of Dengu and snorted. Yizheng told Dengu to stay alert. It was not over yet. An army of insects was approaching. Dengu recognized them as black desert spiders. Yizheng remained calm. Although black desert spiders did not have powerful attacks, the silk they fired was extremely tough. Transcendent monsters often used it to pull down fortifications. Lam Hong saw that there were far too many of them to kill all at once. Yizheng said that heavy artillery could take them out from a distance, but unfortunately, a small stronghold like this did not have any. Dengu saw no reason to be afraid. She summoned a heavy cannon. Yizheng asked whether she had passed the basic heavy artillery certification exam. Without a heavy artillery license, how had she bought that thing? Lam Hong was equally surprised. This was the first time he had seen gold-grade equipment. Dengu prepared to fire. As long as one had money, anything could be bought on the black market. She repeated Lam Huang's words. When soldiers come, generals block them. When the waters rise, build a dam. Dengu fired the cannon, and the shell struck the cliff wall. Neither Yizheng nor Lam Hong knew what to say. She had indeed missed. Dengu curled her lips and told them to just wait and see. The rocks on the cliff split apart and came crashing down, wiping out every black desert spider. Yizheng reminded Lam Hong never to provoke women. Lam Huang's eyes suddenly widened. A flock of dark ravens was flying toward them from behind Dengu. Yizheng realized they were in serious trouble this time. The dark ravens surged toward them. Lam Hong wondered if this was the apocalypse. There was a flock of dark ravens in the sky and monsters on the ground. They all came flooding in like ocean waves. Everyone was terrified and utterly hopeless. Yizheng told Dengu to open the spatial gate. He said that many of the applicants were highly promising and represented humanity's future hope. It was her duty to lead them away. Dengu refused to leave, and the two began arguing. Lam Hong asked Xiao He how many skill cards he had accumulated from killing monsters above his level in the previous battles. Xiao He said he had accumulated 1,245, then asked whether Lam Hong wanted to gamble. Lam Huang's gaze became resolute. He was the leader. Even if the chance was only 0.1%, he had to gamble on drawing a skill card that could turn the situation around. He asked Xiaohei what would happen if all the skill cards were fused. Xiaohei thought about it. In theory, they might obtain a skill that could be used regardless of rank, but its type was uncertain. Moreover, all of those were one-use consumable cards. No one had ever done anything like this before. Lam Hong gritted his teeth. Even if the skill cards he drew were powerful, most of them could not be used at his current rank. Looking at the dark ravens in the sky, he decided that since death was the only other path, he might as well go all in. Lam Hong told Xiaohei to fuse all the cards. Xiaohei immediately obeyed. Whatever it was, Lam Hong would use it at once. The system notified him that he had a total of 1,245 cards. He obtained a minor obliteration card, but no bonus card was drawn. The fused skill card merged with him, and Lam Huang's power erupted. The energy radiating from him was like the sun. With a single move, he swept away every monster from the ground to the sky. Dingu shut her eyes tightly and clung to Yizhong. When she opened them, she saw Lam Hong collapsing to his knees. Everyone was stunned that every monster had been exterminated, and they realized that Lam Hong had saved them. Lam Hong looked up. He had no idea what that skill card had done. Dingu happily threw her arms around him. Yizhong wondered whether the move Lam Hong had just used was a divine technique. Lam Hong said it was difficult to explain. Yizhong looked displeased. Did Lam Hong think so little of his seniors just because he had some ability? Dingu gave an awkward laugh and said that Lam Hong had not meant it that way. Yizhong shot her a glance and frowned. A grown daughter could not be kept at home. Lam Hong suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice. Looking up at the cliff, he saw a figure. Lam Hong and Dingu both sensed that this person's aura was strange. Yizhong gritted his teeth. This monster had finally revealed itself. The monster had not expected to encounter a descendant of a true god here. Lam Hong pointed at himself in confusion. Was he a descendant of a true god? Dingu drew her whip and told Lam Hong to be careful. This was the transcendent monster. Chu Yu, Wang Lan, and Yu Guang were equally shocked. Wang Lan felt the monster's suffocating pressure. What could they do if the transcendent hunter had not arrived yet? The monster slowly removed his hood. In a disdainful tone, he said that even a transcendent hunter would merely be a defeated opponent before him. Lam Hong, Yizhong, and Dingu assumed battle stances. The monster said he could offer them a way to live. As long as they handed over Lam Hong, he would spare everyone there. Everyone was shocked that the lives of 200,000 people could be exchanged for Lam Huang's alone. Yizhong believed there was an 80 or 90% chance that Lam Hong was a descendant of a true god. If the monster ate him and fused with the flesh and blood of the godkin, it would have a chance of evolving into a member of the divine race. The monster flicked out its serpent tongue and said that he had used shadow clones to mislead the transcendent hunters coming as reinforcements. They would not be able to return for some time. If they wanted to live, they had to hand over Lam Hong. Otherwise, 200,000 people would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Xiaohei grew serious. It thought that no one would refuse such a favorable deal. Lam Hong asked Xiaohei whether there was any way to deal with the monster. Xiaohei looked at Lam Hong. Given his strength, facing a transcendent enemy meant a 100% chance of death. The gap in power was simply too great. There was no solution. Dingu agreed. She agreed to hand Lam Hong over in exchange for 200,000 lives. Lam Hong was surprised by her response, and Xiaohei bid him farewell as well. She walked over to the monster and asked it to allow her one final minute to speak with Lam Hong. The monster spoke contemptuously. What could she possibly do under its watch? It gave her 1 minute. Dingu told her brother to come with her and serve as a witness. She took her brother's hand and led him over to Lam Hong. Zhang stood before Lam Hong. She took his hand, making him blush. Though she had only known him for a few days, she admired his courage, character, and ability immensely. Lam Hong and her brother were both stunned. Was this a confession? Dingu's eyes filled with tears. They likely would never meet again after this farewell, so she wanted him to know how she felt. She also hoped he would forgive her selfishness. A door appeared behind Lam Hong and her brother. Dingu immediately shoved both of them through it before Lam Hong and Yizhong could react. Dingu's milit. She entrusted humanity's future to the two of them. The monster flew into a rage. It gathered demonic power and attacked Dingu. Its demonic power pierced straight through her body. Yizheng yachit in horror. Dingu slowly fell to the ground. As Dingu collapsed, Lam Hong and Neza rushed over to support her. Dengu looked up and said that she was afraid she could not hold on. Lam Hong was furious. Killing intent surged from him as he glared at the monster. The monster was enraged. It had shown them such mercy, yet they dared repay kindness with hostility. A crack appeared above its head as it revealed its true form, an enormous python. Everyone was terrified as the monster unleashed its full power. The monster opened its mouth, and something shot toward Lam Hong like an arrow. It bound him and dragged him before the monster. The monster opened its jaws. The binding was so tight that Lam Hong could barely breathe. The monster swallowed him whole before everyone's horrified eyes. Dengu involuntarily cried out Lam Hong's name, while the monster suddenly realized something was wrong. A spatial gate appeared behind it, and its entire body became unable to move. A hand reached out from the spatial gate behind it. The hand immediately slammed it down, causing the monster to spit Lam Hong back out. Lam Hong fell to the ground. The giant hand withdrew. Seizing the chance, the monster opened its jaws and lunged toward Lam Hong. The giant hand promptly slapped the monster, making it spit out a mouthful of blood in pain. Rocks fell from the cliff, and Lam Hong seized the chance to escape. A voice called his name, and Lam Hong recognized it as familiar. He turned around and saw the Ice King and Xue Luo. Lam Hong was astonished that the Ice King and Xue Luo had appeared here. He immediately ran over to them. The Ice King said Xue Luo had been worried, so they had come to take a look. Lam Hong Teng get Tam. Without them, everyone here would have been finished. Then Lam Hong suddenly remembered that no one could be allowed to see Xue Luo. Xue Luo replied calmly. She had already cast a spell that put everyone there to sleep. The python monster's blood rose into the air. Xue Luo raised her hand and gathered the monster's blood droplets together. She owed him a favor and could not leave with peace of mind before repaying it. She gave Lam Hong an immortal black serpent, which could be stored within his life wheel. He was to nurture it well. Once he advanced to the transcendent realm, he could refine it. It possessed a trace of dragon lineage and would become a powerful battle soul. Lam Hong knew it was improper to ask, but he begged Xue Luo to save his friend. Dengu was severely injured. Lam Hong knew that Xue Luo had secluded herself from worldly affairs for 5 years, so asking for her help was extremely presumptuous. But Dengu had been gravely wounded while saving him. Xue Luo looked at him. To save Dengu, she would need to reconstruct her life wheel from the beginning, which required at least the soul of a transcendent creature. She asked whether he dared give up this dragon lineage soul beast to save her. Lam Hong did not hesitate. Saving a life was more important. Xue Luo smiled. She tossed the dragon lineage soul beast back to him. She had only been joking. She had other soul beasts that could repair Dengu's life wheel. The Ice King stretched both hands out beside Dengu. Xue Luo stepped forward and cast a spell, repairing Dengu's life wheel. Xue Luo lifted her hand, and a firebird appeared. A magic formation emerged. Lam Hong anxiously asked Xue Luo whether Dengu would be all right. Xue Luo replied calmly that she would be fine once she woke up. Lam Hong smiled and said he could never fully repay such immense kindness, but he would certainly repay her someday. Xue Luo felt that perhaps there would no longer be an opportunity. She had watched this world for far too long. It was time for her to return. However, she still had something she wanted to ask. Xue Luo leaned close to him and asked whether he believed in love. Lam Huang Bolu said he thought that perhaps Xue Luo was still held back by the obstacles she had faced before. Without a breath, his voice became gentle. As for love, whether she believed in it or not, it was something that would always happen. He told Xue Luo not to hesitate over right or wrong. No matter the outcome, no one had the right to deny the sincerity she had given, not even the person who had betrayed her feelings. He took Xue Luo's hand. Someone like her, who dared to love and hate, who could take things up and let them go, was truly beautiful and strong. Lam Huang's my. Even if she were not a god, her existence would still shine like the sun in his eyes. Xue Luo was somewhat surprised. She gently brushed her hair aside. Hearing Lam Huang's words, she finally understood. She could now bid farewell to the human world without regret. She thanked him, saying that she had received another kindness from him. Lam Hong smiled and said that he was the one who should be grateful to her. The Ice King held a young man in his arms. Shueluo said that he was the reinforcement who had come for everyone, but had been misled by the monster. The transcendent hunter was sleeping soundly. Shueluo said she would alter everyone's memories. Once they woke up, they would believe that this man had ended the monster and the beast tide, so all the credit would go to him. Lam Huang understood. He knew Shueluo feared that people would think he was a descendant of the divine race, which would bring him endless trouble. Shueluo smiled and said that it was time for her to leave. She flew onto the Ice King's back, and a spatial gate appeared behind them. Lam Huang bide su luo fa wai. Shueluo looked at him and said, "Until we meet again." He watched the two of them leave. He smiled. Perhaps he would never have the chance to see them again. Dingu suddenly woke up. Her brother asked whether she was all right. Dingu asked what had happened. Her brother smiled and said that fortunately, the transcendent hunter had arrived in time and killed the monster. Although everyone had been briefly stunned by the impact when the transcendent monster fell, there had been no casualties. Daingiu was confused. She felt as though she had died once, then sunk into darkness and gradually lost consciousness, only to be saved by someone. Looking at Lam Huang's back, she felt that she had forgotten something very important. At Lam Huang's home, he stood outside Lam Shin's room and quietly opened the door. Lam Shin was fast asleep, and he did not wish to disturb her. He lay down on the bed. Xiao He had not expected him to return unharmed. Lam Huang's my. He had registered on the hunter list and completed the mission within the required time. He asked Xiao He where the reward it had mentioned earlier was. Xiao He produced a flawless card. This card could heal the user once, removing every hidden injury and ailment from the body, though it did not include fate, the life wheel, or bloodline. Lam Hong thought it was truly a good item. Xiao He told him to keep it. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Lam Huang's my. He had another use for the card. Xiao He rested its chin on its hand and asked whether Lam Hong was sure he did not want to save it for an emergency. Lam Hong did not. Shueluo had already healed his life wheel, so there was no major problem for now. But to ensure victory in battle, he needed to heal Bok's bloodline and remove the corrupted blood factor that was fatal to bloodthirsty creatures. Only then could Bok perform better in battle. With that, he summoned Bok. He looked at the flawless card in his hand. As a monster tamer, having powerful monsters without weaknesses was his best means of preserving his life. Lam Hong crushed the flawless card. Bok received the card's effect, and it truly worked. Xiao He wanted to find some corrupted blood factors someday and test them out. This was the first time it had seen such a method for modifying monsters. Lam Hong had already fallen sound asleep. Xiao He told him to recall Bok before sleeping. Lam Shin hugged Lam Hong from behind, delighted to see that he had returned safely. At that moment, Lam Hong was speaking with Yi Zheng, who thought Lam Shin was truly adorable. Lam Shin blushed and immediately ran back upstairs, not forgetting to complain that Lam Hong should have told her sooner. Yi Zheng returned to the main matter. He told Lam Hong that he had to choose the six-armed enchantress as his life-bound monster. Lam Hong had also reviewed the 10 blade-type monsters, and only the six-armed enchantress possessed the ghost hand command that suited his needs. Yi Zheng looked over the six-armed enchantress's information. It could enhance Lam Huang's blade techniques and firearm abilities. However, the six-armed enchantress was one of the most dangerous monsters at the Black Iron rank, and it was not recommended as a life-bound monster. Lam Hong considered this. There was no more suitable life-bound monster within the Black Iron rank. If he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he had no choice but to choose it. Yi Zheng also sent him several combat recordings of adventure teams encountering six-armed enchantresses. He told Lam Hong to watch them carefully and take his time deciding. Lam Shin bid Lam Hong goodbye as she headed to school. When Lam Hong turned around, he was surprised by how sweet and gentle she looked. Lam Shin acted adorably in front of Yi Zheng, making Lam Hong wonder whether she was really his sister. She promptly knocked him on the head and stormed off to school. Yi Zheng coughed a few times and said that Dingu had asked him to pass along her regards. Lam Hong wondered why Dingu had not called him herself. Yi Zheng said that he had to leave first and told him to watch the video before making a decision. Lam Hong wondered what Dingu could possibly be so busy with that she did not even have time to call him. He played the video. It showed the six-armed enchantress slaughtering the members of an adventurer team one by one. Lam Hong was somewhat terrified. The enchantress was incredibly fast, and each of her arms moved independently along unpredictable trajectories. In less than a minute, the six-member adventurer team was completely wiped out. Then the enchantress turned to look at the camera. Lam Hong broke out in a cold sweat as well. He wondered whether he could defeat the Enchantress himself. At Stronghold 7C87 in Airwall City, Lam Hong decided to head to the worry-free forest in search of the six-armed Enchantress. Since he relied on the system to advance in rank, choosing his lifebound monster was an especially important matter. He stopped in front of a building. The fastest way to reach the worry-free forest was by magic crystal airship, and only a large stronghold, such as Airwall City, had an airship terminal. A gust of wind blew into his face. Lam Hong stared in amazement at the enormous magic crystal airship. The airship landed. Lam Hong boarded with the crowd. He entered room 298 and lay down to rest. Lam Hong felt extremely comfortable. The airship had 11 levels, and meals and lodging were included, so it was no wonder the ticket was so expensive. Lam Hong activated his Emperor's Heart Ring to watch the news. It reported on the earlier monster attack at Monster Lake in Snow Mountain Town. Zhou Yu, Wang Lan, and Yu Guang were also featured in the report. They had all bravely stepped forward to protect everyone without fearing death. The news also reported on Bak Nam, a talented imperial envoy. Not only had he refused to stay and fight alongside everyone, but he had even mocked them. A great many reporters had come to interview Bak Nam. He was a 16th-generation descendant of an imperial envoy family. Bak Nam's actions this time had inevitably left people disappointed. Lam Hong thought that no matter who one was or which world one lived in, no one could escape the pressure of public opinion. Not Hang called Lam Hong, tearfully overjoyed that he was still alive. Lam Hong thought that he should be the one saying that. He had told Not Hang to wait where he was, but when he returned, Not Hang was nowhere to be found. Not Hang said he had run after him to help. He explained that he had asked Ngu and learned Lam Hong was alive, and she had even given him Lam Huang's contact information. He also wondered why Lam Hong had not called him. Lam Hong scratched his head. Everything had stemmed from the Snow Mountain Town incident, and he had been so busy and overwhelmed that he had forgotten. Not Hang tearfully expressed his grievance and said he had even erected a memorial tablet. Whenever he missed Lam Hong, he would go burn incense before it, which annoyed Lam Hong somewhat. Not Hang did not dare say any more. He had heard Ngu say that Lam Hong had chosen the six-armed Enchantress as his lifebound monster and asked whether it was true. Lam Hong pointed behind him. He was already aboard a magic crystal airship headed for the worry-free forest. Not Hang was worried. This type of monster was one of the strongest monsters in the Black Iron Realm. Even a bronze hunter would have difficulty dealing with it. Lam Hong knew that. He had watched the battle footage many times and already had a plan to deal with it. Nyat Hang sighed. If that was the case, there was nothing he could do. Lam Hong wondered why Not Hang had been talking so strangely and asked what had really happened. Not Hang said that Ngu had contacted him on her own, given him Lam Huang's contact information, and asked him to persuade Lam Hong to give up on the six-armed Enchantress. Lam Hong wondered why Ngu had not called him directly. Not Hang explained that even her older brother could not persuade her. So how could she do it herself? That was why she had asked him to try. Lam Hong suddenly heard an unusual sound. He hurriedly ended the call and ran outside. The other passengers came out of their rooms as well. The airship announced that a flock of birds was attacking ahead. For safety reasons, passengers were instructed not to remain on the deck and to return to their rooms at once. Lam Hong clenched his teeth. A massive flock of birds filled the sky, flying straight toward the airship. A flock of gale sparrows swooped down to attack the magic crystal airship. There were too many of them to count. Lam Hong thought that gale sparrows seemed to be among the most troublesome aerial monsters. A gale sparrow flew into the airship, but was blocked by its protective shield. The barrier surrounding the magic crystal airship had been activated, and it could withstand the gale sparrow's attacks. Lam Huang, thou win. Although the airship was protected by a barrier, he still felt uneasy. A man said that the magic crystal airship had a 90% safety rating, so nothing would happen. Another man beside him agreed, saying that the gale sparrows could not possibly do anything to them. At that moment, Lam Hong was startled to see a golden military sparrow king flying toward them. With just one attack, it nearly shattered the protective barrier around the airship. Lam Hong had not expected to end up in such a situation. An old man collapsed to the ground. The golden military sparrow king was a gold realm monster. It would certainly be able to break the barrier. So Lam Hong quickly helped the old man up. The old man worried that once the golden military sparrow king broke through the airship's defenses, the entire flock of gale sparrows would slaughter everyone aboard. All the passengers would become food for them. Lam Hong thought there had to be some way. Even if he could find an escape route, he was no match for the golden military sparrow king with his current strength. The golden military sparrow king attacked the airship's barrier. Lam Hong looked up and saw a transcendent hunter flying through the sky. Looking more closely, he saw that the man wore gold-grade flight armor. The old man was overjoyed upon seeing the young man. It was Lai Non Tin. According to the old man, Lai Non Tin was one of the top 5 super powerhouses on the Gold Hunter rankings. With him here, everyone would be safe. Non Tin charged toward the golden military sparrow king. He drew his sword and slashed at the golden military sparrow king, cutting down the gale sparrows as well. The remaining monsters fled in fear. Lam Hong was stunned by Non Tin's power. He had slain the golden military sparrow king with a single strike. The female students gazed at Non Tin admiringly as he sheathed his sword. Lam Hong a valutnan ting shou mova. Though it had only been a single slash, the blade technique was clearly flawless. If he could convert it into a skill card, it would surely be a rare one. If he could imitate it, he would gain a blade technique. Lam Hong turned to leave, but the old man called out to him. He had not yet thanked him. Lam Hong said there was no need. He had things to do and returned to his room. Xiao He folded his arms and asked whether he was imagining combining the great wilderness blade scripture with Lai Non Tin's blade technique. Lam Hong said it was more or less like that. Xiao He reminded him that the bald man had dived into the water back then, allowing Lam Hong to see his entire set of moves. This man had only used one move, yet Lam Hong wanted to see his entire blade technique. Lam Hong gripped his sword tightly. How would he know if he did not try? Lam Hong closed his eyes. As long as he could imitate the power of the blade technique, there was a good chance he would obtain a skill card. Lam Hong swung his sword again and again. If once was not enough, he would try 10 times. If 10 times were not enough, then 100. If 100 were not enough, he would try hundreds or thousands of times until he succeeded. Sweat poured down his body. This kind of training was the true essence of the path of survival. Lam Hong gasped for breath as Xiao He told him to give up. He had been swinging his blade nonstop for 5 hours. Lam Hong focused his mind. Practicing only the form could not replicate its spirit. What if he imitated it in actual combat? The 6-armed enchantress's attacks looked chaotic, but every move was lethal. He imagined fighting the 6-armed enchantress. The great wilderness blade scripture had more than enough force, but lacked flexibility. It would be far too difficult to compete with it in speed. The best possible outcome would be dying alongside it, unless he could think of a way to restrain its movements. To kill his lifebound monster, his summoned creature could assist him as long as he personally landed the fatal strike. If Bach could hold the 6-armed enchantress back, even for a single second, he would have an opportunity. Lam Hong closed his eyes and focused. He opened them and swung his blade downward. The sword trajectory was exceptionally agile, decisive, and sharp. The system congratulated him on obtaining a Thunderclap blade skill card, and he immediately immersed himself in training. Lam Hong looked like a man possessed. Xiao He stood beside him with puffed cheeks. Lam Hong had spent a fortune compensating the airship for the damage to the room. It had gained nothing but a fragment. Lam Hong did not want to listen to Xiao He anymore. If given some time, he would definitely earn enough. Xiao He asked whether he was heading to the worry-free forest now. Lam Hong replied that the worry-free forest was 3,000 kilometers away, and there was not even a small stronghold nearby. He could not enter it on his own. He needed to find an adventurer team led by at least a Silver Realm powerhouse and enter the worry-free forest with them. The receptionist cheerfully received Lam Hong. Since he wanted to go to the worry-free forest, this team would depart tonight and could remain in the forest for a week. Lam Hong was somewhat bewildered. Why were they leaving so urgently? The receptionist smiled and said that he was lucky. The captain of this team was a Gold Realm hunter. They had a mission in the worry-free forest and could take him there along the way. If he missed this chance, the next departure would not be for another 12 days. She continued, saying that he could consider hiring an adventurer team to escort him there privately, though the cost would naturally be higher. Lam Hong felt like crying. He did not need that. The compensation for damaging the magic crystal airship room had already cost him dearly. The receptionist reminded him that traveling with the team would cost 200,000 credit points. The escort team would only be responsible for bringing him to the worry-free forest. They would not be responsible for his safety afterward. Once he had confirmed, he was asked to sign. Lam Hong signed immediately and asked how he should contact the captain. The receptionist smiled and said that once the hiring fee was transferred, the captain would contact him. Xiao He worried that he might die in the worry-free forest this time. Lam Hong was not afraid. At the very least, this team had a Gold Realm captain. He would take things one step at a time. Without a life-bound monster, he would die sooner or later anyway. His Emperor's heart ring vibrated. The captain had messaged him that they would depart at 9 that night and gather at the south gate of the stronghold. Lam Hong thought this captain used few words, but conveyed much, speaking with strength and conviction. She had to be reliable. Xiao He advised him not to be so optimistic. At the south gate of stronghold 7C82, Lam Hong stood waiting, but no one came. A voice behind him asked whether he was the one who wanted to go to the worry-free forest with her. She introduced herself as Captain Lan Noyet Tam. She told him that if he wanted to survive until they reached the worry-free forest, he had to obey her orders absolutely. Lam Hong had not expected the captain to be a woman. Lan Noyet Tam reminded him that she was only responsible for taking him into the forest. Once they entered, her team would have its own mission, and he would be on his own. A young man suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder. It was Nan Tin. Nan Tin smiled at Lam Hong and said that their trip to the worry-free forest was actually for a special mission, so they should not have brought an outsider along. However, there had been a problem with the airship equipment, which had delayed Lam Hong. Lam Hong was somewhat surprised that Nan Tin was here as well. Nan Tin hoped Lam Hong could withdraw from the operation, because taking an outsider with them was truly inconvenient. Naturally, he would compensate Lam Hong. Lam Hong thought that by traveling with Nan Tin, he might be able to secretly learn his blade technique. But Nan Tin clearly did not want to take him along, which put him in an awkward position. Nan Tin continued, saying that he could pay enough compensation for Lam Hong to hire an adventurer team of his own. If Lam Hong traveled with them to the worry-free forest, they would certainly part ways afterward. But if he hired a small team, they could bring him into the forest and might even help him find his target. Lam Hong found the proposal very tempting. He was about to speak when Xiao He appeared and stopped him. Xiao He congratulated him on activating a special mission card. Lam Hong was disheartened. Another special mission? Or the reward and punishment? Xiao He frowned. If he completed the mission within the time limit, he would receive an advancement card. If he failed, one of his existing monster cards would be randomly deducted. Lam Hong thought that he had no choice this time. Even if he had to shamelessly follow them, he could not lose one of his monsters. Nan Tin reminded Lam Hong that since he had agreed to the arrangement, he should leave it at that. Lam Hong immediately turned around and asked who had agreed. Nan Tin calmly asked whether Lam Hong still insisted on following them, even if it meant he might never return. Lam Hong's expression became stern. He had signed a contract, so how could he abandon it halfway through? He thought that their determination to get rid of him made their purpose seem far from simple. Lan Noyet Tam said that since they had already come this far, he should come along. There was no need to waste time here. Lam Huang imeditans umai. The scar-faced young man seemed about to say something to Nan Tin, but Nan Tin told him to forget it. After all, they only needed to bring Lam Hong to the forest. Night fell. Lan Noyet Tam and Lam Hong rode a Gold Realm monster mount through the air. Lam Hong had to praise the creature. It could cover 3,000 kilometers in just 3 hours. He looked behind him and thought that all 4 of them must be from influential families. Otherwise, how could they have such abundant wealth? Nan Tin glared at Lam Hong as if he wanted to kill him. Lam Hong wondered whether Nan Tin had feelings for Lan Noyet Tam. Lan Noyet Tam asked what he was going to do in the worry-free forest. Lam Hong smiled and said that he had come to advance into the Black Iron Realm, and that he had chosen the 6-armed enchantress as his lifebound monster. Lan Noyet Tam was startled to hear this, and asked why he had chosen that monster. With his strength, one careless mistake could cost him his life. Lam Hong calmly said that if he truly could not kill it, he would consider another lifebound monster. For now, he would simply give a try. Since Lan Noyet Tam was headed in that direction anyway. She said she would take him into the inner region. After that, he would have to pray for his own good fortune. Lam Hong smiled and thanked her, while Nan Tin continued glaring angrily at him from behind. They arrived before the worry-free forest. A roar came from the worry-free forest, startling them. Lan Noyet Tam recognized it as the roar of a gold realm monster. Lam Hong suddenly felt uneasy. The sound seemed very close. Two of Lai Nan Tin's subordinates looked displeased, blaming Lan Noyet Tam for bringing Lam Hong along when they still had a mission to complete. Lan Noyet Tam gave them a cold glance. Since they were passing by, she could give him a ride. Besides, the worry-free forest was full of monsters Lam Hong could not handle. Lai Nan Tin smiled and spoke in Lan Noyet Tam's defense, saying it would not take much of their time. Lam Hong forced a smile at Lai Nan Tin, feeling that this man was extremely calculating. Inside the forest, a dragon-type monster was tearing apart another monster. Lam Huang, Lan Nguai Et Tam, and Li Nan Ting Wat Et Eat. Lan Noyet Tam said that it was a golden armored dragon after one mutation, known as a crimson golden armored dragon. The bespectacled man spoke up, saying that the third-level gold realm crimson golden armored dragon was stronger than even a top 100 powerhouse. Only Lan Noyet Tam and Lai Nan Tin could handle it. Lam Hong looked at them and thought, wouldn't those two be throwing away their lives if they rushed in? Lai Nan Tin said gravely that if there was no imperial envoy capable of taming it, then his face suddenly filled with killing intent. Then they would kill it. The crimson golden armor dragon also noticed them and let out a savage roar. Fear rose in Lam Huang's heart. Under that terrifying, oppressive presence, let alone fighting, he could barely even move. Lan Noyet Tam was about to say that she would handle it, but Lai Nan Tin took the initiative. How could he let a woman fight? He would do it. Lam Hong looked down on him. This guy was really showing off. Lai Nan Tin drew his sword. The crimson golden armored dragon charged forward, and Lai Nan Tin rushed at it as well. Lam Hong and Lai Nan Tin's two subordinates were shocked by the crimson golden armored dragon's power. Lan Noyet Tam remained expressionless and told them not to worry. After all, he was Lai Nan Tin. The crimson golden armored dragon charged ferociously toward Lai Nan Tin. Li Nan Ting Smai Samuli. He had been waiting for it. The crimson golden armored dragon opened its jaws to bite him, but Lai Nan Tin suddenly vanished. He reappeared above the crimson golden armored dragon's head. Lam Hong immediately recognized the move as teleportation. Lai Nan Tin dove down and slashed at its neck. Lam Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was too fast. He could not see it clearly at all. The crimson golden armored dragon collapsed. Lam Huang Sai In Amazen. That guy was far too powerful. Lai Nan Tin walked past Lam Hong with a disdainful expression. Your legs have gone weak already? Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. Lam Hong flared with anger. No matter how strong that man was, it did not change the fact that he was extremely irritating. Lam Hong looked regretfully at the crimson golden armored dragon's corpse. What a pity he did not have a dragon-slaying skill. Otherwise, he could have used the fragments to form a dragon card. The system suddenly announced that it had detected a dying mutated dragon blood creature. It met the requirements for fusing with the immortal black serpent beast soul within the host's body. Would he proceed with the beast soul fusion and create a new blood soul monster card? Lam Hong had not expected such a fortunate opportunity. He happily waved to Lan Noyet Tam's group. Go on ahead. I need to use the bathroom. Lam Hong approached the crimson golden armored dragon's corpse. He asked Xiao He how to merge with it. Xiao He told him to place his hand on it and establish a connection with the immortal black serpent's beast soul inside him. Lam Hong immediately put his hand on the crimson golden armored dragon's body. At once, he felt the immortal black serpent's beast soul awaken. The crimson golden armored dragon's corpse gradually dissolved into fragments. The fragments then entered his forehead. Xiao He explained that the immortal black serpent possessed dragon blood and was compatible with the crimson golden armored dragon's soul. Shualuo had given him an enormous gift. A blue epic gray dragon card had been created. Lam Hong looked at the card. Its name was Immortal Dragon Hatchling. It sounded incredibly impressive, absolutely amazing. He asked Xiao He what a primary dragon blood species was. Xiao Hei answered that dragons were classified according to the concentration of dragon blood in their bodies. Those with low dragon blood concentration were known as subdragons, while those above subdragons were true dragon blood species. Dragon blood species were extremely powerful monsters, divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and pure blood ranks according to the concentration of their dragon blood. Card rarity was divided into epic, legendary, mythical, and super mythical. Xiao Hei asked whether he wanted to draw a skill. Otherwise, it was going back to sleep. Of course, Lam Hong wanted to draw one. He wanted rapid regeneration, but reality gave him a harsh slap in the face when he drew absolute defense instead. This left him devastated. Still, Lam Hong quickly recovered. This skill happened to suit his close combat fighting style. Xiao Hei reminded him that he needed to reach the Black Iron Realm before he could summon the immortal dragon hatchling, so he should focus on advancing. Lam Hong returned to the team and stayed close beside Lan Noyet Tam. Lai Non Tin and his two subordinates were visibly angered by how stubbornly he clung to her. After walking for a while, Lai Non Tin's two subordinates pointed ahead. The six-armed enchantress's habitat is about 3 kilometers from here. You'll have to go by yourself. Lan Noyet Tam pulled Lam Hong back and reminded him that he should not force things that could not be obtained. Talent was important when choosing a life-bound monster, but he would be able to choose 3 stronger targets in the future, so there was no need to force it. Lam Huang Sumai. If I can't find it, I'll choose something else. I don't know what your mission is, but I wish all of you success. Lai Non Tin was furious to see him chatting so happily with Lan Noyet Tam. Lan Noyet Tam turned back toward him, smiled, and said, "Thank you." Lam Hong was moved. It was the first time he had seen her smile. She really was a girl who seemed cold on the outside, but warm at heart. Lam Huang Sumon Bek. Now, the main mission of finding the 6-armed enchantress began. Lam Hong finally spotted the 6-armed enchantresses. He and Bak hid nearby and observed them. However, the creatures were standing too close together. If he did not want to be killed, he had to find a way to take them out one at a time. He ordered Bak to look for a monster that was alone. Lam Hong and Bak set off to search. Bak suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Lam Hong was startled when he saw a 6-armed enchantress in a purple dress. It was the mutated monster. Fighting 2 at once would be difficult, but this was an excellent opportunity. Lam Hong ordered Bak to charge first and follow the plan. Bak rushed at the red-dressed 6-armed enchantress. According to what Lam Hong had learned, 6-armed enchantresses could not hear sounds, so they would not be alerted to danger. As long as they could control one, they would have a chance to defeat the other. The red-dressed 6-armed enchantress exchanged blows with Bak. Lam Hong ordered Bak to smash its mask. The mask was its vital point. The red-dressed 6-armed enchantress used all 6 of its arms to block Bak's attacks. At the same time, Lam Hong charged at the purple-dressed 6-armed enchantress. "Hold on tight, Bak. If I can launch a sneak attack, our chances of winning will be high." The purple-dressed 6-armed enchantress noticed Lam Hong as well. It controlled all 6 arms and attacked him. Lam Hong was shocked. Magic attacks and physical attacks at the same time. Lam Hong was forced back a distance. Seeing this, Bak turned to look at him. Lam Hong told Bak not to worry about him and to deal with one of them first. Lam Hong drew his gun and fired several shots in rapid succession. The purple-dressed 6-armed enchantress blocked the bullets with its arms. It swung its arms down at Lam Hong, but he dodged in time. Lam Hong gritted his teeth. This was too dangerous. He could not keep fighting like this. One of the purple-dressed 6-armed enchantress's arms pierced through Lam Hong like a spear. Fortunately, he activated Snow Step without a trace in time and moved behind it. On Bak's side, Bak transformed his wings into ropes. He bound the red-dressed 6-armed enchantress. Lam Hong immediately thrust his sword into the red-dressed 6-armed enchantress's forehead. The purple-dressed 6-armed enchantress moved behind him. Neither Lam Hong nor Bak had time to react. The red-dressed 6-armed enchantress extended a hand toward Lam Huang's chest. The system warned him that he was under attack. Within 0.3 seconds, his probability of death was 160%. Emergency measures were automatically activated. The system asked whether he wished to use a temporary transformation card. Lam Hong immediately agreed. The purple-dressed 6-armed enchantress was sent flying. Lam Huang's body gradually transformed. 2 wings grew from his back, and his hair turned white. His eyes also became red. Lam Huang Mat Vai. Was this the power of the bloodthirsty species? Lam Hong fought the purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress. He laughed excitedly. "I can fly now. Didn't expect that, did you?" Lam Hong slashed across its face. His expression was filled with excitement. "Let's end this." Suddenly, the purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress opened its mouth. A source of magical power gathered in its mouth. It fired the magical energy. It blasted Lam Hong away, and his expression abruptly changed. The six-armed enchantress's 6 arms transformed into sharp blades. The six-armed enchantress launched the blades at him. Lam Hong immediately activated absolute defense and blocked them. He looked somewhat surprised. After using the transformation card, he could use all of his skills. The purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress viciously bombarded Lam Hong without restraint. Lam Hong immediately activated Snow Step without a trace. He successfully escaped the purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress's storm of attacks. Lam Hong charged forward at once. The Great Wilderness Blade scripture was not just for show. The purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress suddenly screamed, "Lam Hong ha that!" This enchantress knew how to call for reinforcements. A red-dressed, six-armed enchantress heard the purple-dressed one's cry and rushed over. Its eyes suddenly widened. Bach had already bound it tightly with his wings. The red-dressed, six-armed enchantress immediately attacked Bach with one of its arms. Its arm grazed Bach's shoulder, drawing blood. From his wings, Bach fired feathers like throwing darts. They struck back at the red-dressed, six-armed enchantress. The red-dressed, six-armed enchantress fell. Lam Hong glanced at Bach and asked if he was all right. The purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress hurriedly tried to flee. Lam Hong checked his energy on the system and ordered Bach to chase it. He could advance to the Black Iron Realm now. Bach stretched out his wings, intending to seize the purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress. It swung its blade-like arms around, blocking Bach's wings. Lam Hong seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He swung his blade, slashing from top to bottom. Its mask shattered, and the purple-dressed, six-armed enchantress was eliminated. Lam Hong's power gradually faded. The system announced that he had encountered a radiant purification and was forced to exit his transformed state. His advancement energy was full as well, and the wheel of fate began to turn. A pale blue speck of light rose from the six-armed enchantress's body. The system announced that it had detected a life seed and would automatically convert it into a card. A green card appeared in Lam Hong's hand. He remembered that the initial reward from a life seed was only 10%. Why had it become 20% now? Was it because the purple-dressed enchantress was a rare mutation? Lam Hong crushed the card. He calculated that it was already at 20% initially, and after completing 3 upgrades by the Gold Realm, it would reach 80%. It would probably increase his attack speed. The Imperial Envoy talent effect was not bad either. He looked extremely pleased with himself. With one more life seed, combat skills and monster skills were now separated as well. The number of summons had also become 2. Bach, perhaps you will not have to work so hard anymore. He looked utterly confident. Let the master of the Black Iron Realm lead you in sweeping through the worry-free forest. Xiao He, its head covered in soap bubbles, asked Lam Hong why he had summoned it. It had been bathing and getting ready to sleep. Lam Hong excitedly said that they should witness his first summon after advancing. Lam Hong summoned the immortal dragon hatchling. Seeing its pitch-black appearance, he named it Black Charcoal. Lam Hong was delighted. As long as Black Charcoal advanced once, its rarity would rise from epic to legendary. He was about to tell Xiao He to use an advancement card when Xiao He smacked him on the head. Xiao He angrily scolded him for not listening to what it had said before. An ordinary card only needed one advanced card to advance into a rare card, but advancing a rare card into an epic card required 2 advanced cards. Moreover, even after he had accumulated enough advancement cards, it would be best not to advance the immortal dragon hatchling. Lam Hong asked why. Xiao He replied that he was too weak. At present, the monster cards he could control were limited to epic grade and below. Monster cards above epic grade would be temporarily sealed and could only be unsealed once he advanced to the Transcendent Realm. Lam Hong took out his gun. Even so, leveling the forest around them now would be easy. Lam Hong fired a shot and ordered Bach and Black Charcoal to attack with him. Bach and Black Charcoal attacked a white eagle together, obtaining fragments. A green wolf was also eliminated, earning him 30 cards, enough to synthesize a monster card. A green wolf card was created. The system extracted a skill and completed a random skill selection. Lam Hong obtained the primary blood hunt skill. After activation, it greatly enhanced the user's sense of smell, allowing them to distinguish different scents within a 10-kilometer radius. If there was a scent of blood, the range of olfactory detection increased to 30 kilometers. Lam Hong exclaimed that he finally had a detection skill. Delighted, he told everyone to continue hunting. 7 days later, Lam Hong sat roasting meat. Xiao He asked why he had disconnected cloud synchronization and what he intended to do. Lam Hong carefully explained his plan. He tore off a piece of roasted leg meat and asked Xiao He to calculate their current gains. Xiao He slowly listed the number of cards he had collected. While speaking, Xiao He received a special mission. The system announced the mission: locate the newly missing Lan Noyet Tam and bring her back to Worry-Free City within 20 days. The reward was a treasure grade item card and an advancement card. Failure would result in the deduction of 2 random monster cards. Lam Hong was stunned after accepting the mission. Lan Noyet Tam had gone missing. Lam Hong hurriedly tried to reject the mission. This was beyond him. Xiao He reminded him that missions could not be refused. Lam Hong covered his ears. He could not hear anything. Xiao He curled its lips and asked whether he was willing to lose an epic card instead. Flames blazed in Lam Hong's eyes. One hand grabbed Xiao He by the head while the other clenched into a fist, as though he were about to give Xiao He a beating. Xiao He pointed to the location where Lan Noyet Tam had last appeared on the map. He could only go look for her himself. Lam Hong and Bak rode a green forest wolf to the coordinates on the map. They arrived at the place where Lan Noyet Tam had disappeared. Lam Hong surveyed the area. It had recently burned, and not a blade of grass remained. Yet there was a large rock in the middle of the forest, which was certainly unusual. Still, he could not find any trace of Lan Noyet Tam or the others. Lam Hong activated his tracking ability, and he quickly caught Lan Noyet Tam's scent. However, he looked like a puppy sniffing around. He and Bak arrived at a waterfall where the scent vanished. Lam Hong found it strange. The waterfall was not large, and there was no waterfall behind it. Where could Lan Noyet Tam and the others have gone? He suddenly remembered something and crushed a monster card, summoning Ghost Shadow. Lam Hong ordered Ghost Shadow to dive down and see whether there was a hidden entrance underwater. Half an hour later, Lam Hong was extremely confused when Ghost Shadow still had not returned. Could something have happened to Ghost Shadow? At last, Ghost Shadow surfaced. Lam Hong asked Ghost Shadow whether there was a path underwater, and Ghost Shadow nodded. Lam Hong considered it. Lan Noyet Tam and the others probably had diving equipment, but how was he supposed to dive down? An idea suddenly came to him. Lam Hong used a transformation card and dove underwater with Ghost Shadow. There really was a cave below. Lam Hong confidently said, "Watch me go in." Lam Hong followed Ghost Shadow through an underwater passage. The two emerged from the water, and Lam Hong had not expected the underwater tunnel to lead into this cave. Lam Hong slowly entered the cave. The immortal concealment species abilities were extremely powerful, so he might as well maintain his current form and investigate the area first. He looked around, wondering what Lan Noyet Tam and the others had come here to find. A human corpse appeared before him. It was one of Lai Non Tin's subordinates. Lam Hong crouched down to inspect the body. The man's face was turned toward the pool of water. He had likely died while trying to flee. The wounds on his body were also strange. They looked as though he had been burned, yet also pierced. Lam Hong continued deeper into the cave, his expression filling with horror. Before him was a gigantic, transcendent monster shaped like a jellyfish. Lam Hong scratched his head. Another transcendent monster? Were they as common as cabbages? He suddenly spotted bloodstains on a rock. It seemed Lan Noyet Tam and the others had been here. They must have hurriedly retreated after suffering casualties. Lam Hong activated Blood Hunt to pinpoint their exact location. The jellyfish monster immediately noticed him and lashed a tentacle in his direction. Lam Hong was startled. It had discovered him. The jellyfish monster's tentacle shot into the passage. Lam Hong pressed his back against the cave wall and dodged the jellyfish's tentacle. He frowned. That was dangerous. If he had not been in Ghost Shadow form, he would have been struck. He thought he needed to leave this place before activating his skill. If he provoked a transcendent monster, he would not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Lam Hong ran toward the exit. Since someone had been injured, Blood Hunt could locate them more accurately. They should be over there. Lam Hong quickly found Lang Wai et Tam supporting Li Ngan Ting. Lan Noyet Tam anxiously said, "Let me carry you out." Lai Non Tin said painfully, "The azure jellyfish's tentacles are poisonous. I do not have much time left." Lam Hong looked at them. It would be difficult to reveal himself in his current state, so he decided to observe the situation first. Lang Wai et Tam Lai Li Ngan Ting Dao. She had no antidote right now. What should she do? Lai Non Tin gritted his teeth and endured the pain. The only way to save him now was a blood transfusion. He explained that replacing some of his blood with her clean blood could dilute enough of the poison for him to hold on until they reached Worry-Free City. Lan Noyet Tam did not hesitate. She took out a knife and prepared to cut her wrist. She swung the blade at her hand, using her own blood to transfuse Lai Non Tin. Lam Hong watched with fury boiling inside him. Asking for a blood exchange was utterly shameless, but the poison of a transcendent monster was not so easily removed. His eyes suddenly widened. Unless he intended to trade one life for another. Lan Nuyet Tam looked exhausted, as though all life had been drained from her, and said that she wanted to cancel the spell. Lai Non Tin's eyes were unfocused as he murmured, The corners of his lips curled upward as he said in a low voice, "That will do." He had already concealed a knife in his hand. Lam Huang's eyes widened in shock. That bastard. Lai Non Tin sat up and stabbed Lan Noyet Tam. With a sly smile, he told her that if they could not complete the blood exchange, neither of them would make it back to Worry-Free City anyway, so he would have to trouble her. He pulled out the knife, and Lan Noyet Tam collapsed, gritting her teeth in fury. She cursed him for being despicable and shameless. Lai Non Tin wore a sinister expression. What a pity for such a beautiful girl. He actually liked her a little. Lam Hong finally revealed himself and ordered Bak to save her. Lai Non Tin hurriedly turned around, but Bak immediately attacked him. Lai Non Tin managed to evade in time. Bak and Lai Non Tin began fighting while Lam Hong hurriedly supported Lan Noyet Tam. Lai Non Tin was consumed by rage. "You little brat, die." He used instant shift to evade Bak's attack, then moved behind Lam Hong and tried to stab him. Arrogantly, he asked whether Lam Hong dared challenge a Gold Realm hunter because he had lived too long. Charcoal suddenly appeared behind him. Lai Non Tin was startled. A second summoned monster? Charcoal breathed fire at him. Lai Non Tin flipped through the air and dodged the flames. Lam Hong drew his gun. Lam Hong looked at him disdainfully. Lai Non Tin had been severely injured, and his strength had fallen to less than half of its usual level. Lam Hong ordered Bak and Charcoal to kill him quickly. Lam Hong raised his gun and fired. Keeping trash like you alive only pollutes the air. Lai Non Tin was struck in the shoulder, and Bak immediately bound him. Both Bak and Charcoal prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Overcome with rage, Lai Non Tin roared, "I'm the one in the Gold Realm." He slashed twice, severing the bindings and knocking both Bak and Charcoal back. He charged forward and sneered, "Trash like you dares attack a Gold Realm hunter?" Lam Hong remained calm, his expression icy. Then a sound rang out. Lai Non Tin's eyes abruptly bulged, bloodshot veins appearing in them. Lam Huang's eyes, meanwhile, were cold and merciless. Two wings sprouted from Lam Huang's back, and one of them pierced straight through Lai Non Tin's body. Lam Hong said smugly, "I've activated my cheat." Lai Non Tin fell to the ground and stammered, "How can you be a blood squire?" Lam Hong replied coldly, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm human or a monster?" He struck to finish him off. "Go on your way obediently." The system congratulated him on killing a Gold Realm hunter after advancing and awarded him the rare skill cards Thunderblade and Flowing Cloud Steps. Lam Hong had not expected killing a person to drop skills as well. He could make a fortune from this. Then Lan Noyet Tam suddenly let out a soft groan. Lam Hong looked at her in alarm. He had nearly forgotten something important. He helped Lan Noyet Tam up. He could not let her die. Lam Hong immediately crushed a healing card, and the wound in Lan Noyet Tam's chest healed at once. She quickly opened her eyes, asking in panic what had happened. Lam Hong gently reassured her that everything was fine. Looking at him, Lan Noyet Tam asked whether he had saved her. Lam Hong replied that he had killed that bastard Lai Non Tin, so she could rest easy. At that moment, the azure jellyfish's tentacles smashed through the stone wall and lunged toward them. Lan Noyet Tam was certain that the azure jellyfish had been attracted by Lam Huang's dragon blood summon monster. Lam Hong ordered Bak to take Lan Noyet Tam outside while he distracted the monster. With complete confidence, Lam Hong told her not to worry. "I'm not that easy to kill. Go up and wait for me." Bak swiftly carried Lan Noyet Tam away. The azure jellyfish's tentacles shot toward him, and Lam Hong hurriedly dodged. He assessed the situation. This transcendent monster was not Lai Non Tin. Facing it head-on meant certain death. Lam Hong activated Ghost Shadow, turning into a nimble shadow that evaded all of the azure jellyfish's attacks. Lam Hong thought, "It is locked onto my presence. All I can do now is stall as long as possible so Bak can get Lan Noyet Tam outside." His eyes suddenly widened as if he had noticed something. The azure jellyfish also burst up through the ground. Lam Hong had not expected it to arrive so quickly. He glanced behind himself. He could only gamble once. Raising his head, he saw a point of light at the top of the cavern, the opening that led to the surface. Lam Hong provoked the azure jellyfish. "Come and get me if you can." Enraged by the taunt, the azure jellyfish flew into a fury. It lashed out with its tentacles, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. The azure jellyfish cut Lam Hong off and opened its horrifying mouth full of sharp teeth. Lam Hong immediately used a transformation card, transforming into a purple-eyed eagle and flying away. He flew out through the opening as dust and debris erupted from it. The azure jellyfish extended its tentacles out of the opening. A boulder in the forest immediately unleashed a blast of black lightning. The azure jellyfish's tentacles were blasted apart by the lightning. It hurriedly withdrew them. Lam Hong looked down, just as he had suspected. He deactivated the skill and returned to human form. As he had guessed, this monster had been sealed underground by that stone and could not come out. Looking at the pairs of crimson eyes glaring at him from underground, he said triumphantly, "I win." Lam Hong hurried back toward the waterfall. He looked around. Lan Noyet Tam had diving equipment, so Bak should have taken her back along the original route. But where were they? Suddenly, a stone flew at his head. Lam Hong turned around angrily and saw Bak pointing behind the boulder beside him. Lam Hong went around it and found Lan Noyet Tam changing back in her clothes. The instant she saw him, Lan Noyet Tam froze and blushed. Lam Hong blushed just as deeply and hurriedly asked her to listen to his explanation. A sharp slap rang out, leaving a clear handprint on Lam Huang's face. Lan Noyet Tam glared at him angrily. "If you had not saved me, then for such rude behavior, I would have." Lam Hong knelt on the ground and quietly apologized. But his expression suddenly changed. Lan Noyet Tam sat down and thanked him for saving her. She looked away, her face reddening as she shyly said that she would definitely repay this debt. Lam Hong scratched his head and said she did not need to be so polite. As long as she returned to Worry-Free City with him, that would be enough. Deep down, he prayed that she would help him complete this mission already. He was exhausted. Lan Noyet Tam's mount appeared. Lan Noyet Tam asked whether Lai Non Tin was dead. Lam Hong said that Lai Non Tin had been seriously wounded by poison, restrained by his two summon monsters, and then killed with a gun. He also recalled Bak, since he could not let her learn about his transformation card. Lan Noyet Tam fell silent. "It is better that he is dead." She told Lam Hong that Lai Non Tin's two subordinates had died as well. When she returned, she would tell the Lai family that he had been devoured by a transcendent monster, so Lam Hong need not worry. Lan Noyet Tam's mount carried the two of them away. Lam Hong asked her how she intended to handle Lai Non Tin's attempt on her life. Lan Noyet Tam replied coldly that both the Lan family and the Lai family were noble houses, with the dead unable to testify, saying more would be useless. Lam Huang's expression darkened as he thought that Lan Noyet Tam was worried that making this matter public would implicate him. She truly was cautious. Lam Hong smiled and asked why she had gone looking for that transcendent monster. Lan Noyet Tam explained that it was the azure jellyfish, an immortal species from the abyss of a ruined nation. More than 100 years ago, a transcendent member of the Lan family had sealed it within Worry-Free Forest, hoping that a descendant would someday kill it, ignite the flame of life, and advance to the transcendent realm. She had originally planned to kill it and advance, but but eventually discovered that the monster had undergone 3 mutations. Although its combat rank had not changed, it was 10 times stronger than it had been 10 years ago. Lan Noyet Tam gently said that without him, she would have died there. Then she asked why he had followed her. Lam Hong scratched his head and said, "I suppose it was because I liked the look of you." Lan Noyet Tam gave him a gentle smile. She knew he was still hiding many secrets, but since he was her benefactor, she would not ask further. By the time Lan Noyet Tam returned to Worry-Free City, it was already dark. She asked Lam Hong to give her the item. Lam Hong looked confused. "What item?" Lan Noyet Tam smiled lightly. "You took Lai Nan Tin's Emperor's heart ring, didn't you? After his death, the ring would lock itself, and you cannot open it." Lam Hong handed Lai Nan Tin's Emperor's heart ring to her. Lan Noyet Tam told him not to worry. It was his spoils of war, and once she opened it, she would send every item inside to him. Composed as ever, she said, "Then this is goodbye for now. Until we meet again." Lam Hong's until we meet again. His special mission had finally been completed. Lam Hong eventually returned home. Happily opening a can of soda, he told Xiao He to inspect all of his cards. A list of his cards appeared. Xiao He said that he was very lucky. By killing Lai Nan Tin, he had acquired new skills, and these 2 special moves were his rewards. Lam Hong looked at the system and wondered what life power cards and access cards were. Xiao He explained that, simply put, activating these 2 cards would let him obtain 2 additional life power cards. It was equivalent to gaining 2 extra lives, aside from life power. Lam Hong was astonished. "Then what are we waiting for? Activate them now." Xiao He continued explaining the access card. Once used, it would permanently increase his access privileges to something. Upon hearing that, Lam Hong pointed at Xiao He. Murderous intent radiated from him as he asked whether Xiao He was something that could not be used. Xiao He hurriedly said that it could be used. The access card was activated on Xiao He, unlocking a new skill, Card Shop Fragment. A card shop appeared, but every card inside was locked, leaving Lam Hong puzzled. Xiao He explained that his card fragments were only black iron grade, so he could not exchange them for anything. Lam Hong was not in the mood to care about it. He would deal with it after advancing to the Bronze Realm. Xiao He reminded him that although his Black Iron realm had reached its limit, he would need at least several months to stabilize it. If the accumulated life power was insufficiently tempered, it could lead to failure. In severe cases, his life power would decrease significantly. In the worst case, his entire Black Iron realm could collapse, and he might even die. Lam Hong had not expected the situation to be so serious, but several months was far too long for stabilization. Xiao He said that practicing life skills could shorten the time required. Lam Hong thought that he needed to choose a life skill to practice now. Xiao He advised him that choosing the right skill was not easy. It had to suit him. Lam Hong contested Yi Zheng. He knew that Yi Zheng understood life power better than anyone, so he apologized for disturbing him. Yi Zheng spoke seriously. Choosing a life skill must depend on one's innate attributes. But most people, including you, Lam Hong, are born without attributes. You can choose any life skill according to your preference. In principle, the higher the grade, the better. Since your weapon is a blade, I recommend the Martial Conquest art. This life skill has 9 levels, but most people only cultivate it to the 4th or 5th level, and few reach the 6th. The 6th level is the most critical. Once you break through it, the speed and power of your life power circulation will not lose to any top-tier life skill. Lam Hong thought that, with Xiao He's help, breaking through should not be difficult. Lam Hong decided to choose the Martial Conquest art. He asked Yi Zheng how many credit points it would cost and whether he could afford it. Yi Zheng asked whether he had not received the delivery. Lam Hong was baffled. What delivery? Yi Zheng told him that it was the reward from the Beast Horde event, including a Martial Conquest art training crystal. Lam Hong was startled upon hearing this. When Lam Xin returned from school, she happily threw herself into Lam Huang's arms. Since he had not contacted her for so long, she had thought he was dead. Lam Hong cheerfully told her that school was off tomorrow and that he had booked tickets for a magical crystal airship. They would travel together to Summer Palace City. Dao Lai, Lam Sing Hodi Upsti Dop Ripa. Lam Hong asked whether anyone had delivered a package while he was away. Lam Xin happily answered that there were 2. She would go to her room and bring them down for him. The delivery consisted of 1 large box and 1 small box. Lam Hong opened the small box and found a note inside. A string of numbers was written on it, along with a ring secured by a password lock. Lam Hoang be met? This fragrance, it was sent by Lan Noyet Tam. He checked the contents of the storage ring. Its internal space was as large as 100,000 square meters. Both Lam Hong and Xiao He were stunned. Inside the storage ring was Lai Non Tin's sword, along with 2 other treasure-grade weapons. Lam Hong also found Lai Non Tin's credit card and checked how much money remained. The amount on the card left both Lam Hong and Xiao He dizzy, more than 300 million. They trembled with excitement over such enormous spoils. Lam Hong also found a token in the box. It was a bronze token, meaning that he had advanced to bronze grade. He was now an official hunter rather than a trainee. Lam Hong held a crystal in his hand. It had to be the martial conquest art training crystal Yi Zheng had mentioned. Xiao He told him to try activating it with life power. The crystal emitted a scanning-like light, and the image of an old man in Taoist robes appeared. The old Taoist stared sternly at Lam Hong, making him swallow nervously. The old man suddenly demonstrated a martial stance, startling Lam Hong into stepping back. Lam Hong watched the old man's movements. Although it was unarmed combat, almost every movement was a killing strike, and this fighting style appeared to be a military combat art. Xiao He was somewhat disdainful. Isn't this supposed to be a life skill training crystal? The old man stood with his back to Lam Hong, then turned around and sternly declared, "This close combat technique is called killing intent. It is the attack-boosting effect of the martial conquest art. With proper tactics, it is enough to bring you to the gold realm." Lam Hong began training by following the old man's movements. He could not help wondering why he had to disperse his life power. Would that not weaken it? He condensed his energy into a sphere. The energy ball in his hand changed shape, becoming like a vortex. Lam Hong was surprised. No wonder the martial conquest art was so highly favored. It could actually alter the form of life power. Lam Hong gathered energy between his hands. Within his subconscious, images of weapons, swords and axes, appeared. The system congratulated him on completing the first level of martial conquest art training, and a martial conquest art card appeared. Xiao He pointed at it and said that he could obtain fragments through training, then advance it by collecting the corresponding number of fragments. Lam Hong looked at the card and wondered what the advancement conditions were. The card was called the Martial Conquest Art. Its effects increased running speed, attack power, and defense by 12%. For the first 5 levels, each advancement could additionally increase life power by 12%. Xiao He explained that advancing to level 2 required 200 life power fragments. Level 3 required 400, and the amount doubled with every level. The rules changed when advancing from level 8 to level 9, which required 810,000 life power points. At the very least, reaching level 6 would not be difficult. Each level granted a 12% bonus. By level 5, that would be 60%. At level 6, the bonus would be at least 72%. It truly was the most favorable condition for life power. Lam Hong was excited. He advanced through cards, so his speed would certainly surpass that of others. But Xiao He immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm. He had spent an entire night training, while some people needed only half an hour. Lam Xin entered the room and loudly asked whether he had slept well the previous night. Lam Hong replied that he had slept very well, but then he suddenly caught a strange smell. Lam Xin pushed him away and happily said she wanted to thank him for promising to take her to Summer Palace City. What was coming had arrived. Lam Xin had cooked an entire table of delicious dishes for him, and the sight made his face turn pale. Lam Hong scooped up a spoonful of soup, his face completely drained of color. Lam Xin looked at him with tearful eyes. In the end, Lam Hong could only grit his teeth and eat the exquisite food she had made. After some time, Lam Xin washed the dishes while complaining that he ate far too slowly. They needed to get ready quickly, she said. He had to summon a wind eagle and head into the city in time to board the magic crystal airship. Lam Hong looked as though he were about to die, as he said they needed a dragon instead. The siblings left the house, and Lam Hong crushed a card. A purple-eyed night eagle appeared. Lam Xin and Lam Hong climbed onto its back, and the eagle flew away at tremendous speed. Lam Xin was delighted. Fortunately, she had brought the bread she had personally made. She told Lam Hong that they should celebrate with it. A wave of nausea rose in Lam Hong's stomach. He said he did not think that was something meant for celebrating. At Summer Palace City, Lam Xin was astonished by the beauty of the place. She immediately took out a casually written list, which was filled with famous restaurants in Summer Palace City. The Lam siblings strolled through the streets and watched the local attractions. Lam Shin clearly loved every moment of it. At that moment, a television announcer reported that Miss Lan Tam Noyet had reached the transcendent realm at only 19 years old, making her a genius seen only once in a century. Lam Hong was stunned. Lan Tam Noyet had advanced. Lam Shin ran over, grabbed his hand, and told him to stop spacing out. The siblings stopped at Bright Pavilion Inn. The staff warmly led them to their reserved room. Lam Hong had the soundly sleeping Lam Shin on his back and was carrying a pile of shopping bags in both hands. Xiao He was somewhat irritated. Lam Hong had come here to rest, so why had he summoned Xiao He? Lam Hong replied that he had already taken Lam Shin back to sleep and would continue cultivating the martial conquest art. Lam Hong began meditating, and a stream of energy radiated from his body. Xiao He reminded him that the Godslayer art was meant to aid in cultivating the martial conquest art. To advance, he still needed to comprehend the circulation of life power. Lam Hong replied that he could already divide his life power with ease. Xiao He sternly said that only after completing one full day of circulation could he obtain a single martial conquest fragment. Lam Hong calmly replied that, at his current speed, circulating one day's worth took only half an hour. Xiao He answered that even if he cultivated for 15 hours a day, it would still take 7 days to reach the second level. Lam Hong opened his eyes. He discovered that the more times he cultivated, the shorter the time required to circulate one day's worth became. Xiao He said helplessly that he really was foolish. The system congratulated him on obtaining one martial conquest fragment. Outside, Lam Shin headed toward Lam Huang's room after a long sleep. She knocked on his door and asked whether he was asleep. However, Lam Hong was concentrating on cultivation inside and did not hear her. When Lam Shin received no response, she assumed that he was sleeping. Having slept for several hours, Lam Shin could no longer fall asleep, so she decided to go out for a walk. She grumbled that her brother was too much. He had come out to have fun, yet he had gone to bed so early. Otherwise, they could have played a few more games. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. Lam Shin looked around, unable to understand why she felt as though someone were watching her. Standing before a trash bin, Lam Shin crumpled the paper in her hand. She decided to return to her room early and asked her brother to go sightseeing tomorrow. She tossed the paper into the bin. The trash bin suddenly moved. It opened its mouth, frightening Lam Shin half to death. The bin bent down and bit Lam Shin. It swallowed her whole. The police soon arrived at Bright Pavilion Inn. An officer immediately went to the surveillance room to review the footage of the disappearance. In a low voice, a staff member said that their cameras had captured the entire process of the missing girl leaving her room. However, the kidnapper seemed to understand the hotel's camera layout very well. After she went outside, she never appeared on camera again. She must have been taken in a surveillance blind spot, exactly like the recent string of cases involving abducted girls. The officer said they had ordered the hotel to be thoroughly searched and asked who had first discovered the girl was missing. The staff member replied that it was her brother. The two siblings had checked in together. When the officer asked where the brother was, the hotel staff finally realized that Lam Hong was nowhere to be seen. The scene shifted to a building where Lam Shin was shoved to the floor. Before her stood a smiling little girl with a gigantic worm behind her. The girl told Lam Shin not to be afraid. She was safe now. Filled with confusion, Lam Shin asked who she was and where this place was. The girl gently replied that her name was Lai Lai. Wormy was her good friend, and it was responsible for finding family members for them. From that day onward, Lam Shin would be her older sister, and they would both be daddy's daughters. Lam Shin's face turned pale with fear, and her whole body trembled. She asked what Lai Lai was talking about, where her brother was, and said that she wanted to leave. Lai Lai immediately grabbed her by the throat and warned her that if she tried to run, the others would become Wormy's food. Lai Lai said she liked her very much and told her to obediently be her big sister. Lam Shin shut her eyes tightly and prayed for Lam Hong to come save her quickly. Outside, the guards discovered someone approaching. They shouted that this was the Si family's territory and outsiders were forbidden from coming near. Lam Huang's face was filled with rage. He thought to himself that the blood beast had marked Lam Shin's location. It was here. The guards immediately drew their guns and warned him that if he did not retreat, they would not be polite. Bok suddenly appeared behind the guards. In the blink of an eye, Bok took them all down. Lam Hong sternly told Bok not to show mercy to any subordinate. Anyone who dared block his path was to be killed without mercy. The guards inside all aimed their guns at the elevator. The elevator reached its selected floor and its doors opened. The guards immediately opened fire on the elevator. But to their surprise, Lam Hong entered by kicking through the back door. His entire body radiated killing intent, and his face was terrifying as he snarled, "Idiots, have you never watched a movie?" The guards' miserable screams rang out. They had never expected to encounter a hunter. With a sword in hand and the bearing of a death god, Lam Hong declared that anyone who touched his sister would die. The door behind Lam Hong opened, and two figures appeared. The man asked in a low, hesitant voice, "Your younger sister?" Lam Hong turned around. The man looked frightened and asked whether Lam Hong had made a mistake. He said that only he and his daughter were there, with no one else present. Lai Lai stood behind the man's leg and stammered, "Daddy, I'm scared." The man gently said that Lam Hong must have misunderstood and asked him to listen to an explanation instead of frightening a child. Lam Hong frowned and said he would know whether he was mistaken after taking a look inside. The man became nervous and used the excuse that it was a private residence to stop him from entering. Lam Hong pointed his sword at the man's face. "My sister is here. Either hand her over obediently or die." Lai Lai was so frightened that she burst into tears. The man shouted that if Lam Hong continued spouting such nonsense, he would not let him off. Lam Hong looked around. Lam Shin's aura was clearly here, but where was she? At that moment, the man reached into his clothing for something. With a vicious expression, he held a token in his hand and threw it out. The token transformed into Lai Li's worm monster, Wormy. Lam Huang skulked, summoning a beast before him. Was the man insane? With one casual slash, Lam Hong cut the worm in half. The man was also struck across the shoulder. Clutching it, he trembled all over. Lam Hong looked at him with the bearing of a death god. He had already said it. Anyone who touched his sister would be killed without mercy. Lai Lai brought Lam Shin out and aimed a gun at Lam Shin's head, threatening Lam Hong. The man smugly praised his good daughter. He said it was the cheap little girl's lifelong fortune to become his daughter. "How dare you?" Lam Hong lowered his sword and gently asked Lam Shin whether she was hurt. Because her mouth had been taped shut, Lam Shin could only make muffled sounds. Lam Hong smiled gently and told her not to be afraid. Her brother was here. Lai Lai angrily demanded that Lam Hong let her father go, or she would kill Lam Shin. Lam Hong suddenly appeared behind Lai Lai and struck her in the back with a club, knocking her unconscious. Lam Hong cut the ropes binding Lam Shin. Lam Shin immediately threw herself into his arms. The man looked at Lam Hong, his anger surging. Lam Hong looked down at Li Li. His sword blade rested against her body. He raised the sword. Just as he was about to stab Lai Lai, the police rushed in. They ordered him to put down his weapon. The victim had already been rescued. If he continued attacking, the law would punish him. Lam Hong glared at the police. The police chief confidently told him to trust him, saying that the Law Enforcement Bureau would provide him and his family with an explanation. The man was taken away by two officers. Lam Hong coldly asked the chief whether the earlier disappearances of many young girls were related to those two beasts. The chief thanked him for resolving the matter, but said the child was an orphan and Lam Hong could not kill her. Accomplices of murderers would all face legal punishment. Upon hearing the word law, Noi-san laughed loudly. The law was only for the lower class. It could do nothing to him. He said that he would remember Lam Hong. Before long, Lam Huang's sister would fall into his hands again and become a ruined toy. He would make Lam Hong watch with his own eyes before dying in agony. Lam Huang's face was full of contempt. The police chief ordered them to take Noi-san away and find a doctor for the little girl. Seeing Lam Huang's dark expression, he hurriedly got up and asked him not to act rashly, explaining that Noi-san had a powerful background. Lam Hong said in a low voice, "Didn't you tell me to trust the law?" He smiled. "I do trust it." A staff member asked the police chief if they were really going to let Lam Hong leave. He had injured so many people. The chief angrily shouted, "Look at this scene. Do you still think he is an ordinary Black Iron Realm hunter? Stop giving me trouble." Noisan was escorted outside. Furiously, he brushed the officer's hands away. He turned to look back at the building. Mere lowlifes dared lay hands on him. They would just wait and see. Bach suddenly appeared, startling Noisan and the two officers. Bach bound Noisan with several golden threads. The golden threads were like blades, slicing apart his flesh and taking his life in an instant. The two officers witnessed the horrifying scene and were so terrified that they froze in place. Lam Hong stood on the roof of the building, observing the scene. He immediately recalled Bach. Lam Shin was sitting on a mount and anxiously asked whether they could leave now. Lam Hong turned back and gently smiled, saying it was all over. No one would ever threaten her safety again. Yet Lam Hong did not know that a mysterious person was secretly watching him from a room in another building. The person sent Lam Huang's image to someone else and reported that Noisan was dead, killed by a young man. The other person ordered him in a low voice to investigate Lam Huang's background. If he had no backing, then they should proceed. As Lam Hong walked, he thought that after such a life-and-death ordeal, Lam Shin would probably need a long time to recover. Yet contrary to his expectations, Lam Shin was now cheerful and energetic. Lam Hong had not expected that one nap would restore her vitality so completely. The siblings entered a clothing store together. As Lam Shin selected an outfit, Lam Hong suddenly sensed killing intent inside the shop. He immediately summoned Bach. Lam Shin was startled and wondered why Bach had suddenly entered his combat form. A saleswoman stepped forward and asked Lam Hong whether he needed anything. Lam Hong put a cloak over Bach and asked how much it cost. He wanted to buy it. Lam Hong, Lam Shin, and Bach then strolled through the streets. Lam Shin worriedly asked whether he felt unwell and suggested that they return. Lam Hong reassured her that it was nothing and told her to keep enjoying herself. He was there. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes as he glanced to the side. At that moment, a mysterious hooded figure appeared. He was watching Lam Hong and Lam Shin. The mysterious man sneered and drew a dagger from his robe. Suddenly, a wolf appeared in front of him. The wolf bared its fangs at him viciously. The people following Lam Hong suddenly revealed themselves. In an instant, they all vanished as though they had evaporated. Lam Hong immediately sensed that the killing intent had disappeared. He did not know whether he had imagined it, but this was already the second time. At that moment, a young man was watching him from above. He wore a long robe, and his long hair was braided. The young man looked pleased. He thought Lam Hong was not bad at all. Despite being in the Black Iron Realm, he could sense the aura of a silver-ranked assassin. His future was boundless. The young man suddenly sensed someone approaching. A man appeared, looking disgruntled, and said that the second team had been eliminated. Even now, they did not know who had done it. The young man suddenly appeared behind him, making him jump in fright. He grabbed the man's wrist, looked at the ring on his finger, and guessed that he was the leader. A voice emerged from the ring, asking who he was. Before the man could answer, the young man's wolf bit him in the neck. The young man said to the ring, "Come and see for yourself. Won't you know who I am then?" The voice from the ring replied that it wanted to see who was playing tricks behind the scenes. The young man cheerfully said that they would meet at the clock tower in an hour after dark. The voice from the ring agreed, and the young man's wolf released the man. The man's expression turned horrified. The wolf opened its jaws wide and lunged at him. It devoured the man alive. The young man turned away and calmly said, "I will be there." At the clock tower, the young man waited calmly for the other party to arrive. A mysterious figure wrapped tightly in a hooded cloak appeared. He spoke, "Fong Trak Nin, so it really is you." The mysterious man asked whether the Land family was determined to protect that little brat. Fong Trak Nin calmly replied, "I am already here. What do you think?" The mysterious man asked what relationship that little brat had with the Land family. Fong Trak Nin asked in return why a transcendent would pursue and kill someone in the Black Iron Realm, and what identity required him to die for it. The mysterious man gradually revealed his face and angrily asked one final time whether the Land family intended to interfere to the end. Fong Trak Nin covered his face with one hand as power surged from his body. He said he did not know either, but his orders were to kill everything that stood in his way. Fong Trak Nin summoned a pack of wolves. The wolves immediately charged toward the mysterious man. The man shouted, "Are you insane?" He leaped into the air, holding a sword in one hand as he angrily declared that Fong Trak Nin was trying to start a war. A wolf opened its jaws and lunged at him. The mysterious man swung his sword and cut the wolf in half. Fong Trak Nin and the wolf pack charged at him. The wolves bared their sharp fangs and rushed toward him. The mysterious man immediately fled. Fong Trak Nin and the wolves landed. He looked toward the fleeing figure and remarked that he had run away quickly. The ring on Fong Trak Nin's hand vibrated. Lantam Noyet asked Fong Trak Nin, "How is Lam Hong?" Fong Trak Nin answered with a smile. "Things went fairly smoothly. With me protecting him, there won't be any problems." Lantam Noyet quickly noticed that something was off in Fong Trak Nin's tone. Fong Trak Nin sigh. "The one they sent was a transcendent, but I drove him off. Just what is Lam Huang's background for him to have made such progress?" Lantam Noyet replied calmly, "The issue isn't Lam Hong, but the old man Lam Hong killed. I investigated him. He seems to have come from a family in District 2. Lantam Noyet said gently, "Uncle Fong, you are the banner of the Land family. The other side definitely won't dare to act for the time being. Please go back and continue investigating this for me." Fong Trak Nin agreed. "I'll leave Dark Eye Spring behind to protect Lam Hong." His expression suddenly darkened. Did this niece of his not care about him at all? In a villa in District 2, there was a skull in one of the rooms. A woman's gentle voice sounded. "My son, you were far too arrogant, which is why you ended up like this." A hand gently touched the skull. "You like young girls. You could have had as many as you wanted. Yet you risked your life and went to such a backwater place to look for one." The woman held the skull in both hands and reproached it. "You were born with an incomplete life fate and could not cultivate life power. You clearly knew you could not command troops or wield defensive treasures, yet you did not even bring guards with you. You deserve this." The woman stroked the skull. "But you are still my son. I cannot let you die without knowing why." She raised the skull until it touched her forehead and softly called, "Sanner." The skull opened its mouth and spoke. "Mother, you must avenge me." Noisan's skull begged his mother to avenge him. His mother knew, but the Land family's Viper in District 7 had already intervened, so this matter would require long-term planning. She told Noisan to remain in the soul coffin for 3 years. Once his soul fate had stabilized, she would find him an immortal body, allowing him to live again through that flesh. Noisan's mother set down his skull and said that she had her own arrangements. Noisan's mother clapped her hands and said, "Bring her in." A servant then led Lai Lai inside. When Lai Lai saw Noisan's skull, she immediately walked over to it. Noisan's mother stroked Lai Li's head. "My child, your father will need 3 years before he can truly return to life. Do you want to avenge him?" Of course Lai Lai did. Thinking of how Lam Hong had taken away her happiness and her father, she wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. Seeing her determination, Noisan's mother said she would take her away to train. As long as she could survive, she would gain the power to take revenge in 1 year. "Do not disappoint me." The servant led Lai Lai away. Lai Li's eyes were wide with rage. "I will definitely survive and return." At the Summer Palace Museum, Lam Shin attentively studied the guidebook, excited to see the antiques there. Lam Hong, meanwhile, kept yawning because he had stayed up all night practicing the martial conquest art. A museum staff member guided them along the route, displaying artifacts from the Summer Palace ruins. The Lam siblings began their tour. When Lam Shin saw a cup, her eyes widened in surprise as she praised how beautiful it was. Lam Huang's eyes suddenly widened as though he had seen something. He hurried forward. Lam Shin followed and asked, "What's wrong?" The museum employee said, "This is a treasure of City Hall. Archaeologists studied it for a long time, but could not determine its exact purpose, so it was classified as an unidentified object." Lam Hong pointed at the laptop inside the display case. "Was this excavated from the ruins?" he asked. The staff member happily confirmed it. According to archaeologists' estimates, it may have been used by ancient nobles, but no one knows how it works. Lam Hong thought, "This was definitely brought into this world by another transmigrator. I am not alone. There are other transmigrators in this world." He contacted Dengu to ask about it. Dengu told him that the Summer Palace ruins dated back more than 300 years. They were excavated when District 7 was first established. Archaeologists had unearthed many strange objects there, and even its decorations were completely different from those of other places. Lam Hong was shocked. Below the transcendent realm, a human's maximum lifespan did not exceed 720 years. Even after reaching the transcendent realm, one could only live for 1,800 years. That person must already be dead. He was certain that the owner of this laptop had been a transmigrator. Dangu Fronet. I found nothing at all about the haha you asked me to investigate. Records on people from ancient times are scarce, and the access restrictions are extremely high. I've already told you everything I could find. Lam Hong smiled, thanked her, and told her she was beautiful. Dangu blushed at the compliment and said, I'm attending a cocktail party. Contact me later if you need anything. Dangu disconnected. Lam Hong thought that only a transmigrator possessing a golden finger could rise to the demigod level in such a short time. This Ahau was certainly the transmigrator he needed to find. He had no choice but to investigate the Summer Palace ruins. While eating a pastry, Lam Shin asked him why he had to go to Little Summer City. Lam Hong explained, there were still many things at the museum yesterday that I couldn't understand. I need to visit the ruins. You can play in Summer Palace City on your own today. He crushed a card, summoned Bach, and told him to play with Lam Shin today. The scene shifted to an area near the Summer Palace ruins in Little Summer City. Lam Hong arrived at the inn he had booked in advance. He asked the innkeeper whether he knew any legends related to the Summer Palace ruins. The innkeeper replied, the Summer Palace is mysterious, and there are not many legends about it. But having lived here for many years, I do know one story. If you are interested, I can tell it to you. The two entered a room together. The innkeeper said that in ancient times, a powerful man named the Summer Emperor had arrived and established an empire. The Summer Palace ruins had been his residence. But one day, no one knew what happened. In a single night, the entire empire vanished, and the Summer Emperor disappeared as though he had never existed. Lam Hong was somewhat stunned. It vanished in only one night. Lam Hong joined the visitors touring the Summer Palace ruins. Xiao He suddenly discovered something. He quickly flew ahead and said, over there. Lam Hong ran after Xiao He and saw a depression in the ground. He crouched down to inspect it. Xiao He said, this ground is paved with mystic stones from the Nether Sea. Even a full-force transcendent attack could not leave the slightest mark on them. At that moment, Xiao He unexpectedly detected abnormal energy fluctuations underground. Collect this energy to unlock new functions. Lam Hong asked, are you sure? Xiao He answered firmly. The abnormal energy I detected belongs to the residual energy left after a golden finger was damaged. Devouring it should improve the golden finger's functions. Lam Hong looked down at the ground. Right here, Xiao He replied, approximately 3,000 meters below ground. Upon hearing this, Lam Hong said they should return first and make a long-term plan. Back at the inn, Lam Hong asked Xiao He, besides the abnormal energy beneath the ruins, did you sense anything else? Xiao He replied, according to the displayed LifeWave results, there is a secondary mutant monster about to undergo its second mutation. Its species is unknown. Lam Hong suddenly remembered that he had used up all his transformation cards. He had no way to transform into a ghost shadow and burrow underground. Xiao He opened the store. The ghost shadow transformation is only bronze grade. You have enough fragments of the same grade to exchange for it in the store. Lam Hong broke out in a sweat. 60 fragments for just one card? Are you profiteering? He sighed. There's no other way. Exchange 5 cards first. At that moment, the room suddenly lost power. Xiao He was frightened when everything abruptly fell silent. Lam Hong cast a cold glance toward the door. Someone is outside. Lam Hong picked up his gun and asked, who's outside the door? The person outside was the innkeeper. He had come to apologize because there was a problem with the power line. Lam Hong said, I'm about to sleep. If there is nothing else, go back. The innkeeper said he had suddenly remembered something concerning the Summer Palace ruins and asked him to open the door. Suddenly, a girl smashed through the window and leaped into the room. She looked extremely strange. The girl lunged at him, but Lam Hong dodged in time. Xiao He recognized her as a parasitized human. She was being controlled. She could be saved if the parasite were removed, but Lam Hong had already shot her dead. The innkeeper then punched a hole through the door, reached inside, and turned the latch to open it. Lam Hong saw that he too was under control. Xiao He assessed, to remove the parasitic effect, we must find and destroy the main body. The innkeeper entered, his voice terrifying. Master says that you have something he wants. Kill him and bring his corpse to Master. Kill him. Lam Hong stopped holding back and fired several shots at the innkeeper. The parasitized people also charged into the room. Lam Hong and Xiaohei hurriedly jumped out the window. Below them, a crowd of parasitized people was waiting for him to jump. Lam Hong crushed a card and summoned a giant eagle to fly away. Xiaohei understood the problem. It must be the monster buried underground beneath the ruins. It is controlling these people to attack you because you possess something it wants. Lam Hong fell silent, then asked Xiaohei, "When you sense the abnormal energy at the ruins, could it sense you too?" Xiaohei admitted that it could. Lam Hong understood. Xiaohei wanted to seize its power, and it wanted to seize Xiaohei's. Xiaohei said confidently, "It cannot seize my power, but it can seize my consciousness and become a new golden finger. However, that requires it to become stronger." Lam Hong looked down at the people below. They had all been influenced by the monster and sent to attack him. He immediately called the Hunters Association for help. Lam Hong said, "Near the southern gate of Little Summer City, there are hundreds of people infected by parasites. Send someone to help." Xiaohei asked, "Do you want the Hunters Association to take control of this place?" Lam Hong replied, "As you said, if the parasites are successfully removed, these people can still recover their consciousness. If the Hunters Association takes over, they still have hope of surviving." His expression turned cold. With Bach protecting her, Lam Shin is temporarily safe. But if that aberrant power has detected the existence of another golden finger, then we are now locked in a fight to the death. The scene below was utterly chaotic. The Hunters Association had also arrived and begun controlling the parasite-infected people. Xiaohei asked, "Are you planning to go to the Summer Palace ruins? Even if we run away, do you think the aberrant power and the parasites will spare us?" Lam Hong replied, "Without you, Xiaohei, I would be at a dead end. Devour or be devoured. We'll see." Lam Hong and Xiaohei headed toward the Summer Palace ruins. Lam Hong suddenly noted so many. He hurriedly grabbed Xiaohei's head. Lam Hong hid behind a boulder and told Xiaohei, "Be careful. They're parasitized humans." Xiaohei struggled and said, "Don't worry. They can't see me." The parasitized people muttered continuously, "Since the aura, kill humans. Offer energy to master." Lam Hong held a ghost shadow card in his hand. He had not expected that not only could Xiaohei's energy be sensed, but those things could sense him as well. Lam Hong and Xiaohei transformed into ghost shadows and burrowed underground. Fortunately, he had exchanged for ghost shadow cards earlier. The two followed the monster's tracks. Lam Hong was astonished. It's an energy body and a parasitic monster. Xiaohei sighed. It has only reached the bronze realm, yet it has already parasitized 10,000 people. If it advances to the transcendent realm, it will be terrifying. Lam Huang's face grew serious. If that is the case, we absolutely cannot let it remain. He crushed a card. Hackton appeared and breathed fire at the monster. Sure enough, the flames Hackton breathed were effective. Lam Huang Zezai. The dragon flames work. Xiaohei was delighted. Fire element monsters are the natural nemesis of plant element monsters, not to mention a draconic bloodline creature capable of breathing dragon flames. Lam Hong suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Xiaohei was shocked. This monster possesses exceptional regenerative abilities. The monster extended vines to attack Hacktan. Lam Hong became anxious. "I need help," Xiaohei said urgently. "If even a blood dragon cannot kill it, what can you do? If the aberrant energy senses your existence, it will kill you, and I will be devoured as well. Hackton can still restrain it for a long time. Those spores are useless against a draconic bloodline creature, but you are human. You cannot contend with it." Hackton was now bound by several vines. It breathed fire and burned the vines to ash. Lam Hong broke out in a sweat. "This thing just won't let go," Xiaohei said anxiously. "If we cannot end this battle quickly, the situation will become unfavorable for us." Lam Hong and Xiaohei emerged from the ground as the duration of their transformation ran out. The energy body also sensed his existence and lashed vines at him while releasing countless spores. Lam Hong was horrified. If it released so many spores, even if he did not die, he would be parasitized. Several vines shot toward him, but Lam Hong suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, he had used a ghost shadow transformation card in time to burrow underground. Yet Lam Hong still felt a sense of foreboding. Xiaohei replied, "That's right. You're the monster's target. Losing your trail seems to have enraged it." Anger rose within Lam Hong. The monster had released all of its parasitic spores and scattered them outward. Parasitic spores rose from beneath the ruins and flew into the sky. They headed toward the hunters, who were quickly infected by the spores. Streams of energy emerged from their bodies. The streams all flew toward the ruins and were absorbed by the monster. Xiaohei broke out in a sweat. It is taking the life power of the parasitized humans. It wants to advance to the Silver Realm. Lam Hong gritted his teeth. If this continues, even Hackden will be unable to defeat it. He asked Xiaohei whether there was any way to destroy it. Xiaohei replied, "The fragment store has a basic extermination card that can instantly destroy monsters below the Transcendent Realm. Unfortunately, it costs 1,000,000 card fragments. You said that if I want to kill it, this is my only chance. With the support of aberrant energy, this parasite will grow faster than any organism in this world. At its current rate of growth, it will advance to the Transcendent Realm in less than 2 months and may even undergo a 3rd mutation." Lam Hong asked Xiaohei, "The residual aberrant energy is that powerful? Could Hahao's golden finger be stronger than yours?" Xiaohei flew into a rage. "What nonsense are you talking about? All golden fingers must strictly obey the rules, and their hosts must follow the principles of use. But this energy escaped from a golden finger and exists independently, so it can inadvertently aid the parasite's growth." Lam Hong watched the fierce battle between Hackdan and the vines. "If we can suppress the parasite's regenerative ability, Hackdan will defeat it quickly," Xiaohei said. "To make it lose its regenerative ability, we must first complete the devouring of the aberrant energy." Xiaohei continued, "The host needs to place his hand on the aberrant energy for 3 minutes. Lam Huang Thou win. If I dare approach it, 3 minutes would be enough for it to kill me more than 10 times. He suddenly thought of a way and burrowed underground with Xiaohei. Now, if he extended his hand out of the ground, it would be just enough to touch its base. Xiaohei said, "That is too close. It has discovered me." Lam Hong emerged from the ground. "So what if it has discovered us? We are directly beneath the energy body, a blind spot for the parasites." He touched the energy body. "I only need to hold on for 3 minutes." Xiaohei was horrified to see it about to advance to the Silver Realm. "I'm afraid you will not survive for 3 minutes." Lam Hong was stunned too. Against a second-rank silver attack, even as a ghost shadow, I would suffer a fatal blow. Hackden could no longer endure either and was struck by one of the monster's attacks. System alert. Hackden has suffered a fatal blow. Please retrieve it immediately. The vines then twisted together into drill-like spikes. The vine drills all bored downward into the ground. Xiaohei cried out in horror, without Hackden holding it back. "You are doomed this time." The drills raced toward him. Lam Hong anxiously asked, "Have the 3 minutes passed yet? I am Friesen. System notification. Absorption of aberrant energy complete." Lam Hong was overjoyed. "All right." Lam Hong and Xiaohei fled. Xiaohei said that he had only temporarily absorbed the aberrant energy and still could not defeat it. Lam Hong confidently said he had a way. He crushed a card and summoned Bach. Bach appeared. Xiaohei asked if he had gone crazy. Was he planning to sacrifice the Bloodthirst card? The vines came rushing in. Lam Hong threw out 2 upgrade cards. Bach immediately created a shield to block the vines. Xiaohei was astonished. A normal monster's advancement process could be interrupted, but not a card's advancement. Even a demigod could do nothing about it. The monster frantically attacked Bach's shield. The shield gradually began to crack. Bach reached an arm out from within it. Lam Huang Lup Astonitz. This was Bach after advancing twice. Xiaohei sensed that something terrifying was about to emerge. Bach successfully evolved. The system congratulated Lam Hong on obtaining the epic grade monster card, 4-winged blood scythe, Divine Gaze. The vines lunged at Bach, but Bach suddenly vanished. It flew at incredible speed, evading the vines. Lam Hong crushed another card. Xiaohei became excited. Without the aberrant energy, it would lose its regenerative ability. There was a chance to win. Hackden appeared and spewed flames, burning the mass of vines to ashes. Xiaohei suddenly noticed something was wrong. It was absorbing more life power in order to advance to Silver Rank 3. The parasitic spores it had released were still spreading. They had probably reached Summer Palace City by now. Thousands of people had been infected and were having their life power drained away. It would soon complete the 3rd stage of its advancement process. "We've lost." Lam Huang's expression turned stern. We won't lose. He ordered Hack then to provide cover while Bak marked its wounds. Xiaohei angrily asked whether he was insane. If he attacked from that close, he would die. If he died, everything would be over. Lam Huang lipit forward. If this thing doesn't die, everyone dies. Not just me, but Lam Xin and tens of thousands of others as well. Hack then breathed fire, while Bak charged in to mark the creature's body. Xiaohei told him to be careful. It was about to advance. Lam Hong rushed forward and slashed at the vines. But unexpectedly, a vine shot toward him and pierced through his chest. Xiaohei's face filled with terror. Lam Hong struggled to open his eyes. The first things he saw were Xiaohei, Bak, and Hack then. Lam Hong broke out in a cold sweat. He was still alive. Xiaohei said that at the very last moment, he had used a healing card. Had he forgotten? Lam Huang abali sat up. What about those parasites? Xiaohei said that thanks to his fatal blow, they had all died. Lam Hong had also obtained an epic card. Then let's call it the Mana Replenishing Vine. Lam Hong recalled Bak and Hack then so they could rest. He asked Xiaohei whether the infected people would return to normal now that the Mana Replenishing Vine had been dealt with. Xiaohei answered with a smile that once the main body died, the parasitic spores would be destroyed as well. Everyone infected could return to normal. At that moment, Lam Hong summoned Tyrant and took the opportunity to advance it for the second time. He asked Xiaohei why the Mana Replenishing Vine had only 2 skills, with 3 more still locked. Xiaohei explained that it belonged to a new monster species. As a first-generation monster, it had only evolved its innate abilities. It would acquire other skills through learning in the future. Besides, all his monster skill slots were full. If he wanted to learn new monster skills, he would need a synthesis card or a skill erasure card. Tyrant also successfully advanced at that moment. The system congratulated him on obtaining the epic grade monster card, War Giant Armor Spirit. Lam Hong rode the purple-eyed white eagle away from the ruins. Xiaohei told him to leave quickly. He had used upgrade cards twice, so he would certainly attract the attention of transcendent hunters. Lam Hong did not want to stay any longer either. He wanted to return to Summer Palace City to see Lam Xin. Looking at Bak's card, he wondered what Divine Gaze meant. Xiaohei answered that it indicated the monster possessed an extremely faint divine bloodline, which gave its skills divine power. Lam Hong then asked what new function Xiaohei had gained after absorbing the aberrant energy. Xiaohei said it was a death substitution function. In other words, if a monster card of higher rarity died, it could be substituted with a monster card of equal or lower rarity with the same combat strength. If the number of deaths exceeded the available substitutions, the card would die permanently. An epic grade monster card had 3 chances for death substitution. The first could be substituted with an ordinary card, the second had to use a rare card, and the third could use either a rare card or an epic card. Lam Hong and Xiaohei soon returned. Lam Hong quietly peered through the window and saw that Lam Xin was sound asleep. Smiling, he said to Xiaohei, "I nearly died helping you absorb aberrant energy. Shouldn't I get some kind of reward?" Xiaohei had no answer for him. "Fine, I'll give you a big reward. I stake my pride on granting you 1 chance to draw 10 cards in a row." Lam Huang looked Sutun. What is this huge pile of cards? Didn't the card fiend only have 13 cards? Xiaohei reminded him to wake up. He was now in the Black Iron realm, so the card fiend had leveled up too. Lam Hong was devastated. With so many cards, how could he possibly draw anything good? But he decided not to care and take a gamble. Lam Hong randomly selected 10 cards. He prayed to heaven and earth for protection. He did not need any mission cards. When the cards were drawn, fortunately, there were no mission cards among them. Lam Hong examined the results. There was a minor obliteration card and 2 healing cards. He had heard that the minor obliteration card could destroy heaven and earth, while the healing cards were another safeguard for his life. Unfortunately, there was only 1 upgrade card. Otherwise, he would have advanced the purple-eyed white eagle. As for this enlightenment card, it was the first time he had ever seen one. Xiaohei explained that the enlightenment card was a consumable card that could only be used once. If he encountered difficulties during cultivation, it would grant him 1 opportunity for enlightenment. The effect depended on his own talent and potential. Lam Hong was delighted. This time, he had drawn nothing but good things. He finally had a chance to turn things around. Xiaohei openly scorned him, telling him not to get carried away. It was just a lucky draw. And so the 2 of them began bickering. The next morning, Lam Xin woke up and sat on her bed watching the news. Lam Hong opened her door, carrying a bag of food, telling her to hurry and eat breakfast. As Lam Shin ate, she said that the morning news reported a transcendent monster appearing in the little Summer City ruins, only to be suppressed soon afterward. "Was that you?" Lam Huang didn't eat. How could he possibly do such a thing when he was only in the Black Iron Realm? Lam Shin replied that the timing of his and Bok's disappearance was far too coincidental. Lam Hong rubbed Lam Shin's head and told her to stop imagining things. She should hurry and eat, then get ready to go out and have fun with him. Lam Shin put down her bread and said she did not want to play anymore. "Let's go home." Lam Hong was surprised. Summer vacation was not over yet. Was she feeling unwell? Lam Shin shook her head. She said she would graduate in September and could have plenty of fun next year. For now, she should spend her time studying for graduation and training for combat. Lam Huang Hiu get Lam Sing. His little sister had grown up and become sensible. As he walked out of her room, he said he would pack their things, buy tickets in advance, and fly home together. Lam Shin turned the news back on. This exclusive interview featured Ouyang Binglei, 18 years old, the 14th ranked expert on District 7's gold medal hunter rankings, as well as the highest-ranked female gun forger. Binglei said sternly, "If you don't want to become someone else's burden, you must learn to become strong." A resolute look appeared in Lam Shin's eyes. She would never be her brother's burden. One day, she would fight it aside. As soon as Lam Shin returned home, she went straight to her room, leaving all the luggage for Lam Hong. Lam Huang sighed. Now that he had nothing else to do, he might as well use the remaining mission card. He hoped it would not be another trap. He crushed the card. The system issued a mission. Within 30 days, he had to advance the martial conquest art to level 6. The reward was a healing card. Failure would cost him 1 function card. Lam Hong was devastated. Another trap. He painfully raked his fingers through his hair. He was only at level 3. How was he supposed to gather 120,000 fragments to reach level 6? Depressed, Lam Hong gave Lam Shin a month's living expenses and said he needed to enter seclusion for cultivation. His expression was solemn. To avoid losing the minor obliteration card, he could only risk everything now. Xiao He suddenly appeared, smiling smugly as he said that there was a way to gain fragments quickly. Lam Huang's my Fai Li. As long as I can complete the mission, I'll do anything. Upon hearing that, Xiao He smacked him and sent him tumbling over. Lam Hong passed through a gateway. Within that space, he saw the old Taoist from the projection. The old Taoist looked at him coldly and told him to begin training. The old man threw a punch, while Lam Hong was still bewildered and had no idea what was happening. The old man attacked incredibly quickly. He punched Lam Hong in the stomach. Clutching his abdomen, Lam Hong asked if this was what Xiao He called rapid advancement, bringing him here just to be beaten up. If he were beaten to death in here, would he become a vegetable in the real world? Lam Hong quickly dodged the old Taoist kick. He punched toward the old Taoist's face, but the old man tilted his head aside in time. A scratch appeared on his face, and the system congratulated Lam Hong for receiving 1 martial conquest art fragment. Lam Hong was astonished. He could receive a fragment just by landing a hit. The old Taoist attacked again and again. Lam Hong did his utmost to resist. He finally understood. This was how he could rapidly obtain fragments. In other words, as long as he did not die, he could keep advancing without end. If that was the case, then he would just go for it. The fragments he obtained continued to rise. The system congratulated him on successfully breaking through to level 5 of the martial conquest art. Lam Hong told it to continue. Back in reality, Lam Hong said he only needed 1 more level and could still keep fighting. Xiao He sternly told him that he had failed the mission. Lam Hong looked going foot. Xiao He said that 24 days had already passed. Advancing the martial conquest art from level 5 to level 6 required 10,000 fragments. He only had 4,000 now, so there was simply not enough time. Lam Hong was horrified when he heard that. The mission had failed. Lam Huang looked gloomy. Time was too short. There was no way he could make it. Xiao He said whether he lost the minor obliteration card or the enlightenment card would depend on his luck. Lam Hong raised a hand and told Xiao He to wait. Since it had come to this, he would use the enlightenment card. Xiao He warned him that using the enlightenment card with his current abilities was extremely dangerous. Lam Hong ignored him and confirmed its use. Immediately, his body felt as though it were being torn apart by unbearable pain. Xiao He said he was too weak to control the enlightenment card at all. He might die from forcing himself to cultivate. Lam Huang's blood surged. It was only 1 more breakthrough. He could do it. Lam Hong steadied himself in a seated position and focused on cultivating. The cycle of the martial conquest art spun faster and faster. At this rate, he would break through to level 6 in less than 4 hours. The system congratulated him on breaking through to level 6 of the martial conquest art. Energy erupted from Lam Hong's body. Xiaohei panicked and hurriedly told him to stop. But Lam Hong could no longer stop. His cultivation was out of control. Many old Taoists appeared around him, all telling him to begin training. The old Taoists charged at him together. Lam Hong was horrified. "You've got to be kidding me." Back in reality, Xiaohei watched him anxiously. Just as expected, it was impossible. The terrifying aspect of the Enlightenment card was that it bypassed the limits of his physical strength. Once his mind became exhausted, he would never wake up again. Within his subconscious, Lam Hong fought the old Taoists alone. He would not give up. He had not lived enough yet. Lam Xin was studying in her room when she suddenly heard a violent tremor. She hurriedly turned toward Lam Hong's room. The sun had already set. The martial conquest art cultivation crystal suddenly cracked. Lam Huang doing that way. Lam Xin was overjoyed to see that he had regained consciousness. Her eyes filled with tears as she said he had scared her to death. The doctor had said he was fine, but no one knew why he had fallen unconscious. Lam Hong hurriedly asked how long he had been asleep. Lam Xin said it had been exactly 1 week. She asked whether he was hungry and offered to get him some food. Lam Hong was stunned. He had slept for a week. Had the mission failed? The system congratulated him on breaking through to level 8 of the martial conquest art and completing the mission. He could claim 1 healing card. Lam Hong was astonished. He had actually broken through to level 8. While eating, Lam Hong said that at level 8, the martial conquest art increased the effectiveness of every type of life power advancement by 96%. This peak level enhancement must be among the highest levels of the Supreme Life Tome. The Enlightenment card was truly powerful. Xiaohei said sternly that his cultivation was complete and the life power in his body had completely stabilized. He could now consider advancing to the Bronze Realm. Lam Hong wiped his mouth with his hand. To advance to the Bronze Realm, I need to choose a new monster species, right? In the Life Seed Encyclopedia, there were not many more monster species available in the Bronze Realm than in the Black Iron Realm. Xiaohei said he had selected 11 monsters for him, based on his personal strength. Lam Hong scratched his head. He had to choose again. He grabbed Xiaohei, saying that Xiaohei had helped him choose his life seed last time, so why not ask him again? Xiaohei angrily told him to let go. How could they explain why he had advanced to the Bronze Realm so quickly? The existence of the system absolutely could not be revealed to the Hunters Association. Just then, someone called Lam Hong. It was Lung Xinyue. Lung Xinyue sounded a little embarrassed. They had not contacted each other in a long time, so she had called to ask how he was doing. Lam Hong happily said that he had something he wanted to ask her about. Lung Xinyue said she did not deserve such formal words. She would be glad if she could help. Lam Hong went straight to the point. He was choosing a life seed to advance to the Bronze Realm, but the range of options was too broad, and he genuinely had no idea what to choose. Lung Xinyue immediately asked him to show her his options. Internally, she wondered how he could have advanced to the Bronze Realm when he had only recently entered the Black Iron Realm. Lung Xinyue calmly said that most of the life seeds he had chosen provided basic bodily enhancements, such as lightning elephant speed and thick armor. However, physical enhancement talents could no longer be used after reaching the Transcendent Realm. She had a Bronze Realm monster in mind. The life seed obtained after killing, it possessed a secret art that could evolve into a special ability after one became transcendent, and it might suit him well. Lam Hong asked her to tell him about it. Lung Xinyue took a sip of tea and said it was the Corpse Tower puppet. It was not particularly powerful, but it was extremely troublesome to deal with because it possessed a substitution ability. The life seed acquired after killing, it was called the Substitution Life Seed, a special type life seed. The substitution effect of its life power was rather unimpressive, which was why few people chose it. It could only transfer non-lethal damage 3 times per day, making it far less useful than many recovery type abilities. But after advancing to the Transcendent Realm, this substitution ability could evolve into the Substitute Secret Art, allowing one to transfer fatal injuries 9 times per day. Lung Xinyue said she would send him the healing secret arts, so he could look through the other secret arts himself and decide. Lam Hong thanked Lung Xinyue. saying he was fortunate to have her. Lung Xinhua blushed when she heard his praise. Lam Hong scratched his head. Had he addressed her too intimately, making her angry? Leaning back in his chair, he thought it over. No matter how he considered it, the Corpse Tower Puppet's life seed suited him best. Xiaohei added that the Corpse Tower Puppet was an undead species, bronze rank 3, and a social monster. It could be found in Ashen Valley, the Forgotten Lands, and the first level of the Undead Black Abyss. The Undead Black Abyss was a forbidden zone that only Transcendents dared to enter. The Forgotten Lands were a strange, forbidden region in District 7. Many who explored the area, including Transcendents, had mysteriously vanished. Xiaohei disdainfully said that someone as weak as Lam Hong would surely die without even leaving a bone behind, wherever he went. Lam Hong picked at his ear and said Xiaohei should just speak plainly. They would go to Ashen Valley, right? His ring vibrated. Someone was calling him. Yin Hang excitedly invited him to Ashen Valley. Lam Hong and Xiaohei were briefly puzzled. Lam Xing Thou Wen, you were unconscious for a whole week, and now you want to go to Ashen Valley again? Lam Hong replied that she would be returning to school soon, and since he had nothing to do at home, he wanted to travel with his friend. He told her to behave at home. He had already transferred her living expenses and would be back after a while. Lam Xin immediately checked her account. The moment she saw the balance, she choked and sprayed out her water. It was a full 1 million. At Fog Spirit City, Stronghold 7C29, Lam Hong and Yin Hang strolled along the street. He noticed several hunters around. It seemed he would have to start being more careful. Yin Hang quietly told him about the Corpse Tower Puppet's life seed and warned him not to mention it to anyone else. Lam Hong asked whether that was why Yin Hang had come to Ashen Valley, to advance to the Bronze Realm. Since they shared the same goal, they could travel together, but Lam Hong would have to conceal his true strength. As he walked, Lam Hong thought to himself that the people gathered in Fog Spirit City were all there to hunt monsters in the nearby wilderness, including some members of the Hunters Association. Those reckless people of unknown origin had to be treated with caution. Just then, Yin Hang called him and said he had found a team. They were leaving now, so Lam Hong should hurry to the Stronghold Gate to gather. Lam Hong found it strange. Why did they have to rush? Besides, it was already getting dark. Why spend the night in the wilderness? He decided to take a look. At the eastern gate of Fog Spirit City, Yin Hang wore an odd expression and called him over. Behind him stood a group of 3 people. Yin Hang said they would lead them to Ashen Valley. Lam Hong sensed that these men were all in the White Iron Realm. Were they looking for trouble? The men hurriedly climbed onto their mounts and impatiently urged them to get moving. Lam Hong sensed something wrong about them. Could Yin Hang have been threatened? For now, he could only wait and see what tricks they intended to pull. They crossed the desert together. The black-haired man said to their leader, "Boss, that kid who came last is only in the Black Iron Realm, but he has an Azure Wolf as a mount." The leader sighed contentedly. "The more profit there is, the better this trip gets. Keep moving. We can reach Ashen Valley before dark." They finally arrived at Ashen Valley. The leader told Lam Hong to pay up 30 life crystals in total. Lam Huang Thou Wen. Are you kidding? Meanwhile, Yin Hang was trembling all over in fear. His face had turned an ugly shade of purple as he warned Lam Hong to be careful. That man can control people. The leader pulled down his mask and stuck out his tongue, revealing a pattern on it. He was a word spirit master. The word spirit master demanded 30 life crystals, not 1 less. Lam Hong calmly assessed him. He had run into a word spirit master again, a rare profession. Such people could control others with curses and insults. With a single word, they could even decide life or death. However, these men were merely White Iron Realm cultivators, and their mounts were cheap earth rhinos. Frankly, their strength was mediocre. Lam Hong asked if they were robbers. The 2 underlings arrogantly told him he had 2 choices: hand over the money or die. Or they could kill both of them, take everything they had, and throw their corpses into the valley. Lam Hong raised 3 fingers. He gave them a 3rd choice. If they knew what was good for them, they could get lost. He would pretend nothing had happened and spare their worthless lives. The 3 men burst into mocking laughter. "Are you dreaming?" The word spirit master was enraged. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He ordered Lam Hong to repeat after him, paralyzed. Lam Hong repeated the word as instructed. Yet nothing happened. The word spirit master flew into a rage and ordered his 2 underlings to kill Lam Hong. Lam Huang Sumun Bak. In an instant, Bak dealt with both underlings. The word spirit master was terrified. "Aren't you only in the Black Iron Realm? That's a mutated monster. Lam Hong contemptuously told him he was too stupid. The moment he realized his word spirit could not control Lam Hong, he should have understood. The word spirit master immediately fled in panic. To Lam Hong's surprise, In Hang suddenly dropped to his knees. Part of it was admiration, and part of it was fear. Lam Hong how pet In Hang Wu? In Hang asked whether Lam Hong could control a Gold Realm blood servant. Lam Hong said Bach was not Gold Realm. It was simply mutated. In Hang looked at him suspiciously. He truly doubted Lam Huang's real abilities. The two entered a cave to sleep. In Hang slept soundly in his sleeping bag. Lam Hong looked at him and said the word spirit master had run away and probably would not dare return, so Bach did not need to keep watch. He recalled Bach and summoned another monster as a precaution. The next morning, In Hang let out a horrified scream. He fearfully said they were surrounded by monsters. Lam Hong explained that they were monsters he had summoned to stand guard through the night. It turned out he had summoned the mana-replenishing vine. As they walked, In Hang kept praising Lam Huang's strength. He was already exhausted and drenched in sweat. His personality really was not suited to risking his life. Suddenly, Lam Hong sensed that something ahead was wrong. The corpse tower puppets should have been based here, but every monster in this area has already been cleared out. We came too late. In Hang was confused. The corpse tower puppets are gone? What happened? Lam Hong told him to go up and take a look. What they saw was an entire horde of corpse tower puppets that had been slaughtered. Lam Hong shouted, "Who did such a despicable thing? At this rate, I can only choose a different life seed." Lam Hong asked In Hang whether he had told those 3 robbers about the life seed he had selected. In Hang suddenly remembered that he had. After hearing that, Lam Hong guessed who was responsible. The word spirit master was delighted, feeling extremely smug about the Gold Realm weapon he had spent his entire fortune to buy. He wanted to clear out the entire area, so Lam Hong and In Hang would return empty-handed. The word spirit master smugly thought that once he returned and bought some defeated blood serum, he would easily deal with Lam Hong and his blood servant. At that moment, a man appeared and placed a hand on his shoulder. The word spirit master shuddered. With just one hand on his shoulder, the man made his limbs go rigid, and he could no longer use his energy. The man brought the word spirit master before someone else. That person told the man to take him away. "I'll find a use for him." The word spirit master was horrified when he saw the emblem on her clothing. She belonged to the purple crow. The cold young woman turned her back on him as the word spirit master miserably begged her to spare his life. At that moment, Lam Hong also heard an unusual sound and asked In Hang whether he had heard it, but In Hang paid him no attention. Fortunately, In Hang had listened to him. They skipped the 3rd location and went directly to the last one, where they finally found corpse tower puppets. Lam Huang sumun baik to hao In Hang. In Hang rushed forward, swinging the whip in his hand. He lashed out with the whip and bound a corpse tower puppet. The bound puppet struggled violently. In Hang looked disdainful. "You're pretty fierce, huh?" He used the whip to sever the corpse tower puppet's head. But the corpse tower puppet unexpectedly vanished. It suddenly appeared behind him, preparing to attack. In Hang was horrified. This thing can revive. He hurriedly called for Lam Hong to save him. The corpse tower puppet was suddenly bound by threads. Bach had used its skill to restrain it. Lam Hong told In Hang, "Now that it's restrained, go." In Hang immediately seized the opportunity and charged forward, aiming straight for the corpse tower puppet's head. After a while, In Hang was gasping for breath. "This is already the 5th time I've killed it. Is it done yet?" Bach then attacked, slicing through the corpse tower puppet's body. Its life seed immediately entered In Hang's body. Lam Hong asked whether there was any problem with the life seed. In Hang replied that there was no problem. He had successfully advanced to the Bronze Realm. All he needed now was to train and consolidate his realm. In Hang desperately wanted a hug and kiss Lam Hong in thanks. Lam Hong pushed him away and told him to return to Fog Spirit City first. He would remain there for another 2 days. In Hang was surprised and asked if Lam Hong still had something to do, offering to stay with him. Lam Hong smiled and said there was no need. His realm was low, so he only wanted to hunt some low-level monsters in the area. Hearing that, In Hang left as well, telling Lam Hong to contact him if anything happened and to find him when he returned. Lam Hong cheerfully told In Hang not to worry. His face was filled with confidence. Next, it was his turn to advance to the Bronze Realm. At the center of Ashen Valley, the word Spirit Master was escorted there. The man asked the woman if she was sure this was the place. The woman confidently replied, "I set it up myself. How could I be wrong?" She touched the water in the lake. The golden spring water in this lake has been fermenting for 12 years. It should be ready now. The lake water gradually turned a strange, purplish red. The woman told the man to throw the word Spirit Master in at once. Terrified, the word Spirit Master said he could help them find other test subjects. There are still 2 others in this valley. The word Spirit Master was mercilessly thrown into the lake. Elsewhere, another corpse tower puppet was slain. Lam Hong remarked that while this toy had no offensive power, it was truly difficult to kill. Its life seed entered his body. Lam Hong reflected on advancing to the bronze realm. Once a black iron life will become a bronze life wheel. 3 rings of engraving slots would form around its outer edge. The remaining life wheels transformed from life power cards would begin to undergo the same changes as well. The system detected the life seed and converted it into a card. Lam Hong clenched his fist. Just as expected, although it was weak for now, once he advanced to the transcendent realm, this toy would become a powerful means of protecting his life. Lam Hong recalled Bach as well. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of a mutated monster. The word Spirit Master was gradually transforming into a monster. The woman remarked, "A mutated Dano. The effect is not bad." Observing from above, Lam Hong was shocked, turning a human into a monster. What kind of evil art was this? He wondered who this woman was and what that pool of blood was for. The woman raised her hand, releasing streams of black energy from her palm. Lam Hong was horrified. This was absolutely not an enemy he could handle right now. He needed to run, but the man suddenly appeared behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. Just like the word Spirit Master, Lam Hong could no longer move. The man grabbed him by the throat, lifted him into the air, and prepared to crush his neck. The woman approached and called out, "Su Chong, don't kill him yet." He released Lam Hong. The woman asked whether he had 2 mutated monsters. Lam Hong asked how she knew. He felt that the auras of these 2 people were overwhelmingly powerful. Merely standing close to them made it hard for him to breathe. They were undoubtedly transcendent realm powerhouses. The woman introduced herself as Hong Zhuang, an official member of the Purple Crow. Lam Hong thought to himself, Purple Crow? Wasn't that an organization as famous as the Hunters Association? The Hunters Association ruled the world in the light, while the Purple Crow ruled the underworld. Hong Zhuang praised him. "You're only in the bronze realm, yet you can command 2 mutated monsters. Not bad." Su Chong blocked Lam Huang's route of retreat and asked whether Hong Zhuang intended to recruit him. The minimum level for reserve members was the Gold Realm. Hong Zhuang naturally knew that, but a Bronze Realm Imperial envoy who possessed 2 mutated monsters was a talent like no other. If he fell into another organization's hands, he would become a threat to the Purple Crow. She gave Lam Hong 2 choices: join the Purple Crow or die immediately. In a prison cell, Lam Hong was locked inside. He angrily asked, "Didn't you want me to join? Why am I locked up?" Su Chong arrogantly explained, "This is the Purple Crow's reserve labor camp. I'm a deacon. Only after passing a 3-month assessment can newcomers become reserve members." He reminded Lam Hong that although Lady Hong Zhuang had taken a liking to him, for these 3 months, aside from ensuring he stayed alive, Su Chong would not grant him any special privileges. Pray for your own luck. Having said that, he left Lam Hong alone. A voice sounded, "Stop shouting. Since you're here, just consider yourself dead." Lam Hong turned and saw someone else in the room. The young man introduced himself as Xiao Mo and said he would be Lam Huang's roommate from now on. Lam Hong sat beside Xiao Mo, introduced himself, and asked what he meant. Xiao Mo explained that once someone entered the training camp, neither their heart network nor communication devices could be used. They were completely cut off from the outside world. For 3 months, unless they became corpses, they could forget about leaving. Xiao Mo gravely described the camp's strict rules. Lam Huang Lai Dao. What comes will come. Having said that, he immediately fell asleep. Xiao Mo was astonished by his nerve, but that was Xiao Mo's bed. The next morning, Lam Hong looked at a tower and asked whether that was the trial tower Xiao Mo had mentioned. Xiao Mo replied that from Black Iron Rank 1 to Gold Rank 3, one could choose the corresponding tower level for trials. Xiao Mo urged him to hurry because morning distribution was about to begin. Lam Hong asked whether the trials offered any benefits. Xiao Mo said they could exchange combat experience, improve their strength, and earn points. Xiao Mo's face suddenly filled with fear, and his whole body began to tremble as he told Lam Hong to look over there. 3 people were hanging from nooses. Xiao Mo explained that the training camp had a leaderboard ranked by points earned in the trial tower. Every week, the 3 people with the lowest scores would be hanged to death. At that moment, a young man appeared behind Xiao Mo. He aggressively picked a fight and kicked Xiao Mo to the ground. He reached out to grab him, but Xiao Mo turned his face away and hurriedly apologized. Lam Hong grabbed the young man's hand and told Xiao Mo that he was not the one who should apologize. The young man angrily asked whether Lam Hong was tired of living, daring to cause trouble on his first day. Lam Hong coldly ordered him to apologize to Xiao Mo. He twisted the man's arm, making him howl in pain. A voice called out, "Let him go." A young man approached. He was Gong Suning. Lam Hong released the young man's hand and looked at Gong Suning. He was ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. Gong Suning crossed his arms and asked whether Lam Hong wanted to know the camp's rules. Lam Hong said, "Big fish eating little fish is the law of beasts. But I am human." Gong Suning became interested. "How interesting." Su Chong walked over, holding a whip in his hand. He ordered the prisoners not to stop walking. "Do you want to be punished?" Gong Suning told his underling to leave. Xiao Mo hurriedly apologized to Lam Hong, saying it was all his fault and Lam Hong should not have offended Gong Suning because of him. Lam Hong replied that sooner or later he would have to face people like that. He told Xiao Mo to watch carefully. He would teach him how to keep living. Lam Hong entered the 6th floor of the trial tower. It was time to get down to business. The trial tower's rules were simple and cruel. Kill monsters to earn points. Rather than being created, those monsters had been brought there. Lam Hong summoned Bach and ordered it to attack. Killing monsters would earn him lifelight, but if he was killed, he would die as well. Calling this a trial tower would be an understatement. It was more like a human meat grinder. Though Bach's strength could carry him through the 10th floor, Lam Hong still needed to hone his combat skills and accumulate lifelight. 3rd-rank bronze realm monsters were still the most important. Unlike the others, Lam Hong could synchronize his life wheel with Bach's, so his newly generated life power was inexhaustible. Fighting for 8 hours a day was no problem. By the 3rd day, Lam Hong had taken down another large group of monsters. As he walked outside, he remarked that this time his gains had been quite good. The moment Li Zihao saw him, he wanted to challenge him. Lam Hong had not expected someone to challenge him so quickly, but he had no interest in it. The system announced that Li Zihao had registered a death match against him. The death match was now in effect. Lam Hong, thou win. A death match could be forcibly initiated? Li Zihao strode over menacingly with 2 swords in hand. He said that if Lam Hong accepted a normal challenge, Li Zihao could take at most half of Lam Hong's points. But by registering a death match, he could kill Lam Hong and take all of his points. Lam Hong stood down. So that's how it is. Li Zihao charged in first. Lam Hong struck with incredible speed without even moving from where he stood. Li Zihao was momentarily bewildered. Lam Hong said in a low voice, "You've lost." Li Zihao was defeated and fell. Everyone was stunned by Lam Hong's combat prowess. His attacks were too fast for them to even see. Gong Suning appeared and said that Lam Hong had to kill Li Zihao for the match to end. Those are the rules of a death match. Lam Hong replied darkly, "You want me to kill him? Isn't he your subordinate?" Gong Suning sternly replied, "Those are the rules. You must kill him to end the match." Lam Hong retorted, "Rules are made by people, and people can break them." He turned to leave. "I am Buse. I don't have time to play around here." Gong Sunying's gaze turned icy. Chains suddenly wrapped around Li Zihao's neck. Lam Huang's expression changed in shock. He slowly turned to look at Gong Suning. Gong Suning looked cold and indifferent. "I'll kill him for you. No need to thank me. But what I hate most are people who do not understand the rules. If there's a next time, I will kill you myself." Xiao Mo trembled in fear. Gong Suning is at White Iron rank 3 and could break into the Gold Realm at any time. You'll be in serious danger if you cross him. But Lam Hong paid no attention to Xiao Mo sitting up. He asked, "Why did you join Purple Crow? You're in the Black Iron Realm. You could have joined the Hunters Association as a reserve member." Xiao Mo pulled down his collar, revealing a mark. He was a descendant of Sin blood, and the Alliance government had no place for him. Compassion filled Lam Huang's eyes. If a woman violated by a monster happened to survive, the child she bore would be branded as sin blood. The Alliance government had stopped hunting them, but they were still regarded as outsiders. No wonder Xiao Mo could only choose an underground organization like Purple Crow. Tears welled up in Xiao Mo's eyes. He apologized to Lam Hong for not telling him. Lam Hong stroked Xiao Mo's head and gently said, "Whether you are sin blood or descended from sin blood, you are all people worthy of pity. You have done nothing wrong." Xiao Mo knelt before him. "The assessment is coming soon, and the deacon will deal with me before long. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. You lent me so many life crystal fragments, but I have no way to repay you." Lam Hong fell silent for a moment, then told Xiao Mo to challenge him. "As long as I concede, you'll receive a portion of my points." Xiao Mo objected. "Conceding during a challenge violates the rules. Gong Sunning will never let you off." Lam Hong did not care. "Don't hesitate. Do you want to die in this damned place?" Xiao Mo hesitated. He was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to live, and he wanted a chance to grow stronger. He accepted Lam Huang's challenge. Lam Hong nodded and conceded. The next day, everyone in the training camp anxiously watched the rankings. A young man scratched his head, wondering why Xiao Mo had received 5,000 points while he himself had dropped to third from the bottom. He had clearly spent a great deal of money buying points. At that moment, a hand shot out from behind him. Gong Sunning slapped him face first into the ground. He said icily, "You fraud, die." Elsewhere, Lam Hong told Xiao Mo, "Finish eating, then continue killing monsters in the trial tower. Use up all the life crystals I gave you. You should be able to gain quite a few points." Gong Sunning approached Lam Hong with murderous intent. "You deliberately conceded during the challenge and used a cheating method to give Xiao Mo points, didn't you?" Lam Hong picked at his ear. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." The two immediately began arguing. The onlookers were pale-faced, never expecting a newcomer to be this arrogant. Furious, Gong Sunning said he wanted to challenge Lam Hong. "Lam Hong v my gam." Just as he was about to speak, a voice rang out, "Stop this at once." Su Chong strode over aggressively to break up the disturbance. Gong Sunning immediately reported that Lam Hong had dared to disrupt the point system rules. Su Chong warned him, "The first time you came here, I told you that even if you were personally chosen by Lady Hong Zhuang, you have no special privileges here. You must obey the rules." Lam Hong glanced disdainfully at Gong Sunning. "Of course I remember, but I only lost one challenge, and you call that cheating. Is it your rule?" Gong Sun-ing sneered inwardly. Even if Lam Hong had someone backing him, there were countless ways to put him in his place within this training camp. As Gong Sunning turned away resentfully, Lam Hong called him back. Pointing at him, Lam Hong said he wanted a death match. Su Chong said gravely, "You really are courting death." The crowd erupted into chatter. With killing intent written across his face, Gong Sun-ing drew his weapon, chains. "If you want to die, I'll oblige you. Lam Huang Sumun, but I'll return those words to you." He ordered Bak to charge forward and kill him. Gong Sun-ing controlled his chains and launched an attack. Bak formed a shield that blocked the chains. Gong Sun-ing was astonished. "Impossible. My weapon is gold grade." Bak rushed at him with extreme speed and slashed across his neck. Gong Sunning froze in place. It was too fast. He could not even see it. He fell to the ground, dead with his eyes still open. "Lam Huang's, no. I thought you were supposed to be impressive." Su Chong and the others were stunned by Lam Huang's strength. Su Chong ordered everyone to disperse and return to their business. Inwardly, he sighed. No wonder Lady Hong Zhuang had recommended Lam Hong for Purple Crow. He told Lam Hong to return to his room and stop causing trouble. Lam Huang sat beside Gong Sun Jing Shego. "I'll finish up here before I go back." Su Chong was furious inside. Even so, Lam Hong was far too arrogant. Holding up a card, Lam Hong asked Xiao, "Hey, what is this talent card? Don't I have to kill monsters through a life seed to obtain talents?" Xiao He explained, "Talent cards come from a small number of people who, due to inheritance or other reasons, are born with the ability to use a certain talent." Lam Hong crushed the 2 talent cards he had obtained. "So talent cards allow me to gain a skill without having to do anything." Lam Hong looked at his status window. In addition to gaining talents and skills, his increased combat level also allowed him to summon 3 monsters at once. Xiaomo was excited. You are in sitting Lam Huang. You killed Gong Sun Ing in an instant. As Lam Hong walked, he thought to himself, it was not that Gong Sun Ing was weak. Bak was simply too powerful. Bak's current strength was enough to crush every member of the training camp. Xiao Mo said, you killed Gong Sun Ing, so your points have now surpassed 2 million. You can exchange them for some good equipment. At the exchange shop, Lam Hong was shocked by the point prices for weapons. Why is everything so expensive? He said he wanted to exchange for a bronze-grade gun. The seller replied, the Bronze Sparrow 23, made by Grey Eagle Company. 80,000 points. Lam Hong was startled. A bronze-grade weapon should only cost 10,000 points. Why are you charging me 80,000? The seller explained, this gun has been modified. It is 3 times as powerful as the original. There's also the White Iron Phoenix 16, also modified for 960,000 points. Lam Hong could only reluctantly take both weapons. As he left, he lamented that the points he had just gained were already gone. Still, it was not a loss. Modified weapons were rare, after all. Lam Hong suddenly saw several unfamiliar men outside his room, while Xiao and Mo appeared to be threatened by them. He considered whether they had come to avenge Gong Sun Ing. Although Lam Hong greeted them with a smile, he thought to himself, he had killed Gong Sun Ing, who ranked 2nd, and now these people had come to his door. He did not know whether it was good news or bad. Fong Wen took out a spatial storage ring as a gift. Smiling, he said, I heard you practice saber techniques. My father gave me a decent saber technique some time ago, but I'm not suited to practice it, so I'll give it to you. We'll be fellow members from now on, so let's look after each other. Lam Hong gladly accepted the gift, though he suspected they valued not his strength, but Lady Hong Zhuang's backing. After giving their gifts, the men happily left. Xiaomo was delighted. You became famous after just 1 battle. So many people are bringing you gifts because they all want to befriend you. Lam Hong examined the spatial storage ring Fong Wen had given him. Though it was not large, it contained 3,000 standard units of life crystals, worth 3 billion credit points. It was truly generous. Xiao He said, the truly valuable thing is this saber technique, flowing fire. 300 years ago, a saber master combined various fire element saber techniques, and after 7 years, it was finally simplified. Lam Hong asked Xiao He what level the saber technique was. Xiao He replied, it is rare grade. If you collect enough fragments, it can be upgraded to epic grade without requiring advanced cards. Xiao He also reminded him, your top priority now is escaping from here. You simply do not have time to practice saber techniques. Lam Huang looked dazed. I know. I never wanted to join Purple Crow either. He remembered Xiao Mo's words. Unless one became a corpse, there was no way to escape this place. Lam Hong asked Xiao and Mo how the bodies of the dead were handled. Xiao and Mo answered fearfully. They're thrown into the abyss, smashed to pieces by the fall, and eaten by monsters. Lam Hong asked how people with status or influential backgrounds were handled. Xiao and Mo replied, their bodies are kept by the deacon until their family comes to verify the cause of death. Lam Hong thought because he was connected to Hong Zhuang, if he died, the deacon would keep his body until she came to inspect it. The problem was that if he escaped, Purple Crow would remember him. How could he eliminate future trouble? Until he came up with a perfect plan, he would continue training and cultivating. Perhaps he could obtain new cards to solve the problem. Lam Hong challenged the monsters in the trial tower once more. He summoned Bak and challenged first-rank White Iron monsters to see what rewards he could obtain. Bak swiftly dealt with the monsters. Lam Huang, Thais, Bak, well done. Even if they are White Iron monsters, as long as you're within Bak's safe zone, you won't lose. A goat-headed monster charged at him. Lam Hong struck its face, then slashed its shoulder. The goat-headed monster was forced back, then rushed toward him at tremendous speed. Lam Hong used his blade to block its punch. Another monster charged him from behind. Lam Hong looked at it coldly, reflecting that White Iron monsters truly were formidable. He then cut the monster down. Lam Hong looked around. This wave had finally ended. He recalled Bak. This time, he had gained a great deal. Lam Hong told Xiao He to inspect the 20 upgraded reward cards he had received. Xiao He summarized the cards he had collected. There were also several new cards. Xiao He explained, this card can merge skills of the same type that the user possesses, with a certain chance of evolving them into a higher level skill. This other card can directly seal a monster within the rarity range permitted to the monster card user, though it has certain limitations. The monster to be sealed must be within the user's line of sight. Monsters whose rarity exceeds the user's control limit cannot be sealed. Lam Hong was surprised. So I can seal any monster below epic grade without being limited by its combat strength? Xiao He replied, only rarity is restricted. Even a demigod level monster can be sealed, so long as its rarity does not exceed the host's control limit. However, the combat strength of monsters turned into cards will be limited by the host's strength. Xiao He hendet lam huang akat. I'm afraid this is the card you need most right now. Put simply, this card lets you become a director. You can take a fully staged photograph and then use it to conceal the truth. Whether the picture looks convincing depends entirely on you. Lam Hong guessed, once I finish acting out the scene, I'll be able to leave this place. It seemed he would need to devise a script for his escape over the next few days. At that moment, the system issued him a mandatory special chain mission. First, reach the top of Purple Crow's leaderboard and successfully maintain that position for 3 days. Second, successfully escape the training camp. The time limit was 3 days. Completing only one mission would yield no reward, only punishment. Lam Hong was devastated. Was that deliberate? Why give me a mission at a time like this? In a training camp's observation room, Su Chong saw that Lam Hong had entered the first-rank gold training floor. He sighed. He has finally become more diligent. An observer said, for the past 3 days, Lam Hong has trained in the trial tower for over 10 hours each day and held first place on the point leaderboard for 3 consecutive days. Sukiang Snot. Lam Hong is Lady Hong Zhuang's promising candidate. What is so difficult about taking first place? Keep an eye on him. Report immediately if he does anything unusual. While fighting monsters, Lam Hong told Xiao He, quickly activate the skill fusion card. Xiao He asked, Blade Seed, Movement Technique, Eye Pupil, or Disguise. Which one will you choose? Lam Huang Ugenti Ziplit Ditgui. Xiao He consumed the Monster Aura skill and the Transformation skill, merging them into a new skill. A new skill card was created, Advanced Disguise. It could disguise one's appearance, gait, and even aura. Beyond a certain range, it could deceive, even transcendence. Note, it cannot disguise the user as anything other than a human. Lam Hong swung his blade at a monster, and it fell. Lam Hong stepped on its head. Pointing his blade downward, he said, this disguise skill is exactly what I needed. I already have a way to escape. Lam Hong asked Xiao He, can an upgrade card directly upgrade the Substitution Life Seed into the Substitute Secret Art? Xiao He replied, no. After the first upgrade, it becomes an Advanced Substitution Life Seed, increasing the substitution effect from 3 uses per day to 9. After the second upgrade, it becomes a Death Substitution Life Seed, which can substitute for 1 death. Lam Hong immediately said, then give me 3 upgrade cards and directly upgrade it twice. Xiao He was startled, as though it understood his intention. Lam Hong answered confidently, I have a perfect plan to escape. Lam Hong spent 7.2 million points to buy a modified gold grade gun. After all, accumulated points were only valuable inside the training camp. They would be useless once he left. Lam Hong asked Xiao Mo, are the life crystals I gave you enough? Xiao Mo replied, they're enough. Lam Hong instructed him, keep killing monsters properly, not only to survive, but to become stronger. That way, you'll have more choices in the future. Remember, Purple Crow is not your only choice. I know you're not a bad person. You should not be trapped in this sea of blood. The world outside is vast. Xiao Mo felt that something was off. Why did it feel as though Lam Hong was saying goodbye? Lam Hong let goodbye. We'll meet again if fate permits. The system announced, the deception card has been activated. Please complete the false story setup immediately. In the observation room, an employee discovered something was wrong. Lam Hong had entered the second-rank gold trial tower again. He was only a second-rank black iron cultivator. He would surely die. Su Chong gritted his teeth. He would force the door open and hoped he was not too late. If Lam Hong died, Lady Hong Zhuang would never forgive him. Lam Hong was sent flying by a monster. A vicious wolf lunged at him. Lam Huang's my. Now is the time. The wolf bit down on his neck. Another monster raised its foot, preparing to crush him to death. Su Chong burst through the door. The security system activated. It fired lasers at the monsters, stopping them. Su Chong said furiously, I was still one step too late. He immediately called Hong Zhuang and told her to come to the training camp. Lam Hong was dead. Lam Hong was currently in his ghost shadow state. He reflected, the effect is not bad. It not only created a fake corpse, but even my aura has completely disappeared. The system announced that the deception card had taken effect and would remain active for 1 month. Elsewhere, Su Chong was knocked to the ground while Hong Zhuang was furious. You could not even handle such a small matter. Su Chong trembled in fear. I checked thoroughly. Lam Hong truly is dead. Hong Duang stili auto, bun Lam Huang shakop. Leave no trace behind. As for you, I will deal with you myself. Lam Hong marveled at the deception card's power. It could even forge his emperor's heart ring and equipment. He turned into a shadow and slipped away. A month was enough time for him to change his appearance and leave the training camp. Only by leaving now could he complete the chain mission and claim its rewards. As Lam Hong walked, he paused when he saw Xiao Mo crying. He felt somewhat guilty, but Li Lian would probably comfort him. At least Xiao Mo's days ahead would no longer be quite so miserable. There were still good people in Purple Crow. Lam Hong finally escaped completely. At last, he was free. The system notified him that he had completed the chain mission and received 2 upgrade cards. Riding the Azure Wolf, Lam Hong looked at the map. His current location was far too remote. Xiao He added, besides, you can't use your real identity. Otherwise, Purple Crow will discover that you're still alive. Lam Hong replied, I need a false identity right now. Otherwise, I won't even be able to stay at a hotel. Xiao He told him to go to Dashi City. It was under Purple Crow's control, so there would definitely be someone there selling false identities. Lam Huang's expression suddenly turned mischievous. He could not simply stroll into the city looking like this. Using advanced disguise, he transformed himself into a woman. He smugly looked down at the hills below, praising himself for being so clever. Xiao He promptly gave him a hard knock on the head and told him to act normal for once. At Stronghold number 7C357 in Dashi City, Lam Hong had changed into the appearance of another man before entering the city. A young man approached him and asked, Are you the one who paid for information? You want to buy a false identity. Lam Hong admitted it. The young man looked around and said it was not convenient to talk here, then told Lam Hong to follow him. The scene shifted to a house. Inside an alley, the young man said, The price is 100 standard unit life crystals. I only accept life crystals, no life fragments, no credit cards, and no upgrades. He pulled down a cloth, revealing a device. The young man said, If you only need an identity to stay in hotels, it'll be cheaper. But if you need one that lets you take the hunter license examination, that's the price. Lam Hong stepped into the device and agreed, even though it was not cheap at all. The young man laughed. Even for elite Purple Crow members, I make their false identities. Don't worry, no one will find out. He told Lam Hong to choose a name, and the program would automatically generate all the relevant details. Lam Hong declared grandly that he wanted the name Deep Tuesday. The young man immediately burst out laughing. Lam Hong was annoyed and asked what was so funny. The young man held up the emperor's heart ring and told him to see for himself. Lam Hong put on the ring. Sure enough, it was a flawless new identity. He said, I've transferred the 100 life crystals. Check it. The young man smiled. Doing business with someone efficient is always pleasant. If you need anything else in the future, come find me. Lam Huang's gaze then landed on an object. It was a ball used for kicking around. The young man said, That's called a football. It's just a toy. I made it myself. As a memento of the homeland I can never return to. Lam Hong was shaken. Football. Homeland. Could this man also be a time traveler? Lam Hong hesitated, intending to ask him, but the young man asked, What is it? Is something wrong? Lam Hong thought to himself that his current circumstances were not suitable for making friends. Besides, he did not know whether this person was friend or foe. He would need to wait and see. Lam Hong asked the young man's name and requested his contact information, saying there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. The young man replied, My name is Duong Lam. In the future, I can even obtain the corpses of transcendent monsters. Zung Lam Smai. I can even create identities of high status. Be sure to remember me. The scene shifted to a level 2 wilderness zone. Outside Dashi City, Lam Hong struck down a monster and received a flowing fire blade technique skill fragment. I took action and dealt with 2 lesser demons at once. Lam Hong told him to do again. Sitting in a tree, he wondered why, after accumulating more than 400 flowing fire blade technique fragments, he still could not assemble them into a complete skill. Xiao He replied, Not enough is not enough. There's no reason for it. While eating, Lam Hong said, "Even though it still hasn't become a complete blade technique, I'm already extremely familiar with the flowing fire blade technique. Its power is no weaker than the lightning blade." Xiao He asked when he planned to return. Lam Hong answered gravely, "A Devil Crystal airship would take a year to get back, but using a spatial gate would be much faster. It's expensive, but I've already reserved a teleportation slot. In 10 days, I can leave this place." Suddenly, a tremor shook the area. Lam Hong looked around. What happened? A monster attack. A gigantic eye abruptly appeared in the sky. Lam Hong was stunned. The void eye has opened. An alarm sounded. Enemy attack. Activate the defensive shield. Sound the alarm. Place the entire city under martial law. A shield rose and enveloped the city. Thousands of monsters rained down from the sky, but they were stopped by the defensive barrier. The city's residents fell into a panic. Yet amid this crisis, 3 people calmly drank tea: a man, a red-haired girl, and a blue-haired young man. The man was the leader of the other 2. His eyes suddenly widened. "It's here." A hand stretched out from the void, eyes opening. A transcendent monster had arrived. The blue-haired young man, Luong Tung, said calmly, "Judging by its build, it appears to be a giant-type monster, but its claws resemble either a demonized type or a drake type." The red-haired girl, Chu Sai, added, "If it's a drake type, then one monster alone would be enough to slaughter all of us, except the captain." The transcendent monster revealed itself. It was a dragon-shaped beast. The military was also deployed to hold back the monsters. As the monsters charged forward, crisscrossing cuts appeared across their bodies. Then a young man appeared in an exceptionally cool manner. A blonde-haired youth anxiously said, "Lord Defender, a transcendent monster has appeared." Lord Defender replied, "I can see it. I'm not blind." Lord Defender gritted his teeth. "I can't believe we encountered an undying-type monster. This is going to be troublesome." The blonde youth asked, "Lord Defender, do we have any chance of winning against an undying transcendent?" Lord Defender answered urgently, "Enough talking. Protect the city. I'll face it." He thought to himself that even if he had to die, he had to secure a chance for at least one more person to survive. Lam Hong watched from atop a tree. "Can Purple Crow's defender defeat that transcendent monster?" Xiao He answered, "Anyone tasked with defending an entire city must be a transcendent. If it were an ordinary monster, there would be no problem. But this transcendent monster is an undying type, making it extremely difficult to kill. Besides, something seems off." Lord Defender charged forward. The transcendent monster swung its arm, attacking him. Luong Tung and Chu Sai immediately became worried. Their leader remained composed and told them not to panic, but to keep watching. Lord Defender appeared above the transcendent monster's head. He unleashed a lightning sword technique, calling down heavenly lightning upon the monster. Chu Sai, Luong Tung, and Lam Hong all held their breath. Had he won? The leader said grimly, "No, we've fallen into its trap." Lord Defender suddenly sensed that something was wrong as the transcendent monster gradually vanished. Something behind Lord Defender prepared to attack him. When he glanced back, he was struck and sent flying. Everyone was bewildered. What had happened? The city's defenses were being attacked from all directions. Lam Hong asked Xiao He what was attacking the city. Xiao He replied, "That dragon-shaped monster was not its true body. We were all caught in an illusion." The leader said, "An illusion capable of creating such a massive image means its creator is no ordinary opponent." Lord Defender also rose to his feet. He pointed his sword toward the ground. This time, he was going all out. Lord Defender thrust his sword into the earth, and streams of energy shot upward from below, sending dirt and rocks flying. Several monsters were obliterated by the energy streams. "Lam Huang Gip, that's overpowered." Xiao He sighed. "This swordsmanship is truly a fusion of strength and sword. That old man is definitely not simple." Lord Defender then sensed a demonic energy source behind him. He raised his sword, turned toward it, and prepared to attack. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning shot over and struck a monster. The centipede-like monster collapsed. It was the Phantom Centipede. Lord Defender and the others froze. So it had been the one creating the illusion. But who had killed a transcendent monster? A mysterious figure appeared, followed by several ferocious monsters. He called out, "Not bad, humans. Now, the time of slaughter officially begins." He was the ghost-faced clown. Chu Sai exclaimed, "Captain, you're amazing. You killed the Phantom Centipede the moment you made your move." The leader replied in a low voice, "Just a coincidence." Lord Defender came over to greet them and asked, "Are you people from the Hunter Association?" The leader replied, "We're merely stationed here. We can talk after we deal with these monsters and that fox beast." The clown said angrily, "Cunning humans, you actually hid 4 Fire Seed Realm powerhouses in this insignificant C-class stronghold, but it's useless. Today you will all die." Jusai spoke dit Daifun. "Look again, little brother. There are 4 of us and only 3 of you." The clown held a mask in his hand. It emitted a strange energy. The monsters charged forward, while Lord Defender and Luong Tung took up defensive positions, ready to fight. The leader also drew his weapon and told Chu Sai to attack with him. The monster's mask transformed into Chu Sai's face. He grinned wickedly. 4 against 3? Isn't it 3 against 4 now? When the leader turned around, he saw Chu Sai attacking him like a madwoman. The leader was forced back. Luong Tung quickly turned around and shouted for Chu Sai to wake up. Lord Defender gritted his teeth. "The clown has vanished. Is it a possession mutation?" Chu Sai kept attacking the leader without pause, while he blocked her strikes with his sword. Lam Hong remained still and observed. The situation was not looking good. The lava giant feared no physical attacks. Purple Crow's defender had no ability to confront it head-on. Marco Polo was in trouble as well. He could not keep up with the 4-winged demon spider speed and could only defend passively. He would eventually be exhausted to death. Xiaohei asked, "What the hell is Marco Polo?" Lam Hong assessed the situation. To break this deadlock, all hope seemed to rest on that uncle. Lord Defender urgently said, "We need to find a way to deal with Chu Sai first. If this continues, we'll all die." Chu Sai continued her relentless assault on the leader. The leader thought, "That's right. If Luong Tung's and Purple Crow's defensive lines are damaged, there will be no more chance." He rushed in front of Chu Sai. "Forgive me." The leader struck, stabbing Chu Sai once. Lam Hong exclaimed, "So strong. Is that uncle from the Hunter Association?" Xiaohei said seriously, "That was a decisive strike. He killed a transcendent in one blow. He must have been the one who killed the Phantom Centipede earlier." Chu Sai regained consciousness and hesitantly apologized to him. The leader told her it was not her fault and that she should rest. "It's almost over." The ghost-faced clown stood behind him and laughed. "You were so ruthless toward that girl. Doesn't it hurt you?" The mask bearing Chu Sai's face cracked apart. The leader replied darkly, "It has been many years since I was last angered, but this time you have truly angered me." The clown once again held that mask in his hand. He sneered, "Oh, how frightening. Ha ha ha. Who do you think I should change into this time?" The leader gripped his weapon and charged forward. "What I mean is, you should already be dead." The clown stood before the spear point with a mocking expression. "How scary." He told the leader to guess whom he would transform into this time. The leader retreated, dodging a streak of flame that shot past. It turned out that Luong Tung had been controlled by the clown and had drawn his gun to attack him, while Purple Crow's defender was defending the other side. A huge monster raised its arm, preparing to smash down on the defensive barrier. An explosion rang out, and Lord Defender saw that the defensive artifact had failed. He roared angrily. "How can the territory under Purple Crow's protection be allowed to run wild with beasts?" Lord Defender planted his sword into the ground again. Energy streams shot up from beneath the earth once more, shattering the monsters' bodies. Lam Huang Sai, Purple Crow's defender really is a true man. The leader looked alarmed when he saw Lord Defender risking his life like that. Meanwhile, the clown had already approached from behind him. The leader swung his weapon at him. The clown laughed as he faced the incoming spear point. The leader immediately sensed that the faint energy fluctuations were wrong. He tightened his grip on the spear and changed the direction of its attack. The clown's mask gradually faded away. Luong Tung collapsed, and the leader hurriedly caught him. The clown brushed off his shoulder. "You nearly killed your own man. What a pity. The ending of this game isn't perfect." The leader was blazing with fury. "Continue. I still want to play." The clown offered him a condition. "If you can defeat these 2 monsters working together, I'll give you a chance to fight me head-on. But if you lose, not only you, but your 2 subordinates will die as well. No one in this entire C-class stronghold will survive." The residents were terrified. Lam Hong wondered, will that uncle win? Xiaohei yawned. Even a top transcendent hunter would struggle to fight 3 transcendent monsters. "You should prepare to run." The leader assumed a fighting stance and accepted the condition. One monster attempted to ambush him from behind. The leader immediately launched an attack, releasing streams of energy like arrows. The The monster was struck. Then a towering monster raised its fist, preparing to bring it down onto his head. The leader raised his hand. Is that all you can do? He thrust his spear point into the monster's fist. Instantly, flames enveloped the monster's arm. The flames took the shape of a dragon and immediately tore the monster apart. Lam Huang, stay in shock. That uncle is incredibly powerful. Xiao He was also astonished. Unbelievable. Is this the combat strength of a top hunter? The remaining monster finally emerged to attack him. The leader had been waiting for it. The leader slashed at it, then condensed a meteorite between his hands and hurled it into the air. The meteorite exploded, firing down arrows of energy and completely crushing the monster. The leader said darkly, "Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, isn't it?" The ghost-faced clown applauded, as expected of a Fire Seed Rail powerhouse. Truly interesting. He told the leader not to worry. He would not use his possession ability on him, as that would be too boring. The leader asked, "Aren't you afraid that this amusement will ultimately lead to your destruction?" The clown laughed. "That depends on whether you have that ability." A beam of light descended from the sky. The leader pressed his hands together and rose along with the beam. Lam Hong was stunned. Can transcendence really be this powerful? With a single breath, they can affect the changes in the heavens. The leader's body gradually faded away. A powerful beam of light shot down from the sky. The clown immediately dodged. He nimbly evaded the descending beams of light. Chusai looked exhausted. How can this be? Luong Tung was shocked. Even the 3,000 threads of worry have been dispelled. The leader reappeared as well. He said angrily, "You were only a leader-class monster from the start, yet you pretended to be a commander-class monster to fight us. You were playing with us." The clown replied disdainfully, "When did I ever say that, old man?" Xiao He explained, "Commander-class monsters are equivalent to Fire Seed Realm monsters, while leader-class monsters are equivalent to Undying Realm powerhouses. This is bad." The leader pondered grimly. Among the Hunter Association, only Undying Realm Deacons were powerful enough to stand against a leader-class monster. He was completely unqualified. Ghost-Faced Clown looked at him disdainfully. "What? You want to run? You're interesting, so I don't want to kill you. But those million people will have to become my food." The leader refused to give up. As long as hunters remain alive, the stronghold will not fall. He charged forward, thrusting his spear straight at him. An explosion rang out. Ghost-Faced Clown had caught the leader and taken his weapon. Everyone was stunned. This time, there was truly no hope left. Ghost-Faced Clown released the leader and summoned a massive horde of monsters. Xiao He frowned. It would not take long for the leader-class monster to gather dozens of commander-class monsters and an army of tens of millions of monsters. Destroying the major B-class strongholds would be no problem. "We should run." Then Xiao He noticed Lam Huang's expression. Lam Hong told Xiao He to use a sealing card on Ghost-Faced Clown. Xiao He folded his arms. A sealing card can only be used once. Once it is used, it cannot be retrieved. "Are you sure?" Lam Hong was certain. He was still no match for a leader-class monster. He could not let the city they had protected be slaughtered. The target had been confirmed, Ghost-Faced Clown. The system announced, "The sealing target is a twice-mutated monster and meets the sealing requirements." Beginning sealing, his body gradually disintegrated, transforming into a stream of energy that flew toward Lam Hong. Chusai was astonished. "Something happened to that guy." Luong Tung replied, "Another powerhouse has taken action." The system announced, "Sealing complete. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic monster card, Ghost-Faced Clown." The void eye closed, and the monsters were wiped out along with it. Chusai and Luong Tung helped the leader to his feet. They were astonished, unable to tell who had intervened. Everyone finally came to their senses and charged forward together to deal with the remaining monsters. Dashi City's void eye calamity had been resolved. Lam Hong said to Xiao He, "I still have one empty skill slot. Hurry and give me a skill." Xiao He advised him not to expect too much. After all, he was notoriously unlucky. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have obtained the mass control skill." Xiao He was annoyed. "My curse of bad luck failed." This skill allowed him to use a mask to copy any face within his field of vision. After putting on the mask, he could completely control the owner of that face. However, the list of restrictions he needed to keep in mind was exceedingly long. Lam Huang stood up. Purple Crow and the Hunter Association were now in the city, so there was no need for him to remain. He would stay in the outskirts for a few days and leave once the teleportation gate opened. Lam Hong suddenly asked Xiao He, "What exactly are commander-class monsters, the Fire Seed Realm, and the Undying Realm?" Xiao He replied, "The transcendent realm you are familiar with is the collective name for the three realms before demigodhood. It means surpassing the existence of mortals. From lowest to highest, the three realms are the Fire Seed Realm, the Undying Realm, and the Imperial Palace Realm. Their corresponding monster ranks are Commander Class, Leader Class, and King Class. The Fire Seed Realm is reached after life power has accumulated to a certain level. One must kill a commander-class monster to obtain a Fire Seed, ignite the life force within one's body, and condense a life flame. Because one's life undergoes a transformation, one's lifespan increases fivefold, raising an ordinary person's maximum lifespan to 1,800 years. Xiao He spoke solemnly, but condensing a life flame is an extremely dangerous process. If you're not strong enough, you may be burned until you lose all combat ability or be burned to death outright. The mortality rate during this process is extremely high, and fewer than 10% of those who attempt it successfully advance. After advancing to the Fire Seed Realm, life flames come in 5 colors. From highest to lowest, they are white, crimson, blue, purple, and yellow. That man just now was a 5th-level Fire Seed Realm powerhouse, which is why his aura was stronger than any transcendent we have encountered. Lam Hong asked again, "Then what is the Undying Realm?" Xiao He explained, "To reach the Undying Realm, one must kill a leader-class monster and take its soul, then use a soul beast as material to condense life lanterns. At most, 9 lanterns can be condensed, and each one grants a lifespan of roughly 360 years. It can extend one's life by more than 3,000 years at most. That is why this realm is called the Undying Realm. Beyond, that is the Imperial Palace Realm. One must kill a king-class monster, seize its life essence, and establish a life palace. Only after passing through these 3 realms can one become a legendary demigod." Lam Hong was excited. The Fire Seed Realm, the Undying Realm. I will climb step by step and eventually become a legendary demigod. A few days later, at the spatial teleportation gate, Lam Hong finally left Purple Crow's territory. Stronghold number 7A28, also known as Tranquility City, truly lived up to its name as an A-class super city. It was magnificent. An angry voice sounded behind Lam Hong. "You bastard, don't run." Lam Hong turned around just as a little boy crashed into him. Rubbing his head, Lam Hong said, "Don't you watch where you're going?" He was startled by the boy's expression. A man ran over and grabbed him. "You dare steal from me? I'll beat you to death." Lam Hong immediately pulled the boy away and quietly told the man to talk things over calmly. The man shouted, "Mind your own business and get lost." Lam Hong curled his lips. "Sorry, but meddling in other people's business happens to be my hobby." The man was beaten black and blue by Lam Hong. Lam Hong dusted off his hands. "You're this weak, yet you still want to act like a thug." He rubbed the boy's head. "Bullying a child is wrong, but stealing is even worse." He asked the boy's name, and the boy said that he was 327. "Lam Hong Filda. I asked for your name." The boy pointed to his own face and said, "My name is 327. Lam Hong asked where his family was and where he lived, saying that he would take him home. 327 immediately shook his head. Seeing that it was getting dark and unable to leave the boy there alone, Lam Hong suggested, "Why don't you come back to the hotel with me? Tomorrow, I'll help you find your family." Elsewhere, Lam Hong diligently practiced the flowing fire blade technique to earn blade technique fragments. The system announced that he had obtained 1,000 flowing fire blade technique fragments, which could be fused into a rare blade skill. Did he wish to fuse them? Naitali Lam Huang Aget. A skill card named Flowing Fire was formed. Xiao He said that directly using the flowing fire blade technique would not earn him upgrade fragments. He needed to develop derivative moves based on flowing fire's existing moves. If those derivative developments passed evaluation, he could obtain upgrade fragments. Lam Hong asked what the evaluation criteria were. Xiao He explained, "The criterion is whether it aligns with flowing fire's blade intent. If it does, it passes. If not, it fails." At that moment, 327 came over. The boy opened the door and saw Lam Hong practicing with his blade. Hearing movement behind him, Lam Hong turned around and saw 327 imitating his blade technique. Lam Hong waved him over. He cut down a bamboo stalk and handed it to 327, telling the boy to practice with him. As soon as 327 took the bamboo, he immediately began to imitate Lam Hong's blade technique with astonishing precision, leaving both Lam Hong and Xiaohei wide-eyed. Lam Hong was shocked. He learned it after seeing it only once. Xiaohei was equally astonished. "You've picked up a blade technique genius." Lam Hong felt that something was off. 327's blade skills contained blade intent. He prepared to practice with 327. Xiaohei said, "You really have no shame practicing with a little kid." The system announced, "You have obtained one flowing fire blade technique fragment." Lam Hong happily hugged 327. 327 said that he was hungry. Lam Hong immediately took him out to eat and ordered 10 additional portions of meat for him. While waiting for the teleportation gate to open, Lam Hong continued practicing with 327. When he took 327 to an all-you-can-eat restaurant, the staff drove them away and refused to serve them because 327 ate so much that the restaurant could not afford it. Lam Hong and 327 continued practicing. The number of flowing fire blade technique fragments he received continued to grow. At last, he obtained an epic flowing fire skill card. The teleportation gate opened as well. Lam Hong explained that he did not intend to abandon 327. He had entered the boy's information into the network because he was worried his family might be looking for him. Until his family found him, Lam Hong would take care of him. Lam Hong brushed 327's hair up and named him Lam Xian. Smiling, he said, "From now on, your name is Lam Xian. I also have a younger sister named Lam Hin. Starting today, you are my little brother." Elsewhere, when Lam Hin saw him return, she reproached him for being out of contact for so long and worrying her to death. She was startled to see him bringing home a child and asked, "Is that your son?" Lam Hong told her not to be silly and said they should go inside so he could explain. After learning the full story, Lam Hin said, "Lam Xian is so pitiful. We can't just ignore him." Lam Hong replied, "I've already put his information online. If we can't find Lam Xian's family, we'll take care of him forever." Lam Hin was also astonished by Lam Xian's terrifying appetite. Sleepily, Lam Hong replied, "One of Lam Xian's special talents is eating." Lam Hong returned to his room. At last, he could finally relax. His Emperor's heart ring was finally working again. His Emperor's heart ring suddenly lit up, revealing numerous missed calls. He wondered, "Why has Do Not Hang called me so many times?" Lam Hong immediately called him back and asked what had happened. Do Not Hang forced a smile and said, "It's nothing serious. I heard that a mutated blade slave appeared in Ashen Valley and that many people died, so I wanted to ask whether you were all right." Lam Hong recalled that blade slave and said that he had not encountered any mutated blade slave. He told Do Not Hang to be honest. What happened? With tears in his eyes, Do Not Hang said that his father was gone. He was too exhausted. He only had the body of an ordinary person, yet he worked himself to the bone. The life wheel in his body dissipated several times faster than ours. By the time we discovered it, it was already too late. Lam Hong asked where Do Not Hang was and said he would go to him. The chubby boy said there was no need. The Hunter Association's December assessment is about to begin. Prepare well. It's a pity I won't be able to participate. Do your best. Duan Nyat Hang Dietskon. Lam Hong was heavy-hearted. Whether ordinary people or those with special abilities, everyone risked their lives for their dreams. But he would not lose. Lam Hong began practicing the warfare fist, telling the trials ahead to come at him. Although he had gained much during this trip, he had also felt the presence of many other powerful beings. Even if the towering wall before him was impossible to cross, he would climb it little by little. Lam Hong continuously obtained Godslayer art fragments. The system announced that he had acquired 600 Godslayer art fragments, which could be combined into the Godslayer art skill. Lam Hong ordered the fusion. The system congratulated him on obtaining the rare skill card, Godslayer Art. Exhausted, he lay down on the bed when Lam Hin suddenly screamed. Lam Hong rushed downstairs and asked if she was hurt. Lam Hin was sitting on the floor in terror. Lam Xian, meanwhile, was eating raw meat. Lam Hong quickly moved to stop Lam Hin. He thought, this child is too strange. No name, no family, an innate swordsmanship genius. And now he has started eating raw meat and drinking blood. Lam Hong approached Lam Xian, extended his hand, and smiled. "Give me the meat." He thought to himself, if he turns vicious now, then even if I have to kill him, I cannot let him stay in the same home as Lam Hin. Lam Xian was frightened. He threw away the piece of meat and ran toward Lam Hin. The boy hugged Lam Hin and burst into tears, apologizing to her. Lam Hung zet pochet Lam Huang. I was only startled. Why did you react so strongly? You scared him. Lam Hong scratched his head. That was my fault. He said that he could now participate in the official hunter assessment without worry. Lam Hong was now at the hunter assessment. He could not help worrying about Lam Hin and Lam Xin at home, but for now, he needed to worry about himself first. The door opened, and the examiner for the preliminary round appeared. He introduced himself as Tu Kambang and announced that this assessment was over. His declaration left everyone confused. Tu Kambang held a list in his hand. I will now announce the names of those eliminated in the first round. A hunter shouted angrily. I refuse to accept this. If you want to eliminate me, you have to give me a valid reason. Tu Kambang shouted back. Those who purchased assessment content online after registering, eliminated. Those who fled during team battles, eliminated. Those reported for posting malicious comments online, eliminated. Those who arrived after 8 o'clock, eliminated. Candidates whose names are called may proceed to the second round. Those advancing to the second round enter the hall. The second round examiner introduced himself as Track Lamb. He smiled darkly. There's still this many people? Looks like I'll have to reduce the pass rate to 50% myself. The content of this round is very simple. Find an item. Lam Huang Fao Somoat Uni Si. Why did he keep feeling that something was wrong with the official assessment examiners? Track Lamb held up a crystal and said that the assessment area was the entire city of Northern Mystique. He had placed 5,000 of these crystals throughout the city. Within 48 hours, submit 1 shard and 1 black crystal to me to complete the assessment. Lam Hong studied the crystal. It did not look like a mineral crystal. It resembled amber resin or some kind of plastic. Track Lamb said that the keyword clue was weed. While everyone else searched for crystals, Lam Hong calmly drank water. Xiao He folded his arms. You only have 48 hours, yet you're still this relaxed. Lam Hong replied, because I already released demon-subduing vine spores to control people and have them search for me. I've checked everything related to weeds, but found nothing. So I'm waiting here until nightfall for the black market to open. Lam Hong entered a bar, where the bartender immediately greeted him. Lam Hong walked to the counter and asked for a glass of black Credence wine. He placed a black crystal on the counter. The bartender's expression changed. 1.8 billion credit points. Lam Hong held up a gold card. No problem. The keyword is weed. The bartender held a silver card and said in a low voice, the information is stored on this card. You will find that my information is worth the price. The two exchanged cards. Lam Hong asked the bartender whether anyone besides him had bought information about weed. The bartender replied, an hour before you came, someone else purchased similar information. But that person did not look like a good person. Lam Hong turned and left, holding a mask in his hand. I understand. Thank you. In the outskirts of Northern Mystique City, at the Sea Cucumber Fortress branch, sitting in a tree, Lam Hong said to Xiao He, weed is another name for a chemical compound called ZC, a name few people know. The nearest production facility to Northern Mystique City is here. Xiao He immediately asked what ZC was used for. Lam Hong replied, it is a recreational substance for powerhouses who control life power. An ordinary person dies after taking it once, but the stronger one's combat ability, the stronger the pleasure it produces, and the more addictive it becomes. The death it causes is also more horrific. His eyes turned cold. It is an extremely toxic drug with an exceptionally high danger rating. According to black market intelligence, ZC was synthesized by a teacher from a Hunter Association academy. Afterward, he left the Hunter Association and founded the Sea Cucumber Fortress organization, whose headquarters is controlled by 3 transcendents. Lam Hong scratched his head. Even this Northern Mystique City outskirts branch has 3 gold realm powerhouses and 30 white iron realm members. Xiao He sighed. This is supposed to be a test for bronze-level candidates, but the difficulty is far too high. Lam Hong guessed that this assessment was meant to test intelligence-gathering ability, but obtaining a ZC sample required infiltrating the Sea Cucumber Fortress branch. Xiao He added, perhaps the examiners intend for candidates to form teams, testing their cooperative combat capabilities. At that moment, Lam Hong sent someone nearby. A girl appeared and said, I noticed you the moment you left the black market. Lam Hong jumped down onto the branch where she was sitting. She introduced herself as Ha Vu, also a candidate like him. Lam Hong asked Ha Vu whether she had been the other person to buy information from the black market. He did not think she looked dangerous. Ha Vu replied, "The fortress is heavily guarded. Even Gold Realm cultivators would find it difficult to infiltrate." That was why she had chosen him as a partner, proposing a 30-70 split of the ZC, 70 for her and 30 for him. Lam Hong said she was certainly good at calculating. According to her, she not only wanted to complete the assessment, but also obtain a large quantity of ZC. Ha Vu replied that she wanted so much ZC because it sold for an exorbitant price on the black market. 100 life crystals for a single drop of ZC was no exaggeration. Lam Hong jumped down and told her to play by herself. ZC was harmful to everyone, and he would never use it to make money. Lam Hong flew away. He did not need a partner. He could handle this assessment on his own. Everyone was furious upon hearing that Lam Hong had announced that anyone who wanted to pass the assessment had to pay 1,000 life crystals for a drop of ZC. It was utterly unforgivable. Meanwhile, Lam Hong was hiding behind a bush, watching the Sea Cucumber Fortress branch. An angry voice rang out. Lam Huang, du basta. Baknam jumped down from his eagle mount. He had finally found him. He accused Lam Hong of tarnishing his reputation by selling ZC behind everyone's backs. Baknam drew his weapon. Today, he would beat Lam Hong until he knelt and begged for mercy. Then they would see who the real coward was. Lam Huang, no. You ran away the moment you encountered the Fox Beast's illusion array. Someone like you passed the preliminary round? Did you use your status as a genius to pull strings? Baknam thrust his spear at him. Even if the Hunter Association blacklists me, I'll kill you today. Lam Hong drew his sword. A dignified Imperial envoy wants a one-on-one fight? Fine, I'll oblige. He exchanged blows with Baknam. One attacked while the other blocked, neither willing to yield. In the end, Lam Hong knocked Baknam away with his sword. Lam Hong cleaved Baknam's spear in two, leaving him stunned. Lam Hong said sternly, "While you've been obsessed with showing off your strength, I've been steadily building mine. That is the gap between us. There are already very few Imperial envoys, and we have no life and death grudge. Do you still want to continue?" Baknam said Lam Hong had shown mercy. He summoned his eagle mount. "This matter between us isn't over, but a loss is a loss. I'll withdraw from this assessment myself." Baknam warned him to be careful. Someone had posted information claiming that Lam Hong had obtained all the ZC samples and intended to sell them at a high price. Everyone was converging on this place to settle the score with him. Lam Hong called Baknam back. More than 10,000 people were coming. They would surely alert the enemy, and then he might not be able to get the ZC samples. With his hands clasped and a smile on his face, he asked Baknam to help him with something. By then, a huge crowd had arrived to hunt down Lam Hong. Baknam appeared before them. He shouted, "There's nothing left at that base. Lam Hong has escaped too. I'll lead you to catch him." Everyone recognized Baknam, the genius Imperial envoy, and he proceeded to lead them away. As for Lam Hong, since Baknam had bought him time, he needed to finish this quickly. Lam Hong transformed into a shadow and entered the Sea Cucumber Fortress branch. Sure enough, as long as it was not a living creature, it would not trigger the alarm. Lam Hong climbed over the wall and successfully infiltrated the facility. Now, it was time to destroy this poisonous merchandise. Inside the Sea Cucumber Fortress branch was a production line. Lam Hong observed it. Sure enough, they were manufacturing this substance that harmed people. ZC traveled along the conveyor belt and dropped into boxes. The workers carried crates of ZC crystals into the warehouse. Lam Hong looked at the cameras. Now was the time to blind them, then ambush them one by one. Lam Hong entered the surveillance room. As expected, a place like that had Gold Realm guard stationed there. They just did not seem particularly bright. One of the men in the surveillance room suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Lam Hong immediately launched a surprise attack. There was no point in keeping scum like that alive. The others were horrified when they saw their leader ambushed. Bai suddenly appeared behind them. Their miserable screams carried outside and abruptly fell silent. Lam Hong and Bai walked out. Bai let the hunt begin. Upon hearing that someone had infiltrated the facility, the workers hurriedly gathered together. Lam Hong suddenly appeared and attacked them. A man pulled out a gun and fired repeatedly. Bai immediately stood in front of Lam Hong, wrapping his wings around his body. Lam Hong attacked the man with his sword, but the man blocked it with his gun. Lam Hong said disdainfully, "Who told you I only have one monster?" Black Charcoal was summoned and appeared behind the man. Black Charcoal lunged for his throat, but he dodged. Lam Hong left this area to buy and black charcoal, then headed for the warehouse. He kicked the warehouse door open. Inside stood a man with a long black beard, along with a group of strangely dressed people. The man laughed. Not bad. You managed to make it this far, but this is as far as you go. Lam Hong looked at the group and asked, "Are you using puppet arts?" The man admitted it. "Your two monsters have already been held up. How can you kill so many of my puppets by yourself?" He pointed his gun at Lam Hong as his people charged forward. "Even if I can't kill you, headquarters will receive the news soon enough and dispatch Transcendence." Lam Hong smiles muli. "You want to play control techniques with me?" He crushed a card, summoning the ghoul clown. "Little clown, show him what it really means to manipulate hearts and minds." The man's face went pale when he saw that Lam Hong still had another monster to summon. The little clown raised a hand, and the man's body instantly froze. The little clown's gaze was terrifying, while the man's own people turned and surrounded him instead. He screamed in utter terror. Bai and black charcoal also arrived. Lam Hong tossed a ZC crystal in his hand and asked whether Bai and black charcoal had finished dealing with the others. By the time the candidates reached the Sea Cucumber Fortress branch, it was already ablaze, and Baknam was nowhere to be seen. Havu angrily demanded that Lam Hong hand over the ZC. Holding a ZC crystal in his hand, Lam Hong said, "I'm only Bronze Realm. How could I destroy an entire base? It was already like this when I arrived. I only had time to take one sample. If you keep wasting time arguing, the samples will really burn up." The candidates immediately rushed into the flames to salvage any remaining samples. Havu glared at him resentfully. Lam Huang Sly Inwali. Did she really think he did not know what she had done? The next day, at the Northern Mystique City Hunter Association, Track Lam said that this assessment had primarily tested their ability to gather and process information, as well as their teamwork. Although an incident had occurred midway and the intended objective had not been fully achieved, luck was also a kind of ability. Therefore, the 5,000 people who had obtained samples were all deemed to have passed. Toucan Bang shouted, "Don't celebrate too soon. The assessments will only become harder. An airship will arrive tonight to take you to the third test site. Dismissed. Go and prepare yourselves." Lam Hong left with the others. He looked over at Toucan Bang. The man might look stern, but he spoke well. Toucan Bang had not expected Track Lam to be so understanding. He thought Track Lam would fail everyone in this assessment. Track Lam said Toucan Bang was wrong. His assessment had ended the moment two candidates left the black market. Whether they obtained ZC was not important. Obtaining information was what mattered. Toucan Bang looked at Track Lam. By your reasoning, if that incident had not happened, only two people would have passed the test. Track Lam wondered, who exactly burned down the Sea Cucumber Fortress branch? Toucan Bang analyzed the situation. There is little evidence left after the fire, but there were three primary causes of death: blade wounds, burning, and mutual slaughter. This proves that there was more than one intruder. At least one was skilled in close combat, fire element arts, and control arts. Track Lam said, "When something like this happens during an assessment, it means a candidate may be concealing hidden abilities." Toucan Bang Lauget, how could that be possible? Track Lam's expression turned serious. In a low voice, he said, "But even a Bronze Realm Imperial Envoy can at most summon a third-tier Black Iron monster. Gold Realm experts like us would not fear that. But what if it were a mutated monster?" Lam Hong suddenly sneezed as he walked. He wondered who was talking about him. Toucan Bang patted Track Lam on the back. "Have you gone senile? How could these people possibly possess a twice-mutated monster?" Track Lam Fdawen. Perhaps he had been overthinking it. The airship sent to collect the candidates arrived as well. Lam Hong and the others were astonished. They had actually sent a demon crystal airship. How generous. A man stepped down and announced loudly, "I am Captain Mr. Fu. Welcome aboard." Everyone lined up to board, while Track Lam and Toucan Bang respectfully greeted Mr. Fu. Lam Hong looked at Mr. Fu. Since the two examiners greeted him so respectfully, there was an 80% chance that he was a Transcendent Hunter. The Demon Crystal airship then took off into the sky. Scene change. The Demon Crystal airship was now traveling across the sea. Looking down from the deck, Lam Hong thought this must be the latest model of Demon Crystal airship. It could travel over both land and sea. Truly impressive. He spotted Mr. Fu fishing. Something had taken a bait. His luck seemed good this time. Mr. Fu reeled in the line, only to find that he had hooked an octopus. Lam Huang's face turned green when he saw it. What was that thing? Lam Hong sat beside a pot of soup with Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu cheerfully said, "Everyone else is training in their rooms, but you came out here to relax. You're lucky enough to get a taste of my cooking." Lam Hong replied, "You even caught a sea king species. That's impressive." Lam Hong picked up a piece of meat and began salivating. "It smells incredible. The blade technique you used to cut the meat, that was an epic-grade blade technique, wasn't it?" Mr. Fu replied, "Just a trivial trick. The fact that you recognized it means your blade skills are quite good too." Lam Hong put the meat into his mouth. It was beyond delicious. Not only was it fresh and flavorful, but he could also feel his life power increasing. "Mr. Fu laughed. The big shots in the association fight over my cooking. That's why I said you were lucky." Lam Hong asked, "Could you be one of the legendary gourmet hunters?" Mr. Fu gave a surprised sound. "You know a lot about gourmet hunters?" Lam Hong answered, "I have a friend whose dream is to become a gourmet hunter." Mr. Fu laughed. "Tell me about him." Lam Hong gave him the name Don Not Hang. The next day, the Demon Crystal airship brought the candidates to their destination. "Lam Huang wave goodbye to Mr. Fu. If I get the chance, I'll bring Don Not Hang to meet you." Mr. Fu waved back. "Do your best." The candidates gathered together. An examiner shouted, "Stop making noise. Quiet down." He introduced himself as Kwong Sam, the examiner for the third assessment. Kwong Sam held up a card and said, "Each of you will enter through one of the gates behind me. Each gate corresponds to 3 iron cages. Black iron monsters will appear at random inside. Defeat all of them, and you pass. You may bring only 3 pieces of equipment. If you are seriously injured, staff will rescue you if they arrive in time. If you do not pass within 1 hour, you will be eliminated." The assessment began. In less than a minute, someone had already been eliminated. Lam Hong thought, eliminated so quickly? There's a strong chance that there are 3rd-tier black iron monsters inside. The candidates lined up and entered the gates one by one. The number of eliminations kept rising. At that moment, a candidate had even died at gate 66. Lam Hong and the others were shocked to hear that someone had died. An announcement sounded. "Congratulations to candidate number 1, Ha Vu, at Beast Cage number 37, for clearing the Beast Cage corridor and passing the 3rd assessment." Lam Hong curled his lips into a smile. Ha Vu was quite capable. Another announcement sounded. "At gate 66, the 2nd candidate has died. The 3rd candidate may enter." Everyone turned pale with fear. Some did not even want to enter anymore and wished to withdraw. Kwong Sam said, "There seems to be a problem with gate 66. He ordered the gate closed and told the candidates on that side to join the other lines and queue again. "Lam Huang steep bet forward. I want to enter that gate." Everyone stared at him in shock. Was he not afraid of dying? Kwong Sim asked whether he was certain. "Lam Huang sumai." "The other gates have queues starting from 23 people. Since no one is entering this one, I won't have to wait so long." Inwardly, he thought, "I cannot lose to that girl Havu." Kwong Sam opened gate 66. Confidence backed by strength is admirable. Confidence without strength is stupidity. Let's see which kind you are. Lam Hong entered gate 66. Then let's wait and see. Before him was a monster curled up within a pair of wings. The monster spread her wings and said gently, "Little human brat, have you come to offer up your life to?" Lam Huang Bolu set, a black iron monster that could speak human language. He also seemed to have seen her before. She was the phoenix-winged talking sparrow. The phoenix-winged talking sparrow said softly, "Hee hee, do you want to play a game with your big sister?" Lam Hong walked closer and said, "The fact that you can speak human language proves that you once lived among humans. Yet now you kill people. That means your former master must have treated you terribly, which is why you hate humans so much." The phoenix-winged talking sparrow flew into a rage and attacked him. "All humans are hateful, but my master was the best person in the world." Lam Hong was startled by the speed of her attack. It was incredibly fast. The phoenix-winged talking sparrow said that her master fed her fresh human organs every day, loved her, protected her, and waited for the day she would mutate. Yet such a person had been killed by cruel humans. Lam Hong was stunned. Her former master had been a Black Blood Imperial envoy. Black Blood Imperial envoys were an evil branch of Imperial envoys. They raised people whom they had cursed to death in order to stimulate their monster's second mutation. He had been an evil criminal wanted by both the Hunter Association and the Alliance. Lam Hong raised his sword and blocked her claws. With a provocative expression, he said, "Then he truly deserved to die." Killing intent surged from the phoenix-winged talking sparrow. She swore to kill him and completely transformed. Lam Huang's voice turned icy. If that is what you want, I'll send you to hell to reunite with your master. The phoenix-winged, talking sparrow launched a barrage of feathers at him. Lam Huang, tu set akat. I'll show you what a real imperial envoy is. Her feathers were stopped by something invisible. The phoenix-winged talking sparrow was startled. An imperial envoy? Lam Hong summoned the tyrant and ordered it to kill her. The tyrant reached out and seized her by the throat. The phoenix-winged talking sparrow was terrified. A second mutation? Impossible. The tyrant opened its mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It immediately bit down on her throat. The phoenix-winged talking sparrow screamed, Master, Lam Huang's power gained through evil is truly weak. Outside, an announcement sounded. At gate 66, the first monster in the cage has died. Observation staff are requested to replace it as soon as possible. Everyone outside was stunned. The monster that had killed 2 people in a row had been killed, and in less than 10 minutes. Kahong Sam smiled faintly. Intrigue. A third-tier black iron mutated monster had been dealt with so quickly. That kid had potential. Xiao He reminded Lam Hong. If this continues, the discrepancy between your strength and your realm will be exposed. Lam Hong replied, What choice did I have? That phoenix-winged talking sparrow was a twice-mutated third-tier black iron monster. I could not have beaten her without summoning the tyrant. Xiao He reminded him again, once your true abilities are exposed, the golden finger system may be discovered. If you violate the rules, you may lose me. Lam Hong covered his ears. I know, Xiao He continued. A bronze realm cultivator possessing a twice-mutated monster is already unreasonable. Do not treat the Hunter Association as fools. Lam Hong grew annoyed and pointed at the gorilla monster before him. Do you want me to keep arguing with you in front of an enemy? Lam Hong drew 2 guns. I'll show you my true strategy for concealing my strength. The gorilla monster charged at him. Lam Hong used the flowing cloud step to leap into the air and evade its punch. As he fired his gun, he told Xiao He, the one-armed giant ape is a powerful monster. Even if you summon the tyrant, it would be hard to defeat it. But it has a weakness, its head. Focus your attacks on its head, and it will stop attacking. Xiao He glanced at him, but that still won't kill it. Lam Hong curled his lips. Who said I have to kill it? Lam Hong used the flowing cloud step to evade the one-armed giant ape's attack. He took 6 steps. According to the rules, he only needed to pass through the beast cage to meet the requirement. Why did it have to be a fight to the death? Xiao He was speechless. He truly had nothing left to say. At that moment, Kwang Sam was watching him through the surveillance cameras in the observation room. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Lam Hong had not expected the Hunter Association to go so far as to use an iron-scaled armored beast for the test. Xiao He assessed it. Although its attacks and skills are nothing remarkable, it has extremely high defense and a great deal of vitality. Even a Gold Realm Hunter would have trouble dealing with it. The iron-scaled armored beast quickly prepared to attack him. Lam Hong raised his gun. He only needed to repeat his earlier tactic and reach the exit to win. But that was merely his own assumption. The iron-scaled armored beast suddenly curled into a ball like a pangolin. Lam Hong and Xiao He were both stunned. Xiao He said, It may have figured out how you passed beast cage number 2. Lam Hong inevitably get eat. What kind of bizarre monster is this? He drew his sword, his face full of killing intent. No matter how cunning the prey was, it could not defeat the hunter. He thrust his sword at its body. Even if its armor could not be penetrated, it had to have a weak point. Once the iron-scaled armored beast was stabbed in the rear, it immediately revealed its true form. Lam Hong calmly walked away, ignoring the furious iron-scaled armored beast behind him. How could they think such a move would stump him? Outside, an announcement sounded. Congratulations to candidate number 23, Lam Hong, for clearing the beast cage corridor and passing the 3rd assessment. Everyone was astonished by Lam Hong's abilities. Kwang Sam commented, Not only is he powerful, but he also possesses an exceptional understanding of monster traits. He is a highly promising talent. He instructed his secretary to prepare a special talent report. The scene shifted to the Deacon Council of the Hunter Association's 7th Division. The screen replayed the scene of Lam Huang's tyrant killing the phoenix-winged talking sparrow. Deacon Tu Tien Vu spoke. The battle footage just shown is of the newest candidate recommended by Little Devil Island. I invite all deacons to review it. The red-haired female deacon sighed. A Bronze Realm Imperial Envoy with a twice-mutated monster is worthy of the association's focus training. I approve. However, a bearded deacon in a hood disagreed. He believed the problem was that the monster was merely of the giant species. Even after 2 mutations, its attributes would be difficult to improve. Its potential is obviously limited, and it will be hard for it to develop any further. Tu Tien Vu explained, the reason for the hesitation is that giant species monsters have extremely poor cultivation potential, and Lam Hong himself has not displayed any particularly astonishing combat skills. Another deacon spoke up. If it were the twice-evolved, undying control monster mentioned in Dashi City's report, I would not hesitate to raise my hand in support of Lam Hong entering the core training program. But since it is a giant species, it is difficult to say. The red-haired female deacon nodded. That is indeed the case. The bearded, hooded deacon admitted that Lam Hong had fairly good psychological qualities. From the perspective of marksmanship, he was almost at the level of a beginner gunner, and he also had a thorough understanding of monsters. However, those were things every Imperial envoy had to be capable of. Overall, he could only be considered an ordinary genius, with no particularly outstanding performance. Seeing that everyone had voiced their opinions, Tu Tien Vu announced on behalf of the deacons that Lam Huang's special talent recommendation had been rejected. Lam Huang su de li snet lao li. He wondered who was talking about him, hoping it was a beautiful woman. At that moment, Kwang Sam's secretary appeared and smilingly handed him an Emperor's Heart ring. Lam Hong accepted it and asked when the third assessment would begin. Kwang Sam's secretary replied that it would also take place on the island, because the third round was expected to conclude 50 hours later. The exact timing for the fourth round had not yet been determined. Lam Hong scratched his head. That meant he had to wait at least another 2 days. He asked the secretary what the island was called and whether there was a base where he could stay. Kwang Sam's secretary replied with a smile, "This is a level 4 wilderness zone. Little Devil Island has no stronghold. For the next 2 days, everyone must arrange their own food and lodging." Lam Hong was startled. This is Little Devil Island. Little Devil Island was a level 4 wilderness zone where demonic, undying, and undead species were spread everywhere. It had no strongholds and no sea routes, making it one of the least accessible wilderness zones. Lam Hong had not expected to be so lucky. He could use this hunter assessment as a free opportunity to advance his life seed to the Black Iron Realm. The monster he had his sights on was the Iron Blade Sword Demon, whose only habitat was Little Devil Island. Xiao He understood that he wanted the ring perception innate ability. Lam Hong admitted it. Those with the ring perception innate ability used themselves as the center of a circular radius. Within that sensing range, they could clearly detect every movement of objects. Xiao He nodded. After advancing to the transcendent level, it evolves into the secret art, absolute domain. It can turn an area into an absolute territory, allowing your attacks to reach anywhere within the domain at will. Lam Hong suddenly sensed someone watching him and immediately drew both guns. A figure appeared from behind a tree. Havu stepped out from behind the trunk. Lam Hong asked why she was following him. He thought to himself that she had been the first person to pass the third assessment. It would be difficult to find someone like her among Bronze Realm candidates. Havu approached him and proposed becoming friends. Putting on a friendly expression, she said that among all those people, he was the one who interested her the most. But he simply mounted his eagle and flew away, as though telling her to go play by herself. Havu was enraged and punched a tree trunk apart. Lam Hong looked down at her contemptuously. He hated people with ulterior motives the most. Since he could not kill her, he could only stay far away from her. At night, many Iron Blade Sword Demons appeared in the area. Lam Hong remarked that the closer he came to the center of Little Devil Island, the more Iron Blade Sword Demons there were. Lam Hong remained seated in the tree, observing quietly as he searched for a suitable monster. At last, he spotted one, a mutated one-eyed sword demon. Lam Hong immediately jumped down, but the one-eyed sword demon instantly noticed him, startling him. Xiao He was furious. Did you forget about ring perception? The one-eyed sword demon can use its senses to connect with all those sword demons. Do you want to fight 1 against 100? The one-eyed sword demon ordered the other sword demons to charge. Seeing that the situation could only be resolved with violence, Lam Hong summoned the tyrant. The tyrant coordinated with him and struck back against the sword demons. At that moment, the one-eyed sword demon rushed forward. It slashed the tyrant, but the tyrant did not even receive a scratch. The tyrant reached out, seized a one-eyed sword demon by the throat, and slammed its body into the ground. Then the tyrant continuously punched the one-eyed sword demon. Lam Hong was startled. He had not given the tyrant a clear command. If it killed the one-eyed sword demon completely, the life seed would be lost. Lam Hong panicked. With the tyrant's intelligence, the one-eyed sword demon was surely doomed, and his life seed would be gone. Yet unexpectedly, the tyrant did not deliver the killing blow. Lam Hong understood the tyrant's intention. The one-eyed sword demon's weakness was its eye. The tyrant knew that he wanted to kill the one-eyed sword demon to obtain its life seed. Xiao He was astonished. The intelligence of mature, giant species monsters is limited because their flaws cannot be changed. Even after advancing to the transcendent level, they usually fight only on instinct. Yet the tyrant actually understood. The tyrant raised its hand in a thumbs up and winked, as if asking, "See? Am I impressive?" Lam Hong praised the tyrant for doing well, then thrust his sword into the one-eyed sword demon's eye and killed it. The system announced, "Life power is full, beginning advancement to the Black Iron Realm." A life seed card named Ring Perception was formed. Its effect used the bearer as the center of a circle, creating a sensing zone with a radius of 300 meters. Within this area, every movement of objects could be clearly perceived. A one-eyed sword demon monster card was also formed, with a rare rating. Lam Hong looked at the card. These 3 skills were basically useless to him. He did not know what they would become after advancing to epic grade. Lam Hong turned to look behind him. At the moment, he still had a bit of trouble to deal with. Havu landed on the ground. She was smug, believing that from so far away, Lam Hong would definitely be unable to notice her. But she never expected him to suddenly appear behind her. "I already told you not to bother me." Havu turned around and hurriedly explained that she had only come over because she heard the roar of a giant beast. Internally, she was puzzled. She had been at least 200 meters away from Lam Hong. So how had he discovered her? She asked whether he had just advanced to the Black Iron Realm, realizing that he had indeed been fighting earlier. Havu praised him for being powerful. Moreover, Imperial envoys are rare. Many factions would eagerly recruit someone like you. Other than the Hunter Association, do you have no other choices? Suddenly, Lam Hong drew his sword and held it to her throat. He asked, "Which organization are you from? You came here to recruit me, didn't you? If you risked sneaking in, you should at least tell me which organization you belong to." Havu was flustered. She said she had no idea what he was talking about, and that she had come to take the assessment because she wanted to become a hunter. Lam Hong turned away. He could not be bothered to question her any further. It was the same warning as before. "If you dare disturb me again, I will kill you with my own hands, even if I have to break the rules and accept the punishment." After issuing the warning, he mounted his eagle and flew away. Avu looked terrified. For an instant just now, Lam Hong had truly wanted to kill her. She turned and left as well. In any case, she did not have time to keep playing around with him. It was time to handle her real business. An explosion rang out. Lam Hong and the tyrant had killed quite a number of Black Iron Realm monsters. Xiao He reminded him, "You have been playing around for 2 days. The reserves of your 4 life wheels are already full. You should return to the camp quickly. The 4th assessment is about to begin." Lam Hong recalled the tyrant and spoke with Xiao He as he walked. The following morning, all 489 of the 5,541 people who had passed the 3rd assessment gathered at the shore. Lam Hong was astonished. Out of more than 5,000 people, fewer than 500 had been selected. It truly was the Hunter Association's official selection process. A fierce gust of wind swept through the area. A 4-winged dragon bird appeared in the sky, carrying an examiner on its back. The examiner descended and introduced herself as Muck Lam, the examiner for the 4th assessment. The candidates whispered among themselves. Muck Lam ranked 4th on the 7th Division's gold medal rankings and was known as a genius Imperial envoy. Lam Hong remarked that even a 4-winged dragon bird was inferior to a subdragon species. Once his purple-eyed white eagle advanced to the gold realm, its bearing would definitely not be inferior. Muck Lam shouted for everyone to be quiet. "I will now announce the rules of the 4th assessment. This place is called Little Devil Island, a level 4 wilderness zone inhabited by many demonic, undying, and undead species. There are many Gold Realm monsters in the island's central region, so do your best to avoid approaching it. The rules are simple. You have 15 days to kill 5 different Black Iron Realm monsters and return with their intact corpses. Do that, and you'll pass the assessment. Lam Hong raised his hand. He wanted to ask whether they could steal other people's monster corpses. Muk Lam answered that they could, but they were not allowed to kill anyone. Anyone who committed murder would be permanently blacklisted. Muk Lam announced the beginning of the fourth assessment. Before 10 in the morning 15 days from now, submit 5 corpses from different Black Iron Realm monsters to me, and you will pass. At that moment, a group of people on the island had formed a team to hunt together. They were worried. It seemed they had to guard not only against monsters, but also against other people. Lam Hong suddenly appeared and greeted them, frightening them badly. Lam Hong raised both hands. I'm not here to rob you. I have already killed enough monsters over the past 2 days. I have extras that I can sell to you. The group's faces turned pale as they considered it. Lam Hong then took out the corpses of several Black Iron Realm monsters he had hunted. He had everything from Black Iron Rank 1 to Black Iron Rank 3. Naturally, the prices he offered were sky high. Lam Hong reminded them, there are mutated monsters on this island. Even if you travel as a team, can you guarantee your own safety? 5 Black Iron Rank 1 monsters cost only 15 life crystals. 15 life crystals to guarantee that you pass the fourth assessment. Why would you hesitate? The group thought it made sense, so they took out life crystals and bought monsters from him. That night, there was a tent in the forest. A brown-haired young man happily roasted meat. He decided that he would rest here for the next few days. As long as he submitted the monster corpses in time, he would pass the fourth assessment. Although Lam Hong had fleeced him for a considerable sum, it had truly been worth it. Suddenly, a purple-haired young man slashed open his tent with a sword. The brown-haired youth turned around and demanded, "Are you out of your mind?" The purple-haired youth pulled down his collar, revealing a tattoo. At last, I no longer have to pretend to play along with fools like you. The brown-haired youth's face went pale upon seeing the tattoo on his neck. Sweat covered his face, and his eyes widened. Then his terrified scream rang out. When the brown-haired youth woke up, he found that the others had also been captured. They were all locked inside a cage. The man who imprisoned them belonged to a heretical organization, and all of them had been brought here. Those trapped in the cage were terrified that they would be killed. Meanwhile, the man who had captured them strolled about leisurely. The cage containing them was hooked onto his belt. The scene shifted to a werewolf monster in the forest. The werewolf monster sensed someone approaching. Before it could react, however, Lam Hong cut it down with a single slash. Lam Hong clicked his tongue. Even monster corpses are in short supply. I need to find more stock. Suddenly, a giant bear appeared behind him. Lam Hong turned and swung his sword. A young man appeared and cut the giant bear in half from behind. It was the purple-haired youth from the heretical organization. He smugly said, "You fell for it." Lam Hong calmly drew his gun, startling the purple-haired youth. Lam Hong fired several shots at him, and the purple-haired youth fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "You actually saw through my invisibility skill?" Lam Hong looked at him contemptuously. "I knew you were approaching from 200 meters away. Goods sold are non-refundable." His eyes turned cold as he pointed his sword at the man. "Did your heretical organization send you to find me?" The purple-haired youth calmly replied, "You have the best results in this assessment. You truly are no fool." Lam Hong retorted, "You did not even bother hiding your tattoo. Anyone who failed to recognize you would be an idiot." The purple-haired youth replied that the previous attack had only been a test and that he had not intended to hurt him. "Join us. It would be such a waste for someone as capable as you to become a hunter." Lam Hong smiled. "No, thank you. I have no interest in immoral organizations like yours." The purple-haired youth tightened his grip on his sword. "You only just advanced to the Black Iron Realm. What right do you have to refuse?" The arm holding his sword transformed into a scythe. "Lam Huang V my gam. So you're in the Gold Realm. I killed 3 of your people a few days ago. Did you come here so I could finish you all off?" The purple-haired youth charged toward him, but he suddenly stopped. The tyrant had been summoned and seized his scythe. The tyrant clenched its fist. It punched him, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Lam Hong reminded the tyrant to show mercy. The man could not die yet. Fortunately, he was still breathing. Lam Hong asked him, "You are not the only member of that heretical organization who infiltrated the Hunter Association's assessment, are you?" The purple-haired youth curled his lips. "Kill me if you want. I will not say a thing. Lam Hong summoned the ghost-faced clown and smiled. I will help you talk. The purple-haired youth trembled in fear. This was the transcendent monster from the previous battle in Dashi City. Lam Huang's eyes were filled with killing intent. What actions has your heretical organization taken in this assessment, and what is your purpose? The purple-haired young man, under hypnosis, revealed that there were more than 180 assessment sites in the 7th Division, and they had attacked 63 of them. Every attacked site had agents and insiders planted within the Hunter Association. They only needed to strike while candidates' identities were being verified. Their purpose was to abduct Hunter Association candidates and cultivate new recruits for their organization. Lam Hong asked how many people were at this experimental site and what their strength levels were. The purple-haired youth answered that there were 11 in total, 1 at the Holy Fire Realm and 10 at Gold Rank Level 3. Lam Hong asked where the captured candidates were being held. The purple-haired young man produced a cage and explained how to open it. Lam Hong took the cage and asked how they were supposed to leave after completing their mission and when they would depart. The young man replied that their team leader had a one-use spatial transmission device. Then he suddenly fell silent. Ghostface Clown said that he was dead. Lam Hong gritted his teeth. This was bad. Muck Lam appeared. Didn't you say killing people was forbidden? Lam Hong told her everything the purple-haired youth had revealed and showed her the cage. Muck Lam recognized it at once as an imitation black prison, celestial jail. It truly bore the marks of a heretical organization. She released everyone imprisoned inside. She asked whether they had been captured by the heretical organization. They confirmed it. The man had disguised himself as a candidate, then launched a sneak attack when no one was paying attention. He was definitely at gold rank. Lam Hong told Muck Lam, I didn't get the time of their withdrawal or their meeting place. If we don't act quickly, they'll take the other captured candidates away. Muck Lam was worried. Even if they notified headquarters now, it would take at least 2 hours for transcendent reinforcements to arrive. If the heretics discovered that their subordinate had been killed, their transcendent companion would very likely retreat. They had to act immediately if they wanted to save the captives. She crouched down and removed the purple-haired youth's Emperor's heart ring. She said she could use it to sense the locations of the other heretical members and told Lam Hong to retreat to a safe area. Lam Hong said she would not make it in time alone and that he could help. Muck Lam asked in surprise whether he could confront gold rank fighters head-on. Lam Hong smiled and admitted that he had killed a man. Below the transcendent realm, no one was much of a problem for him. Muck Lam pondered with pursed lips. She decided to trust him and share the locations with him. She told him to stay safe and never act rashly if he discovered a transcendent-level enemy. Lam Hong rode his eagle through the sky. Using the location data, he discovered an enemy below. Lam Hong immediately descended to the ground. The moment she saw him, she removed her cloak. A little brat actually came knocking on my door. Lam Hong calmly said that he did not want to be rough with women. She rushed at him. Then come with me. I'll be gentle with you. Lam Huang Sumon Dizang. The purple-haired woman was startled to see that he was a beastmaster. Tyrant threw a punch, but she dodged it in time. She leaped behind Tyrant. What she had not expected was to encounter a mutated monster. Tyrant threw another punch, and she dodged again. Lam Huang Sai. As expected of a gold rank fighter, you actually avoided that. But in close combat, strength was what decided everything. Tyrant landed a devastating punch on the purple-haired woman, sending her flying. That blow killed her. Lam Hong picked up her 2 short swords. The system congratulated him on obtaining the rare skill card, 100 Blades Returning Flow. Lam Hong ordered Tyrant to crush her Emperor's heart ring. Riding his eagle away, Lam Hong notified Muck Lam that he had dealt with 1 gold rank enemy. Muck Lam said that she had also killed several enemies, but the Transcendent had yet to appear. She told him that the Transcendent reinforcements dispatched by headquarters were about to arrive, and instructed him to return to the base and ensure his own safety. Lam Huang Avet, just as he wondered where that Transcendent had gone, a hand patted him on the shoulder. Lam Hong turned around and saw Havu behind him. He asked what exactly she wanted from him. Havu said that as long as he agreed to join them, she would stop bothering him immediately. Lam Huang Gulat, join you? Don't tell me you're one of them too. Havu admitted that she was the transcendent powerhouse leading the heretical organization. Lam Hong was shocked to hear that Havu was a transcendent. His purple-eyed eagle dove down from the sky. It crashed into a tree. Lam Huang Hudi Den Zetjet? Havu arrogantly asked why he was no longer running. Lam Hong knew full well that he could not escape from her now. Continuing to run would only waste his strength. Since he could not run, he might as well fight. Havu said that she was at the Holy Fire realm and was about to break through to Holy Fire level 3. Even if he summoned a gold rank level 3 mutated monster, it would not be able to withstand a single strike from her. Lam Hong knew he was no match for her, but surrendering without resistance was not his style. Havu suddenly appeared behind Lam Hong and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying he was quite an interesting boy. Suddenly, a slash descended and forced the two apart. Lam Hong hu diden stipet bak. Fortunately, she had arrived in time. Muklam appeared, saying that she had received a warning from the Emperor's heart ring and asking whether he was all right. Lam Hong got to his feet and said he was fine. He warned Muklam to be careful. Havu was at Holy Fire level 3, so she should not casually summon monsters. Havu summoned her weapon and prepared to fight. In an unhurried tone, she said, Muklam, the noble young lady. The 5-star treasure, the Nethersea sword, is actually in your hands. The Muk family truly has invested heavily in you. Muklam asked if she was the transcendent powerhouse leading the heretical organization. Havu licked her lips and decided to capture Muklam as well. The Beastmaster ranked 4th on the Gold Hunter list. This trip had truly been worthwhile. Muklam launched the first attack, and Havu swung her scythe. Her slash broke Muklam's technique and flew straight toward her. Muklam used her treasured sword as a shield to block it. Muklam launched her treasured sword, but Havu swung her scythe and cut through Muklam's weapon technique. She had not expected the Muk family to have passed down sword immortal soaring to Muklam. Muklam rushed forward. As far as I know, the heretical death judgment is only taught to saints. You're not simple either. The two sides began fighting. Lam Huang, thou win. With his Black Iron Realm combat strength, merely getting close could get him killed. Havu prepared to swing her scythe again. Trying to stall for time? If I can't capture Muklam, capturing Lam Hong will be enough. Muklam raised her sword to block, but when Havu's scythe reached her, it entered a spatial gate. Muklam cried out anxiously, oh no, it's spatial teleportation. Havu's scythe appeared before Lam Hong, intending to seize him. Lam Huang hu diden sumun dizang. Tyrant punched Havu's scythe away. However, Havu's scythe also injured Tyrant's hand. Lam Hong told Muklam, it's fine. Capturing me won't be that easy. Havu marveled at Tyrant's astonishing defensive ability and regenerative power. She had not expected him to possess a twice-mutated gold-rank monster. Now she understood. Havu raised her scythe high and declared, now witness my true power. The ground beneath Lam Hong and Muklam trembled, and dirt and rocks rose into the air. Lam Hong asked Muklam what technique this was. Muklam replied, a royal treasure, the divine punishment scythe. We're finished this time. Lam Hong wondered what the divine punishment scythe was. Havu held her scythe aloft and explained that the supreme treasure, the divine punishment scythe, could only be activated by the 3 saintesses and the chief judge in the entire heretical organization. Its defining trait was that a single stroke could cut down anything. Havu swung her scythe at Lam Hong and Muklam. Muklam Chembo, I won't let you lay a hand on my candidate. She erected a defensive barrier to block Havu's attack. A violente explosion érupted. Muklam leaped out of the explosion. Lam Hong caught her and asked whether she was all right. Muklam replied, I won't die from this. Avu radiated overwhelming momentum. She had merely shattered the wheel of reincarnation armor on Muklam's body. She arrogantly said that taking a gold metal hunter back alive was far more valuable than killing one. Muklam remained resolute. As a hunter, even in death, I will not retreat. Lam Hong thought to himself that the divine punishment scythe was an ultimate killing weapon. It could not only sever everything, but even attack intangible targets. Even if he summoned black charcoal and white, they would not be able to resolve this danger. Havu prepared to swing her scythe again and said smugly, then whether the Nethersea sword can withstand my next strike remains to be seen. Suddenly, a spear shot toward Muklam and blocked Havu's scythe. The leader who had previously fought Ghostface Clown appeared in an imposing manner. Havu landed on the ground and asked whether he was Junyan. Junyan replied, a saintess actually knows my name? She snorted in displeasure. Of course, she remembered the names of the 6 candidates for Chief Deacon of the 7th Division. Junyan smiled. Then I hope the saintess will do me a favor and stop making things difficult for these 2 juniors. Havu blinked and stuck out her tongue. Since you've asked, I'll let them go this time. Inwardly, she was furious. With Junyin here, she could not take anyone away. Fighting recklessly would provoke a direct conflict between the two organizations, ruining everything at the last moment. She slashed open space with her scythe, creating a gateway. Havel looked back one final time before leaving. Muck Lamb was delighted. Uncle Junyin, it's fortunate you arrived in time. Junyin stroked Muck Lamb's head. It's good that everyone is safe. The saintess of the heretical organization must not be underestimated, and that divine punishment scythe is even more of a forbidden weapon. He said they should return to the assessment site first and release all the rescued candidates. This matter had to be reported in detail, and the assessment should be suspended for now. That night by the seashore, Lam Hong rubbed his hands together and asked Xiao He to sort out all the cards he had obtained. Xiao He listed all the cards he currently possessed. Lam Hong wondered about several cards he was seeing for the first time and asked what they did. Xiao He picked up one card. The one-use utility card is a reward from leap kills. This card can seal one skill you have seen, including monster skills and all human combat skills. Once activated, it can release that skill. The card came with 2 warnings. Xiao He said that the other 2 cards were also utility cards and that he needed to note their usage limits. One was called the temporary summoning card. Once activated, it could randomly summon a monster for 1 hour, with 3 warnings attached. Another was called the transport card. Once activated, it could transport him once to a designated location, with 4 warnings attached. The remaining card was the challenge card. After activation, it would send him into a challenge space. A monster would appear at random within that space, and after killing it, the host could obtain the challenge monster's card. This card had 4 warnings. Xiao He emphasized that the challenge card must be used with caution. If he died during the challenge, he would truly die. Lam Hong was delighted. With cards like these, his adaptability in battle would greatly improve. Someone called from outside. Lam Hong, are you asleep? Lam Hong lifted the tent flap and saw Muck Lam. Muk Lam Boluset Si Li. She said she had something to discuss. Lam Hong asked what she wanted. Muck Lam replied that she had heard he had risen from an ordinary person to the Black Iron Realm in only half a year, and asked what life cultivation art he practiced. Lam Hong answered, the art of war. Muk Lam Sauda Somewat Su Pit. The art of war is even slower to cultivate in its early stages than advanced life cultivation arts. What level have you reached? Lam Hong replied that he had reached the 6th level. Muck Lam was astonished. The 6th level of the art of war is extremely difficult to enter. Some people spend more than a decade lingering at the 5th level, yet you reach the 6th in half a year. Lam Hong thought smugly that he had actually reached the 8th level. Muck Lam gently said, let me recommend you as a priority cultivation candidate. Lam Hong was somewhat surprised. Priority cultivation candidate? Like special training? Muck Lam explained, of course not. Priority cultivation candidates receive genuine privileges from the Hunter Association. They not only receive a large amount of the Hunter Association's resources, but also gain access to information equivalent to that of Holy Fire Realm Deacons. I heard that the examiner from the previous round recommended you, but you were rejected during the final review. Lam Hong said it was fine. Since he had decided to join the Hunter Association, there would always be opportunities to prove himself. There was no need to rush. Muck Lam continued that the final review required approval from all 12 chief deacons. As long as one chief deacon gave a reasonable objection, the entire nomination would be rejected. However, she believed he would pass this final review. Muck Lam patted his shoulder. Gold will shine sooner or later. Keep it up. I believe in you. Lam Hong gave a bitter smile. The final assessment had been canceled, so whether he could become an official hunter this time was still uncertain. Muck Lam told him to get some rest and said that she would announce good news early the next morning. The next day, all the candidates gathered together. Lam Hong wondered what the good news could be. Muck Lam announced loudly. Because the report was made in time, more than 10,000 candidates abducted by the heretical organization from the 63 attack sites were rescued. They accounted for 30% of all candidates, greatly reducing the Hunter Association's losses this time. Everyone has contributed greatly. Therefore, headquarters has decided that all remaining candidates will not need to continue the examination and will directly become official hunters. Everyone was overjoyed, and Lam Hong understood Muck Lam's intention. Muck Lam looked at him. From now on, we're colleagues. Lam Hong thought to himself, please take care of me. Suddenly, a magic crystal airship appeared. Mr. Fu waved to him, and said that he had come to pick him up. Everyone gasped in amazement. He had come for Lam Hong alone. Could he be some hidden young master of noble birth? Elsewhere, Lam Hong stared at 2 grilled fish, practically drooling. He asked Mr. Fu whether he had specially brought him aboard merely to treat him to fish. Mr. Fu said that Lam Huang's art of war had reached at least the 7th level, perhaps even the 8th. Lam Hong admitted while eating that he was at the 8th level. He thought to himself that Mr. Fu had seen through him at a glance. Was this the power of a transcendent? Mr. Fu asked about his combat strength. Lam Hong replied that he was at Black Iron level 3. Mr. Fu sighed that his cultivation speed was truly frightening, but that he needed to stabilize his foundation. He had heard Muck Lam mention Lam Huang's name for priority cultivation a second time, but the chief deacons were all conservative people. Having rejected him once, approving him the second time would be like slapping themselves in the face. Lam Huang Sumai. He understood. Even if he could not become a priority cultivation candidate in the Hunter Association, it would not delay his cultivation. Status was granted by others, while strength was his own. He knew very well which was more important. Mr. Fu looked pleased and said that he was not simple. Then he asked, "How about becoming my disciple?" Mr. Fu told him to think about it and give him an answer soon. Lam Hong agreed immediately. Mr. Fu was surprised. "You agree just like that?" Lam Hong replied. "Did I have another choice?" Mr. Fu happily declared, "From today onward, Lam Hong, you are the disciple of Fu Qingshan." At the 7th Division Deacon Council of the Hunter Association, Tu Tianvu looked at the letter in his hand and nearly exploded with rage. The letter was from Fu Qingshan. It said that he had already given them an opportunity, but they had not known how to cherish it. Lam Hong now belonged to him. What they had failed to keep, they should not try to reclaim. Tu Tianvu clenched the letter furiously. He had actually missed his chance. The magic crystal airship was about to arrive in the city. Xiao He told Lam Hong that Fu Qingshan was not originally a member of the Hunter Association, and that his status was very special. Becoming his disciple was a blessing. Lam Hong suddenly remembered that he still had 3 item cards and told Xiao He to open them all at once. Xiao He looked at the cards and said that Lam Huang's luck in opening cards was as terrible as ever. But Xiao He's gaze suddenly changed. This time, there was actually something new. Lam Hong did not expect to get a potion. This medicine might be a berserk potion used in veterinary medicine. After injecting this potion into a summoned beast, the summoned beast would lose control, its strength, defense, and speed would all increase 10 times, and the effective time is 1 hour. Attention 1. After injecting the potion, the summoned beast will completely lose its reason, attacking everything within its line of sight, including the Imperial Censor who raised it. Attention 2. After the loss of control passes, the summoned beast will be weak for 100 hours. During the weak period, it will fall into an unprotected deep sleep state. Xiao He reminded him that this potion was a double-edged sword, and to use it carefully. Could he still fuse the skills he wanted to activate? Lam Hong, of course, wanted to activate it. The skill fusion system created a new skill named Kaleidoscope. This skill allows the pupils to combine with multiple ocular skills, capable of automatically integrating more ocular skills and becoming stronger. Attention! The existing basic functions are extreme vision, replication, demonic pupil intimidation, and illusion. Fu Qingshan walked out. He placed his hand on his shoulder, saying they were about to reach Northern Profound City. He brought him here. Keep in touch later. He advised him that he was now an official hunter. He could step into the hunter arena. He gave him a mission within 2 months in the hunter arena of the 7th Division. Without using summoned beasts, reach the top 10 of the Black Iron Realm. Remember to record all the matches and send them to him. Lam Hong wondered. He was an Imperial Censor. What should he do if he didn't use summoned beasts? Fu Qingshan reminded him that even as an Imperial Censor, one could not rely too much on summoned beasts. More importantly, one's own strength. Never forget, one's own strength is the most important thing. Summoned beasts can be partners, but their strength, in the end, is still not his own strength. Xiao He said Fu Qingshan was indeed not an ordinary person. He wanted to see his combat videos. Presumably, he also had many training plans for him. Lam Hong was determined. No matter the result, he would give his all. He walked past a TV store, and all the TVs displayed the image of a clown. Dear Union Government and Hunter Association, as well as hunters and friends, I am the leader of the heretical organization, I personally and the entire organization sincerely apologize for the recent troubles caused to the Hunter Association. More than 12,800 people who were captured by us will all be released after 1 month of review. For the losses caused to the Hunter Association, we will compensate accordingly. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the Hunter Association and the Union government, and we hope that everyone will understand. If you're interested, you can call the phone number in the bottom right corner of the screen to register to evaluate us. Lam Hong was confused. What kind of showiness was this? Xiaohei evaluated. Compared to Purple Crow, this heretical organization is probably mentally ill. Lam Hong sighed. He had to admit this move was played very well. Xiaohei asked him what he meant. Lam Hong replied, asking the Hunter Association to help complete the assessment and directly taking the ready-made people. Apologizing after failing, paying compensation, and placing large-scale live advertising videos across 12 divisions. Isn't this spending money to buy people truly a masterful move? Xiaohei felt that his words made sense. They released more than 10,000 people back. The Hunter Association wouldn't dare to use them, weakening the opponent in disguise. Truly treacherous. At this moment, his emperor's heart ring vibrated. The system congratulated him on winning the title of official hunter. He could launch the Hunter Arena. The main program was in the process of downloading. Lam Huang Tun Sao Hai. Hurry up and find a place to stay. He could enter the Hunter Arena now. Lam Hong went into a motel while waiting for the magic crystal airship to arrive home. He might as well participate in the arena to practice a bit. The system announced identity verification complete. Please set a nickname for yourself in the arena. Lam Hong immediately took the nickname Tyrant Saber. The system immediately announced this nickname was already in use. Lam Hong took the nickname Heavenly Saber, but this nickname was also already in use. He continued to take the nickname Kitchen Saber, but this nickname was also in use. Lam Hong took the nickname Fruit Saber, but someone was already using this nickname. This made him tremble with anger. He shouted, taking the nickname Demon Saber. The system announced, the nickname Demon Saber is available. Press confirm to enter the arena. Lam Hong entered the Hunter Arena. He started trying the system's simulated challenge mode based on his Black Iron Level 3 strength. He was assigned to the arena on the 188th floor. Lam Hong sighed. It really felt like a game. He put on a mask, using a mask to hide his identity. His opponent appeared, nicknamed Overlord Golden Spear. Combat strength was Black Iron Level 3. Number of battles 251. Arena points were -19. Win rate was 46%. Overlord Golden Spear was disdainful. It seemed his luck wasn't bad, meeting a rookie in his first match today. Lam Hong immediately retorted, negative, Big Brother can't be considered too strong either. Overlord Golden Spear rushed over angrily. Smelly brat, go to hell. Lam Hong moved. He thought Overlord Golden Spear used a spear. Indeed, not a bad close combat match. Overlord Golden Spear was smug, saying he was tricked. His specialty was precisely close combat. Lam Hong agilely dodged his punch. Overlord Golden Spear was startled when he saw Lam Hong standing behind him. He was furious, swinging an attack, but Lam Hong still managed to dodge. He gave him a punch so powerful that the force pierced through his body. Overlord Golden Spear trembled all over. A hole was pierced through the middle of Overlord Golden Spear's stomach, and then he slowly dissipated. The system congratulated Lam Hong on winning, killing the opponent and gaining 2 points. Lam Hong sighed. The art of war combined with the god-slaying art unexpectedly had such great close combat power. If he killed opponents in 10 consecutive matches, then a 10-match winning streak's accumulated points wouldn't be 20, but 40 points. It seemed he had to try his best to kill opponents in low-level matches. Lam Hong continued to challenge. His opponent immediately appeared. Her nickname was Lord Queen. Combat strength was Black Iron Level 3, number of battles 27, arena points 19, and win rate 85%. Lam Hong rushed forward, deciding to use close combat. Lord Queen immediately blew a heart kiss. Suddenly, Lam Hong's body stiffened. Lam Hong immediately realized this was a spiritual attack. Lord Queen created 3 phantom clones surrounding him, telling him to say the 3 words, I admit defeat, and she would definitely show him mercy. Lord Queen swung her whip to attack him, But when her attack touched Lam Hong's body, his entire body dissipated because it was just an illusion. Lam Hong approached her from behind, wondering why she used this move on him. He attacked her back, causing her to fall. Lam Hong sighed. Kaleidoscope was really useful in dealing with spiritual attacks. It turned out that other abilities could also be used in battles here. The system announced he continued to win and gained 2 points. Did he want to continue? Lam Hong, of course, continued to challenge. A few days later, the magic crystal airship also arrived. Lam Hong contacted Fu Qingshan to tell him about his achievements. Fu Qingshan sighed, a 30-match winning streak, accumulating 280 points. Although it was in low-level matches, the result was not bad. Fu Qingshan spoke gently. He had watched his combat videos. His advantage was a physique much stronger than those at Black Iron Level 3, even surpassing most Gold Rank Level 3, but there were still shortcomings. Lam Hong, of course, knew the thing he was not equal to a Gold Rank Level 3 powerhouse was speed. Fu Qingshan stroked his beard in satisfaction, praising him for understanding himself well. Among Black Iron Level 3, his strength belonged to the highest tier. But compared to Black Iron Level 3 powerhouses in the arena, his combat experience was indeed seriously lacking. When the opponent's attack density was relatively high, he lacked calmness. Evasion efficiency was not high, and there were many redundant movements. In many situations, upon discovering the enemy's opening, he could not react immediately, and many attacking opportunities were missed in vain. His ability to control the rhythm of the match, compared to true powerhouses, was much weaker. In some battles, he was even led by the nose. Lam Hong immediately noted down his master's words. He decided that starting tomorrow, he would only fight 10 matches a day. In the matches, he would try to improve his shortcomings. Suddenly, his emperor's heart ring vibrated. He received a confidential letter from the Hunter Association headquarters. Both Lam Hong and Xiao He were surprised. The content of the letter from the Hunter Association headquarters was that considering his ability in the Hunter assessment, the chief deacons of the Hunter Association unanimously passed his assessment and promoted him to Gold Medal Hunter. Lam Hong was overjoyed. He didn't expect to break the rules, being promoted from the Black Iron Realm to Gold Hunter. Xiao He explained there was no way to bring him into formal training, so giving him a Gold Rank Hunter identity as compensation was indeed a good idea. Lam Hong was smug. At least with his permission, he could watch high-level arena videos. Lam Hin, hearing that he was back, immediately opened the door to welcome him. She walked around him, constantly asking about his situation. Lam Hien timidly stepped out. Lam Hong smiled, growing quite a bit. Has Xiao Hien been good lately? Lam Hien hugged Lam Huang's arm, softly answering good. Except for the incurable disease of eating meat without eating vegetables, her younger brother was very well behaved. He even knew how to take her to and from school. Lam Hong rubbed Lam Hien's head, praising the little guy for doing a great job. A manly man must know how to protect his older sister. In the evening, Lam Hin excitedly told Lam Hong something. She recounted using a virtual game to practice shooting. Lam Hien was curious, so she let the little guy use her account to play a few times. It was truly amazing. Lam Hien directly helped her rank first on the scoreboard. Our family will have another gunner, won't we? Hearing this, Lam Hong was slightly startled. He looked at Lam Hien. It seemed the little guy not only had talent in saber techniques, but was also good at shooting. Could Lam Hien be a polymorphic combatant? Lam Hong told Lam Hien to give him his hand to see. Lam Hien happily held out his hand. Lam Hong told him that if he felt uncomfortable, he should call out. He would stop immediately. Lam Hong held Lam Hien's hand to feel it. His life power made a circuit in Lam Hien's body. Apart from a little energy consumption, he didn't discover anything unusual. Lam Hong rubbed Lam Hien's head, telling the little guy to continue eating. He thought, normal health, no life power reaction in the body, proving he was just a normal person. Was Lam Hien simply a combat genius? Lam Hien was taken to bed to sleep. Lam Hong saw that Lam Hien was basically a normal child. He covered Lam Hien with a blanket. His urgent matter now was to pass his master's assessment. Lam Hien's matter could be thought about slowly later. Lam Hong continued to enter the hunter arena. He put on his mask. Now he would check his total accumulated points and what he had learned in the past 10 days. His opponent appeared. He was arrogant, a 30-match winning streak. Meeting me is considered bad luck. Lam Huang Zhu set forward activating Kaleido. His opponent immediately halted. Lam Hong then punched him in the face, defeating him in a flash. He continuously challenged and continuously won. At this time, an anomaly occurred in the arena space. The system announced he had won 50 consecutive matches. A gatekeeper was coming. Please prepare. An arena appeared. There was also a large crowd. Lam Hong looked around. So many people, yet there was no sound. It seemed the program had a sound blocking setting, probably to avoid disturbing the challenger. His opponent appeared. His nickname was Young Master White. Combat strength was Black Iron level 3. Number of battles 1273. Arena points 8761. Win rate 98%. Lam Hong evaluated in his mind. So many battles, yet the win rate was so high. It seemed the so-called gatekeepers were those who blocked the path of winning streaks. The melon-eating crowd in the stands seized the opportunity to gossip. The system actually chose Young Master White as the gatekeeper. Young Master White was also a powerhouse ranked 18th on the points leaderboard. A guy in yellow slightly curled his lips. It seemed Demon Saber's winning streak had to stop here. Young Master White slowly drew his sword. He had watched his previous match, praising his skills as not bad. Lam Hong was full of vigor, thanking for the praise. It seemed your sword skills were not bad either. The crowd in the stands gossiped again. Young Master White rushed forward. He was disdainful. He thought it was a worthy opponent. It turned out to be a scoundrel. Lam Hong calmly said, "Don't be disappointed so early." Young Master White executed the white feather sword. Lam Hong hurriedly leaned to dodge the attack. This sword strike from Young Master White injured his neck, splattering blood. Lam Hong sighed. The sword was too fast. Young Master White saw him distracted and seized the opportunity, continuously thrusting his sword forward. Lam Hong remained calm before Young Master White's sword tips. If it were 10 days ago, he would not be able to defeat this opponent. But now it was different. Lam Hong flexibly dodged all of Young Master White's sword tips. Young Master White was stunned. Recognizing this was Flowing Cloud Step. Lam Hong moved behind him. He swung a sword strike, cutting Young Master White in half. Young Master White's body slowly dissipated. He didn't expect him to be a saber cultivator. The system congratulated him on defeating the gatekeeper Young Master White at the 6th floor arena, completing 50 consecutive matches. Killing the opponent gained 2 points. The crowd turned pale. Killed him directly? He actually used a saber. That means in all the previous matches he was hiding it. The guy in yellow felt interested. Interesting compared to 10 days ago, he was simply reborn. The system compiled Lam Hong's statistics. Combat strength Black Iron level 3. Number of battles 50. Battlefield points 1240. Win rate 100%. Honored for a 50-match winning streak. Returning to reality, Lam Hong thought if the opponent had a means to double their speed or could extend the sword blade, the person who had to die just now would be him. His pre-match calculations were still not thorough. He should have had a better countermeasure. Lam Hong glanced over at Lam Hien and found something unusual. He discovered that the little guy had life power, but he had just checked yesterday. Lam Hong suddenly remembered. When he used life power to penetrate Lam Hien, there was a very small consumption. He held Lam Hien's hand to check again. Sure enough, the life power in Lam Hien's body and his were the same. At the same time, its intensity also reached Black Iron level 3. Lam Hien had copied his life power and turned it into his own life wheel. Lam Hien could copy his life power, so perhaps he could copy the life power of others. If this kind of ability had no limit, Lam Hien could even go directly from a normal person to transcendent, even stronger to a demigod. This ability was too terrifying, Lam Hong thought. This child was not normal. His background was absolutely not simple. He had to move house quickly. Scene change. The delivery bird transported express packages for him. Lam Hong wondered, why were there 2 packages? He opened one package first. From inside the package, he took out an Emperor's heart ring. He immediately contacted Duong Lam, saying he received the goods. His younger brother needed this Emperor's heart ring to clear his identity. Absolutely must not have any problems. Duong Lam told him to rest assured there was no problem. Duong Lam said last time he mentioned wanting to buy a house, 200,000 life crystals for a B-grade foothold. If he couldn't pay in full, he could pay in installments for a year. He said he wouldn't charge interest on the installments. They were old customers. Lam Hong opened the remaining package. He told Duong Lam to wait a bit. He had something to do. He would talk later. Inside that package was an urn. Lam Hong picked up the urn and saw a very familiar symbol printed on the jar. Lam Hong panicked. Purple Crow found him. Purple Crow's people also came to Lam Huang's house. The two of them wore hooded cloaks, wearing masks with crow beaks on their faces. One of them spoke up. Lam Hong deceived the organization and escaped from the training camp. According to the rules, he must die. The other guy replied, yes, but he still has a younger sister. The two guys rushed forward. One replied, humph, the sinner's family is not our mission. One intruder entered the upper floor while the other broke in the ground floor. The intruder upstairs quietly opened the door and saw Lam Hong lying asleep. He held a short sword in his hands. Those who defied Purple Crow would be punished. He thrust the short sword down with all his strength, but suddenly he sensed that something was wrong. Ba was clinging to the ceiling directly above him. The Purple Crow agent was startled. It was a vampire. Ba immediately swooped down and attacked him. The Purple Crow agent instantly fought back. How could a mere black iron Imperial censor hope to resist him with a monster? Suddenly, crimson threads tightly bound his body. The Purple Crow agent trembled all over. He had never expected it to be capable of suppressing him. It was a twice-mutated gold-rank monster. Then he saw his other companion appear in the room. He ordered his companion to find Lam Hong and kill him immediately. Instead of obeying, however, his companion raised a knife as though he intended to kill him. The Purple Crow agent trembled in terror, unable to understand what was happening. Lam Hong gave a cold smile as he appeared alongside the ghastly clown. He spoke disdainfully, saying that since two Purple Crow agents had traveled so far to visit, he naturally had to treat them well. The Purple Crow agent immediately recognized the ghastly clown that had appeared in Western Reach City and finally understood. Lam Hong approached him. Purple Crow not only wanted his life, but also refused to spare his family. The organization was truly ruthless. The Purple Crow agent hurriedly begged Lam Hong to hear his explanation. Lam Hong took out the mask. It was time for the performance. The Purple Crow agent immediately contacted the organization and reported that Lam Hong was dead. Mission number 093 was confirmed complete. Tu Kwang immediately ordered him to leave the area and find somewhere to hide. He sighed. What a pity. The next morning, Lam Hin and Lam Hien were waiting for Lam Hong in the park. When Lam Hong arrived, he apologized for keeping them waiting. Lam Hin complained that he had made them leave the house in the middle of the night while he stayed behind to make his plans, even though it was freezing outside. She added that they still had belongings in the old house. She suggested going back to retrieve them. Lam Hong told her to forget it. The house was a little chaotic now, and he would buy replacements for anything she needed. Lam Hien asked whether they were really moving. Lam Hong said yes, and promised to take them somewhere even better. At Stronghold 7C88, Eastern Forest City, Lam Hin exclaimed excitedly that Eastern Forest City was indeed worthy of being a Grade B stronghold. It was incredibly lively. Duong Lam called Lam Hong and told him not to be discouraged. The price he had offered for a house in a Grade B stronghold was already extremely favorable. Lam Hong would be able to pay off the house in 70 or 80 years, provided he did not die before becoming transcendent. Lam Hong asked whether Duong Lam knew any way to raise his access clearance. He needed to conceal information about himself and his family so that no one could easily find them. Duong Lam replied that, short of Chief Deacon level clearance, there was nothing he could do, though he could raise the confidentiality level slightly. Duong Lam's expression suddenly changed. He asked whether Lam Hong was playing a joke on him. Lam Huang's personal privacy clearance had already been raised to Chief Deacon level, meaning deacons and anyone below them could not view it. Lam Hong was startled to hear this. Duong Lam remarked that Lam Hong clearly had powerful connections and asked him to look after him in the future. Lam Hin pointed ahead and told Lam Hong to look. She and Lam Hien stared excitedly and asked whether this was their new home. The house before them was enormous and luxurious. Lam Hong calmly said that this was where they would begin their new life. Lam Hin and Lam Hien then said goodbye to him and left for school. Lam Hong reminded Lam Hin to behave well at her new school and take good care of Lam Hien. Once they had left, the corners of Lam Huang's mouth rose slightly. The house was finally quiet, so it was time to deal with some personal matters. He entered the hunter arena. He only had 1 month left of the time his master had given him, so he needed to complete his mission as quickly as possible. The spectators' stands instantly erupted when Lam Hong appeared. A man in red said that this was the recently famous Demon Saber. Was he not being rated too highly? The man in yellow told him to keep watching, as Demon Saber would give him a huge surprise. Lam Hong reflected that he needed to accumulate 2,000 points within 2 months, which meant winning at least 80 consecutive matches. He wondered what sort of formidable figure would be guarding the 60th match. His opponent appeared. His name was Feng Vo. His combat strength was Black Iron Level 3. He had fought 4,280 matches, accumulated 10,569 arena points, and had a win rate of 93%. Lam Hong drew his sword and wondered whether his opponent was also a saber cultivator. The man in yellow smiled and explained that Feng Vo was a saber cultivator ranked 11th on the leaderboard. The man in red sneered that the youngster's winning streak would probably end here. Feng Vo spoke first. "Demon Saber, I have heard much about you." His attitude suddenly became cheerful, and he asked whether Lam Hong would add him as a friend. Feng Vo said that he had once fought young Master White, whose rapid thrusts were extremely difficult to handle, since Lam Hong had defeated him with a single strike. Feng Vo wanted to become friends so that they could learn more from each other in the future. Lam Hong scratched his head and declined the friend request. He had gone to great lengths to conceal his identity and could not risk exposing it here. Feng Vo charged forward, saying that having an opportunity to fight Lam Hong was already enough for him. Feng Vo moved at incredible speed. He leaped in front of Lam Hong, his movements creating numerous afterimages. Lam Hong was astonished by the speed of his saber technique. It was a transcendent combat technique. Lam Hong closed his eyes and focused his senses. Without moving from his position, he swung his sword and blocked Feng Vo. Feng Vo was secretly astonished. Lam Hong had not used any saber technique at all. It had merely been a casual strike, yet it had broken through his attack. Lam Hong's skill was indeed superior to his own. He admitted that his saber technique was called Thunder Movement, a transcendent combat technique. Unfortunately, his abilities were limited, and he had yet to master it fully. Lam Hong knew that Feng Vo was using speed to conceal his weaknesses, but Feng Vo failed to realize that the faster he moved, the more obvious those weaknesses became. Lam Hong told him to show everything he had. Feng Vo charged without hesitation, saying that he would display his inadequate skills. Lam Hong remained where he was and swung his sword to block Feng Vo's attack. The man in red remarked that this was supposed to be a match against a gatekeeper, so why did it look like a master guiding his disciple? The man in yellow replied that he had already told him Demon Saber was formidable. Thus far, Lam Hong had not even needed to take a single step. The man in red observed carefully and noted that Lam Hong still had not used an actual saber technique. Lam Hong calmly explained that Feng Vo's combat technique was powerful, but his proficiency was insufficient. If he wanted to improve, he either needed to devote himself entirely to studying it or switch to a weaker combat technique. Feng Vo understood, but he said that he was no longer young and that it was too late to start over. Lam Hong replied that, in the end, a person's greatest enemy was always himself. Feng Vo charged forward and unleashed Thunder Movement with the force of a mountain. Lam Hong also rushed ahead, and the two attacked simultaneously. Punk voice body gradually dissolved. A gentle breeze passed through the raging storm. Perhaps that was the true meaning of the verse. Feng Vo conceded defeat. The system announced Lam Hong's victory and confirmed that he had completed a 60-match winning streak. The entire arena seemed ready to explode. The man in yellow turned to the man in red and asked, "Well, I did not misjudge him, did I?" The system asked whether he wished to continue challenging. Lam Hong looked toward the gate. The opponents beyond the 60th match would undoubtedly be extremely powerful. To secure an 80-match winning streak, he absolutely could not underestimate any enemy. His next opponent was a young woman. She asked whether he really was Demon Saber, making Lam Hong withdraw his hostility. In a gentle voice, she explained that when she saw the system announce his 60-match winning streak, she had bitterly regretted missing it. It was rare for anyone to win 60 consecutive matches, yet she had failed to witness it live. She had noticed him half a month earlier and had watched every one of his matches. She thought he was very handsome. The men in red and yellow, along with the spectators and fans, were dumbfounded. Blushing, The young woman held out a sheet of paper and shyly asked whether Lam Hong would add her as a friend and give her an autograph. She offered to concede immediately so that he could proceed to the next match. Lam Hong awkwardly scratched his head and agreed, suggesting that they add each other as friends first. When Feng Vo heard this, his face filled with disbelief. The system congratulated Lam Hong on achieving 69 consecutive victories and transferred the competition to Arena Number 1 on the 6th floor. The man in yellow marveled that Lam Hong had cleared matches 61 through 69 in only 10 minutes. The man in red smiled and said that things would be completely different from this point onward. He wanted to see how far Lam Hong could go. Lam Hong looked toward the stands, where the crowd had grown even larger and more excited. His next opponent appeared. She was the Demoness. The moment she saw him, she disdainfully remarked that he did not look like anything special. Lam Hong felt a little awkward. He had not done anything to make her angry. The Demoness drew 2 guns and complained that the rare opportunity she had finally obtained had been ruined by him. She fired repeatedly while Lam Hong moved continuously, dodging the bullets. Lam Hong marveled at her abilities. She was a firearm specialist, and she was incredibly powerful. The audience stared in astonishment. Was Demon Saber not supposed to be lacking in speed? How had he dodged every shot? This was the Demoness who had once fought the second-ranked expert. The man in yellow gritted his teeth. The Demoness was ranked 5th on the leaderboard and was every bit as fierce as expected. He asked the man in red what he thought of Demon Saber's performance. The man in red replied that Lam Hong's movement speed and footwork technique were both ordinary. His ability to evade so many attacks relied entirely on his exceptional predictive skills. Lam Hong remained on the defensive, continuing to dodge the Demoness bullets. The man in yellow asked whether the man in red still did not think highly of him. The man in red replied that if Lam Hong did not find a way to attack soon and instead kept trying to exhaust his opponent's life power through evasion, he would suffer a crushing defeat. At that moment, one of the Demoness bullets grazed the side of Lam Hong's mask. A bleeding wound appeared on his face as well. The man in yellow proposed a wager. He would bet one of his 3-star relics that Lam Hong would win. The man in red accepted, convinced that Lam Hong had already lost. Only then did Lam Hong draw his sword and charge forward to counterattack. The Demoness immediately raised her gun and fired, but Lam Hong tilted his head and dodged the bullet. The bullet suddenly began to glow, and an explosion followed. The Demoness drew 2 large firearms and unleashed Uproot the Weeds, continuously firing into the explosion. The man in yellow was shocked by how viciously she attacked. The man in red remarked that the smoke had completely obscured Lam Hong's vision. There was no way he could escape this time, and he was as good as dead. The Demoness wore a proud expression, but wondered why the system had yet to announce the kill. Lam Hong's silhouette gradually emerged from the smoke. He admitted that her move had truly caught him by surprise and had nearly killed him. Lam Hong emerged from the smoke with 2 pairs of wings growing from his back. He admitted that she was extremely powerful to have forced him to use a defensive ability. The Demoness scoffed that he had already revealed his final trump card, while she had yet to use her full strength. She unleashed the gunfighting technique Sky Ruin, producing a torrential rain of bullets. The man in yellow sprang up in shock. The Demoness' ultimate move had finally appeared. The man in red explained that once Sky Ruin was unleashed, it created an attack with no blind spots. Demon Saber had no opportunity to counter her and was certain to die. Unexpectedly, however, the Demoness bullets did not injure Lam Hong at all. The Demoness was startled. Was it an illusion? Lam Hong suddenly appeared behind her and placed his sword against her neck. Who said he had run out of trump cards? The Demoness gritted her teeth and conceded defeat. The system congratulated Lam Hong on achieving 70 consecutive victories. The entire audience began chanting his name. The Demoness glared at him resentfully. She would remember him and would make sure to show him something impressive next time. Lam Hong bade her farewell and welcomed anyone else to challenge him. The man in yellow burst into delighted laughter. You lost. You lost. Unwilling to accept the result, the man in red proposed another wager. If everything proceeded smoothly, Demon Saber would eventually face the veteran Vu Mo Lai. He bet that Lam Hong would lose, and the man in yellow accepted. This time, They wagered 2 3-star relics. They slapped hands to seal the bet. The system asked whether Lam Hong wished to continue challenging. Naturally, he chose to continue. He had to complete the mission his master had given him, and achieving 80 consecutive victories was only the most basic requirement. If he could not even accomplish that, completing the mission within 20 days would be extremely difficult. His opponent appeared. It was a trembling young boy dressed very much like a famous child detective. Lam Hong wondered whether the detective next door had entered the wrong arena. The man in yellow froze. It was Doomsday Fortress, the last opponent he had wanted Lam Hong to encounter. The man in red explained that Vu Mo Lai had once said that no one in the Black Iron Realm could break through this boy's defense. Only attacks at the gold rank could activate an offensive relic powerful enough to do so. Demon Saber was incapable of that. The atmosphere in the spectator stands became gloomy. Everyone believed Lam Hong's streak would end here. Lam Hong scratched his head and asked whether the boy was the detective next door. To be honest, he had studied every expert in the leaderboard's top 10, but this boy was the only one he knew absolutely nothing about. The detective next door trembled in fear and begged Lam Hong not to approach. He erected a spherical defensive barrier around himself. Lam Hong wondered whether the boy had earned the title of the Black Iron Realm's ultimate defense simply because he was so timid. He approached the sphere and activated his enhanced vision, but he could not find even the smallest flaw. This defense was not a skill at all, but an inherited bloodline ability. The man in red calmly explained that although the boy's combat strength limited him from displaying its full power, those who possessed inherited bloodlines were nearly invincible below the transcendent level. Only someone with a comparable bloodline could contend against them. He looked at the man in yellow and remarked that Demon Saber was truly unlucky to have encountered a brat with an inherited bloodline, especially one with such an absurd defensive ability. He asked whether the man in yellow wanted to wager another relic. The man in yellow grew irritated and told him to keep watching and stop talking. Lam Hong drew a gun and repeatedly fired at the defensive barrier. The audience stared in astonishment. It was a modified Gold Eagle. They had not expected Lam Hong to no-gun spiral. He fired 56 consecutive shots at a single point, proving that it was an intermediate-level gun spiral. Lam Hong calculated that every shot from the modified Gold Eagle was 2 or 3 times as powerful as one from the original model. The bullets had also been infused with his life power, yet attacks of this level could only damage the barrier's outermost layer. The crack was less than 1 millimeter deep and healed after only 2 seconds. Lam Hong drew 2 other heavy firearms. He repeatedly fired at the barrier, carefully watching the cracks that appeared across its surface. This time, the barrier took 5 seconds to recover. Lam Hong switched to another heavy firearm. The spectators stood completely frozen, staring in bewilderment. The man in red assessed Lam Hong's indiscriminate barrage and wondered whether he was merely testing different weapons. The man in yellow replied that Doomsday Fortress's fundamental strategy was to stall until the 30-minute time limit expired, forcing the match to end in a draw. It was an utterly infuriating fighting style. His expression darkened. Once the match ended in a draw, Demon Saber's winning streak would be broken, and he would have to start everything over from the beginning. Lam Hong naturally understood the detective next door's plan. He intended to use his absolute defense to run down the clock and force a draw. Unfortunately, Lam Hong refused to accept that outcome. He thrust his sword into the front of the defensive barrier, causing cracks to spread across it. At that moment, however, the barrier released a repulsive force and blasted Lam Hong backward. Lam Hong marveled that the detective next door's defense not only had an extremely dense structure, but also generated a powerful repulsive force. The harder one pushed against it, the stronger that force became. Lam Hong continued by unleashing Blade 23 and thrusting his sword into the defensive barrier. The repulsive force appeared once again and hurled Lam Hong backward. Lam Hong there was simply no way to inflict a critical wound. The cracks he had created in the defensive barrier gradually healed. The men in red and yellow watched in silence. Lam Hong tightly gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. He would never give up. He leaped into the air, and the image of a dragon's head appeared behind him. He pointed his sword forward and unleashed world-cleansing flowing fire. The man in yellow sprang to his feet in shock. The man in red was equally horrified and wondered whether Lam Hong had gone mad. An attack like that would completely drain his life wheels. Lam Huang's attack slammed into Detective Next Door's defensive barrier, cracking even the arena floor. The spectators in the stands were stunned by the move. The man in red exclaimed in astonishment. That strike perfectly embodied the principles of the way of the saber. That demon saber brat. The man in yellow wondered, did he succeed? Lam Hong drove the tip of his saber deep into the barrier. This isn't over yet. Cracks gradually spread across the barrier. Gritting his teeth, Lam Hong used all his strength to drive the entire blade into Doomsday Fortress. He forced the saber deep into Detective Next Door's defensive barrier. Detective Next Door's barrier suddenly released a burst of energy. Light flooded the arena as the floor began to crack apart. The man in red and the man in yellow sprang to their feet simultaneously. What happened? Did he succeed? However, by standing up, they blocked the view of the spectators behind them. The explosion sent Lam Hong flying backward, but a shield appeared and caught him. A flash of light erupted before him, alarming both the man in red and the man in yellow. The man in red cried, "This is bad." His gold-grade battle saber shattered. There's no way he can penetrate that defense. Treasures are forbidden from the 1st through 9th floors of the arena. If even a gold-grade weapon can't break through it, then nothing can, no matter how powerful Demon Saber is. This is as far as he can go. Detective Next Door spoke with a trace of smugness. You don't even have a saber anymore. There's no point continuing. Admit defeat. Lam Hong lowered his head. It's still too early to surrender. The man in yellow was stunned. He won't surrender? Does he still have another weapon in reserve? The man in red replied. Even his gold-grade weapon shattered. What else can he possibly do? It's not as if he can produce sabers from his own body. Blades suddenly sprouted from Lam Huang's back, who said, "I had no sabers left." The man in yellow exclaimed, "The bloodthirsty leech." The man in red immediately objected. "Impossible. Monsters can't enter the arena. Don't forget that he's an Imperial censor." He then realized that this was a blood spirit monster skill. Lam Huang spoke solemnly. No matter how powerful a shield is, it will always have a weakness. I can see yours now. He soared into the air and unleashed world-cleansing flowing fire once more. The man in red was shocked. World-cleansing flowing fire consumes the time stored in his life wheels. How can he activate it again? Lam Hong controlled the blades behind him and bombarded the barrier, causing cracks to spread across it. Lam Hong calculated, one life can sustain one use of world-cleansing flowing fire. I'll activate 3 simultaneously and see if he survives. His attack pierced the defensive barrier and tore straight through Detective Next Door's body. The arena seemed to explode as shattered stone and dust filled the air. The system announced, "Congratulations to Lam Hong for defeating the 6th-floor gatekeeper, Detective Next Door, and achieving 80 consecutive victories." Everyone stared with their mouths open. The man in red could hardly believe that someone at Black Iron Level 3 could be this powerful. The man in yellow exclaimed. In a single day, he achieved 60, 70, and then 80 consecutive victories. Looking down at the arena, he added, "He has accomplished a miracle no one has achieved in 100 years. After returning to reality, Lam Hong was utterly exhausted. He had depleted 4.5 life wheels, leaving his body feeling completely hollow. Just then, he received a call. Photon Sun said, "I've watched the videos of you defeating 3 gatekeepers in a single day." Not bad. Lam Hong smiled and thanked his master, but admitted that he had not yet completed the mission. He still had one more gatekeeper to defeat. He told his master that he was fine. During his battle with Detective Next Door, he had used world-cleansing flowing fire twice. It seemed as though he had pushed his saber techniques to their absolute limit, and the sensation was completely different from before, though he still did not understand exactly what had changed. Piashutan sonoded. If my guess is correct, your comprehension of the way of the saber has reached the subtlety state. The first stage of saber intent is the subtlety state. After entering it, one can achieve the utmost precision in wielding a saber. Every minute detail can be controlled, and nothing within sight will deviate by even the smallest margin. Photon Sun then continued solemnly. The special sensation you described is a sign of the second stage of the way of the saber, known as the spiritual resonance state. Spiritual resonance refers to a mysterious harmony between the wielder and the saber. Once you reach that stage, the saber will no longer be merely a tool in your hand. It will become your partner and companion. If you experience that sensation, then your comprehension of the way of the saber has probably reached the peak of the subtlety state. Under external pressure and stimulation, combined with your concentration being pushed to its limit, you temporarily entered the spiritual resonance state. Lam Hong asked, "Master, how can I stabilize that state?" Photon's son replied, "Don't enter the arena for the next few days. Focus entirely on studying the way of the saber and see if you can seize this opportunity to make a breakthrough. After all, your next opponent will be the top-ranked gatekeeper, Vu Maklai." In the courtyard of his home, Lam Hong practiced his saber techniques. He thrust his saber forward with complete determination. Lam Hong exclaimed, "I did it! I've completely mastered the spiritual resonance state." Lam Hin came outside, carrying a plate of meat. She gently said, "You've been practicing for 2 days without sleeping. Take a break." She held up the plate and urged him to eat something, but before she could finish speaking, Lam Hong walked straight past her. "Wait until I've taken care of something." Lam Hong looked worried. She had also wanted to ask whether he had seen news. A new champion in the 7th District had achieved 80 consecutive victories in the arena. What has he been so busy with lately? Meanwhile, the spectators in the arena stands continuously chanted Demon Saber's name. Lam Hong successfully defeated his opponent and earned 2 additional points for eliminating him quickly. The system asked whether he wished to continue the challenge. Lam Hong naturally agreed, and his next opponent appeared. She was a woman dressed in a modernized kimono and carrying an umbrella. The moment she saw him, she remarked dismissively, "You look rather ordinary." Lam Hong felt slightly awkward. "You're the first person to say that to me." Deep down, he felt uneasy. She was ranked 2nd on the leaderboard and was the opponent he had once feared most. The kimono-clad woman spoke contemptuously. "You hide your face and refuse to show your true appearance. Can you still call yourself a man? Lam Huang Kan Li Ziplit Ugli. I might frighten you." The kimono-clad woman raised her umbrella like a gun and fired a barrage of bullets. She snapped angrily. "Only rats hide themselves like that." Lam Hong nimbly evaded every shot. "Your marksmanship is still a little inferior to the demoness." The woman then wielded her umbrella like a spear. "Shooting isn't the only thing I know." Lam Hong raised his saber, and the 2 weapons clashed. The kimono-clad woman's expression turned cold. She swung her umbrella high, but Lam Hong leaned backward and avoided it. Lam Hong responded to her earlier claim. "But the more techniques you know, the more weaknesses you'll have." The woman shouted furiously, "Nonsense! I'll kill you." She thrust the umbrella's tip toward Lam Huang's chest, but he moved behind her and said, "Your spear isn't as fast as my saber." The kimono-clad woman opened her umbrella like a shield, but Lam Hong sliced straight through it. The kimono-clad woman gradually disappeared, unable to understand how the battle had ended this way. The man in red broke into a cold sweat after witnessing the exchange. His saber is becoming more terrifying by the moment. The man in yellow grinned smugly and suggested that the man in red place another bet. The system announced, "Congratulations to Lam Hong on his victory. You earned 2 points for eliminating your opponent quickly. Would you like to continue?" Lam Hong naturally chose to continue. His expression remained calm. At last, the time has come. His opponent was Vu Maklai. His combat rank was Black Iron Level 3. He had fought 3,618 matches, accumulated 153,926 arena points, and maintained a 99% win rate. His honor record included 60 consecutive victories. Vu Maklai put on his gloves and slowly said, "Demon Saber, it is an honor. After your battle with Detective Next Door, many people began comparing the 2 of us. But possessing powerful saber skills does not mean that you are certain to defeat me." Lam Hong pointed his saber forward. "Then let's leave nothing behind and enjoy this battle to the fullest." He charged forward and unleashed Thunder Saber. Vu Maklai assumed a defensive stance as flames erupted around both his hands. He punched Lam Huang's blade. Lam Hong was shocked. His bare fist had struck the saber without yielding in the slightest. "He's incredibly powerful." Vu Maklai praised him. "That saber technique isn't bad, but it's still not enough to defeat me." Vu Maklai brought his fist down, forcing Lam Hong to retreat quickly. The man in yellow calmly observed. In most of Vu Maklai's previous battles, he defeated his opponents directly from a distance. "I've never seen him fight like this before." The man in red agreed. "That's right. I've never seen him use this fighting style. I always thought he wasn't skilled at close combat." Now it seems he simply never encountered an opponent worthy of facing in close combat. At that moment, Vu Mak Lai caught Lam Huang's saber with his bare hands. The force of their collision sent both of them retreating. Power surged throughout Vu Mak Li's body, and two summoned beasts appeared behind him. The warm-up is over. Let the real battle begin. A pair of bladed wings emerged from Lam Huang's back. He was ready to fight with everything he had. Vu Mak Lai commanded his two beasts to charge. Lam Hong flew into the air and unleashed several dazzling saber strikes, slicing Vu Mak Li's two beasts apart. He then flew directly toward Vu Mak Lai. Vu Mak Lai gave a sinister smile. Not bad. He sent two spheres flying toward Lam Hong. Lam Hong reacted instantly and leaned backward to evade them. Vu Mak Lai then breathed fire at him. Suddenly, a vine wrapped around Vu Mak Li's arm. Lam Hong used the vine to restrain him and asked, "What about this?" Vu Mak Lai brought his palms together. "Watch closely and witness the difference between us." He instantly tore apart the vine binding him. Lam Hong was stunned by the energy surging from Vu Mak Lai. A battle beast appeared behind Vu Mak Lai as he unleashed Ember King's advent. The man in yellow and the man in red stared with their mouths open. The man in red exclaimed first, "There it is, Vu Mak Li's strongest ability, the Ember King." The man in yellow added that aura. The Ember King isn't merely an imitation created from life power. Lam Hong recognized it immediately. That's a life seed. Vu Mak Li Pais Lam Huang. As expected of an imperial censor, he saw through it. His tone then became contemptuous. "In that case, you should understand that a transcendent life seed of this caliber isn't something you can oppose." Lam Hong used his wings to block the Ember King's punch, but he was sent flying backward. He truly could not withstand an attack at the transcendent level. He could not even endure the heat. However, the same weakness applied to Vu Mak Lai. His master had once explained that a life seed obtained through proper advancement would have the monster's original consciousness erased after being purified by life light. However, if someone below the transcendent level forcibly took a shortcut and absorbed a life seed prematurely, there was a high chance of violent backlash. Lam Hong thought, "As long as I exhaust his life wheels, I can trigger the backlash." Vu Mak Lai formed a hand seal and said smugly, "Give up." The moment you saw the Ember King, this battle was already over. The Ember King gathered a sphere of purple energy. Lam Hong was startled. Before the backlash occurred, he first had to survive. The Ember King violently unleashed the gathered energy. The man in red exclaimed, "A direct hit from the Ember King's blazing inferno. Even a transcendent would have difficulty blocking it. Demon Saber is finished. Hand over the 3-star treasure." The man in yellow replied, "Don't be so hasty. Look." Lam Hong had moved behind the Ember King. Vu Mak Lai immediately turned around. He had known Lam Hong would use an illusion and had prepared for it in advance. The Ember King breathed fire toward Lam Hong. Vu Mak Lai declared smugly, "I've won." Lam Huang's voice rang out, "It isn't over yet." Suddenly, a saber pierced Vu Mak Lai's shoulder. He quickly looked toward the smoke before him. Lam Hong said disdainfully, "Since it was an illusion, how could you possibly distinguish the real one?" Vu Mak Li's face twisted with rage as red patterns spread outward from a wound. The Ember King abruptly lost control. The man in yellow exclaimed, "The life seed is rebelling." The man in red looked astonished. The man in yellow explained, "Vu Mak Lai consumed too much power, triggering the life seed's backlash. If his consciousness isn't strong enough, the monster will possess him. Even if he leaves the arena, he'll be permanently crippled." Vu Mak Lai clutched his head and screamed in agony. Lam Hong raised his saber. The man in yellow wondered, is Demon Saber going to attack now and destroy Vu Mak Li's consciousness? Lam Hong flew toward the Ember King, drew his saber back, and unleashed world-cleansing flowing fire. The man in yellow cried anxiously, "You don't need to do that." Lam Hong brought his saber down in one long stroke, cleaving through the Ember King as though chopping wood. The Ember King shattered into hundreds of pieces. Vu Mak Li Lup E Saot. "Thank you." His body gradually vanished as well. The man in yellow exclaimed in surprise, "Demon Saber did it." The man in red shouted. Demon Saber destroyed the consciousness of a transcendent life seed and saved Vu Mak Lai. The entire arena erupted in thunderous cheers. The system announced, "Congratulations to Lam Hong for defeating the 8th floor gatekeeper, Vu Mak Lai, and achieving 90 consecutive victories." That concludes today's video. The preceding content was a summary of the first part of the story. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and turn on notifications to receive more exciting videos. For now, goodbye, and see you next time. Bye-bye.